We know Egypt, thanks to her tombs, and we know Rome, thanks to Pompeii, in these modern days, better than we know the Middle Ages of Europe and the life of an ordinary man during that period. We cannot hope to find in any corner of France or England a Pompeii, catacombs, or pyramids. In our countries, the human torrent has never ceased flowing. Rapid and tumultuous in its course, it has at no time ensured the preservation of the past by deposits of quiet ooze. Yet this common life of our ancestors, is it indiscernible, impossible to reconstruct? Is that of kings and princes alone accessible to our view through the remoteness of ages, like those huge monuments which men see from afar when they cannot distinguish the houses in a distant city? Surely not. But to reach the heart of the nation, to get into touch with the greater number, a patient and extended inquiry is necessary. To make this usefully, one must break more or less completely with the old habit of taking the ideas of everyday life in the Middle Ages only from the descriptions, the satires, or the eulogies of poets. Literature is no doubt a valuable help in these restorations, but it is not the only, nor even the principal source of information. Poets embellish, imagine, color, or transform. We must not accept their statements without checking them. To check them is what we can do. We may have no such burial grounds to explore as in Egypt, nor a whole town to bring to light as at Pompeii, but we have what is worth almost as much: the incomparable depositories of the records of Old England. Immense strides have been made, especially within the last 100 years, to render their contents public. Thousands of documents have been printed or analyzed, and the work is still continuing. Indeed, looking at the progress made of late, a feeling of wonder cannot be repressed at the premature alarm of historians like Robertson, who wrote in 1769. The universal progress of science during the 2 last centuries, the art of printing, and other obvious causes, have filled Europe with such a multiplicity of histories, and with such a vast collection of historical materials, that the term of human life is too short for the study or even the perusal of them. The field of research has never ceased to widen, while the boundaries of human life scarcely recede at all. But students comprehend that the best means of rendering service is to impose limits on themselves, and to study by preference separate points or periods of the immense problem to the best of their power. The work of unearthing is so far advanced that it is possible usefully to sift the riches drawn from these new catacombs. At first sight, all these petitions, these yearbooks full of reports of lawsuits, these long rows of statutes and ordinances seem the coldest things in the world, the most devoid of life. They are not even mummies or skeletons, they look as if they were but the dust of old bones. Yet to judge of them thus were to judge in a superficial manner. No doubt it might seem pleasanter to keep to the descriptions of tale-tellers, but how many chances of error do they not present? With the yearbooks and the petitions followed by inquiries, we are on distinctly more solid ground. We soon grow accustomed to their language, and, under the apparently cold dust, sparks of life appear. We can then with little effort restore scenes, understand existences, perceive the distant echo of imprecations or shouts of triumph. It was with this thought that the present work was undertaken a good many years ago. In it, there is a little less mention of Chaucer, and a little more of the rolls of Parliament, than is sometimes found in the works devoted to the same period. This does not arise from want of admiration for the great man, far from it, but from the need of a test and of means of control, which may perhaps be deemed legitimate, and only increase, in the end, our sentiment for him. The present writer has desired to confine himself in this work within strict limits. One only of the many sides of the common life in the 14th century is here studied. A side little enough known, and sometimes difficult to observe, namely, the character and the quality of the chief kinds of nomadic existence then carried on in England. And even in that reduced compass, he is very far from making claim to completeness, so that this work is presented to the public more as a sketch than a treatise. In the remodeling of his text, which had appeared as a French book in 1884 and as articles in English some years earlier, the author has been assisted, he need hardly say, by his learned translator, to whom he owes much for having assumed the task of turning into English a work which she herself would have been so well qualified to write. He has been helped too by friends, all of whom he does not mean to name here. But though feeling that in this also his incompleteness will be very apparent, he cannot deprive himself of the pleasure of inscribing on this page with gratitude and affection the names of Gaston Paris, of the Institute of France, of E. Maund Thompson, Principal Librarian of the British Museum, of F. J. Furnivall, Director of the Chaucer, and many other societies. Lastly, he ought perhaps to have said firstly, of the poet and critic, Edmund Gosse, to whose kind initiative and suggestion he owes it that his book is published under its present form. J. Albert Gate, July 7, 1889. 10. At the time of les longs espoirs et les vastes pensées, so far back that I have but a hazy recollection of him, the young author of these pages had formed so bold a plan that he kept it to himself, which was to write, if a long life were granted him, a complete description of the English people. During it is true a single century, the 14th, that period of unique interest, when, after long years of probation, it became certain that England would be English and nothing else. When the language was formed, the first masterpieces were written, the chief traits of the national character became permanent, the principal institutions were founded, and even a first attempt at reformation was launched. Old Barthélemy Saint-Hilaire, the indefatigable translator of Aristotle, used to say to me when he was our foreign minister, "One must select, early in life, a vast intellectual task that will be like a literary companion, a long-lived one, which you can never lose because it is sure to outlive you." The author of this study thought the ampler work would be his literary companion. But his official duties thereupon became more exacting, and as they had a first claim, he had to part with his companion, whom, as will happen in life's pilgrimage, others replaced at later stages of the journey. He desired, however, that some trace be left of an early comradeship. Hence the present essay, illustrated in part from his pen and ink sketches, also a token of comradeship. The need of this new issue has supplied the occasion for a revision of the text, with numerous corrections and additions, written in a land unsuspected by the best-traveled of the ever-moving heroes of these pages. Written, too, at a time when the 100 Years' War of Chaucerian days has been replaced by a 100 Years' Peace, and when great deeds performed in common are, if we and our successors prove in any way worthy of our dead, the harbingers of a friendship not to be broken between France, England, and America. J. Washington, 1920. 11. Contents. Preface 7. Table of Contents 11. O dispadison, voici un bon reçu. Mais allens nous cacher au coin de la cheminée, et la passens avec les dames noster veillet noster temps, and filer des pearls, o a filer commes Ardenopolis. Qui ni essid venture en a cheval ni mule, si dist salamen. Vita Gargantua. At the present day, there are but few wayfarers. The small trades plied along the road, in every chance village, are disappearing before our newer methods of wholesale manufacture. More and more rarely do we see the peddler unstrap his pack at the farm door, the traveling cobbler mend by the wayside the shoes which on Sunday will replace the wooden clogs, or hear the wandering musician drone at the windows his oft-rehearsed tunes. Professional pilgrims exist no longer. Even quack doctors are losing their credit. It was far otherwise in the Middle Ages. Many people were bound to a wandering existence and started even from childhood on their lifelong journey. Some trotted their strange industries in the broad sunshine through the dust of the highroads. Others skulked in by-lanes or, 24, even in coppices, hiding their heads from the sheriff's officer. Maybe a criminal, maybe a fugitive. A wolf's head that anyone may cut down, according to the terrible expression of an English jurist of the 13th century. Among these, many laborers who had broken the villain's bond, unhappy and oppressed in their hamlets, and who wandered through the country in quest of work, as though flight could enfranchise them. But service est en le sang. Service is in the blood, the magistrate warned them. Among them also, peddlers laden with petty wares, pilgrims who from St. Thomas to St. James went begging along the roads, living by alms, pardoners, those strange nomads, who sold to the common people the merits of the saints in paradise. Mendicant friars and preachers of all sorts who, according to the times, delivered ardently liberal harangues or contemptibly selfish discourses at the church doors. All these had one character in common, namely, that in the wide extent of country where they passed their lives, ever on the move, they served as links between the separated groups of other men who, attached to the soil by law or custom, spent the whole of their days, irremovable under the same sky, on the same ground, at the same toil. Pursuing their singular work, these wanderers, who had seen and experienced so much, served to give some idea of the great unknown world to the humble classes whom they met on their way. Together with many false beliefs and fables, they put into the heads of the stay-at-homes certain notions of extent and of active life which these would hardly otherwise have acquired. Above all, they brought to the land-bound men news of their brethren in the neighboring province, of their condition of misery or of happiness, and these were pitied, 25, or envied accordingly, and remembered as brothers or friends to call upon in the day of revolt. At a period when, for the mass of mankind, ideas were transmitted orally and traveled with these wanderers along the roads, the nomads served as a link between the human groups of various districts. It would be therefore of great interest for the historian to know what were these channels of the popular thought, what life was led by those who filled such a function, what were their influence and manners. We shall try to study the chief types of this race, and shall choose them in England in the 14th century, in a country, and at an epoch when their social importance was considerable. The interest which attaches to them is of course manifold. The personality of these pardoners, professional pilgrims, and minstrels, extinct species, is in itself curious to scrutinize, but not more so than their state of mind and the mode in which they carried on their businesses, both reacting on the social condition of a great people which had just been formed and was acquiring the features and the character still its own at the present day. It was the period when, thanks to the French wars and the incessant embarrassments of royalty, the subjects of Edward Roman III and of Richard Roman II gained a parliament similar to that which we now see. The period when, in religious life, the independence of the English spirit asserted itself through the reforms of Wycliffe, the statutes for the clergy, and the protests of the good Parliament. When, in literature, Chaucer inaugurated the series of England's great poets, and instead of one more commonplace dream, Langland, like Dante, gave to his compatriots visions. When, in short, from noble to villain was felt a stir which led without excessive revolution to that true liberty for which we, the French, had longed to envy our neighbors. This epoch is decisive in the history of the country. It will be seen that in all the great questions debated in the cloister, in the castle, 26 or on the marketplace, the part played by the wayfarers, though scarcely visible at times, was not insignificant. We must first examine the place of the scene, afterwards the events that happened there. See what were the roads, then what were the beings who frequented them. 27. Part 1. English roads. 29. Illustration 4. Old London Bridge. From Misroy, 16F2 in the British Museum. Chapter 1. Roads and Bridges. The maintenance of roads and bridges in England was in the 14th century one of those charges which weighed, like military service, on the whole of the nation. All landed proprietors were obliged, in theory, to watch over the good condition of the highways. Their tenants had to execute the repairs for them. The religious houses themselves, owners of property given in frank almagny, that is to say, with a purely charitable object, were dispensed from every service and rent towards their benefactor, no other charge being usually left, but that of saying prayers or giving alms for the repose of the donor's soul. It remained, however, for them to satisfy for public weal the trinota necessitas, or triple obligation, which among other duties consisted in the repairing of bridges. 30. There existed in England a very considerable network of roads, the principal of which dated as far back as the Roman times. The province of Britain had been one of those where the greatest care had been bestowed upon the military and commercial ways by the Roman emperors. The network of roads in the island, says Mommsen, which was uncommonly developed, and for which in particular Hadrian did much in connection with the building of his wall, was of course primarily subservient to military ends. But alongside of, and in part taking precedence over the legionary camps, Londinium occupies in that respect a place which brings clearly into view its leading position in traffic. In many places are yet to be found remnants of the Roman highways, the more important of which were called in Anglo-Saxon times, and since, Watling Street, Erming Street, the Fosse, and Eichnold Street. These Roman ways in Britain have frequently been continued as the public roads, so that where a Roman military way is wanting, the presumption is in favor of the present highroad, if that be nearly in the same direction. There are two reasons for that permanence. The first is that the roads were built by the Romans to supply needs which have not ceased to be felt, being cut, for instance, from London to the north through York, towards Cornwall along the sea-coast, towards the Welsh mines and sea. The second reason is the way in which they were built. A portion of the Foss Road, which remains at Radstock, about 10 miles southwest of Bath, and was opened in February 1881, showed the following construction. 31. 1. Pavimentum or foundation, fine earth hard beaten in. 2. Statumen or bed of the road, composed of large stones, sometimes mixed with mortar. 3. Ruderatio or small stones well mixed with mortar. 4. Nucleus, formed by mixing lime, chalk, pounded brick or tile, or gravel, sand, and lime mixed with clay. 5. Upon this was laid the surface of the paved road, technically called the summum dorsum. All Roman roads were not built with so much care and in such an enduring fashion. They were, however, all of them substantial enough to resist for centuries, and they remained in use during the Middle Ages. Other roads besides were opened during that epoch to provide for new fortified towns and castles, and to satisfy the needs of great landowners, religious or otherwise. The keeping of roads and bridges in repair, the latter included in the Trinota Necessitas, was not considered as worldly, but rather as pious and meritorious work before God, of the same sort as visiting the sick or caring for the poor. Men saw in them a true charity for a certain category of sufferers, namely, travelers. This is why the clergy submitted to it. The pious character of this kind of 32 labor may suffice to prove that the roads were not so safe or in such a good state as has been sometimes maintained. The noblest outcome of the religious spirit prevalent in the Middle Ages was that disinterested enthusiasm which, as soon as some distress of humanity became flagrant, created societies for help and rendered self-denial popular. One of these distresses was seen, for example, in the power of the infidel, and the Crusades were the consequence. The forsaken condition of the lowest classes in the towns was noticed in the 13th century, and St. Francis sent for the consolation of the neglected, those mendicant friars at first so justly popular, and who so promptly fell into disrepute. After the same fashion, travelers were considered as sufferers deserving pity, and help was given to them to please God. A religious order with this end in view had been founded in the 12th century, that of the Pontiff Brothers, or makers of bridges, ponds, bridge, which spread into several countries of the continent. In France they built over the Rhone the celebrated Bridge of Avignon, which yet preserves 4 arches of their construction, and the one at Pont Saint-Esprit, which is still in use, 19 out of its 25 arches dating from the years 1265 to 1309 when it was erected. To break the force of such a current as that of the Rhone they built, near together, piers of oblong form, ending in a sharp angle at the 2 extremities of their axis, and their masonry was 35 so solid that in many places the waters have respected it to the present day, that is, for 8 centuries. They also had establishments on the banks of rivers, and helped to cross them by boat. Their most memorable accomplishment was, however, the replacing of the same ferries and of short-lived, often dangerous timber bridges by stone ones, the normal progression for river crossing being, throughout ages, the ford, the ferry, the timber bridge, the stone bridge. Laymen learnt the secret of their art and in the 13th century began to take their place. Bridges multiplied in France. Many still exist, such, for example, as the fine 14th century bridge at Orthez, the 2 at Limoges of the 13th century. One of them with its chapel, the beautiful bridge at Cahors, where even the machicolated turrets which formerly served to defend it are still preserved, restored, it is true, by the clever but strong hand of Violet Leduc. Illustration 5. The old bridge at Avignon. 12th century, present state. In England, as in France, wooden bridges had in most cases preceded stone ones. The former were built of oak, like the one over the River Lune in the city of Lancaster, for which we find John of Gaunt writing to Monsieur Adam de Hotton, Noster Chief Forestier de Wyresdale, to hand to John Ermite of Singleton, who had actually paid for them, 120 oak trees from the said forest of Wyresdale, selected among the properest and aptest, such as the said John will designate. And 36. Mind not to fail to act thus, nor cause that the before-mentioned work be thereby delayed in any way. There is no trace in England of establishments founded by the bridge friars, but it is certain that there, as elsewhere, the works for constructing bridges and highways had a pious character. To encourage the faithful to take part in them, Richard de Kellaw, Bishop of Durham from 1311 to 1316, remitted part of the penance for their sins. The registry of his episcopal chancery contains frequent entries such as the following. Memorandum. His lordship grants 40 days' indulgence to all who will draw from the treasure, that God has given them valuable and charitable aid towards the building and repair of Bottiton Bridge. 40 days are allowed on another occasion for help towards the bridge and the highroad between Billingham and Norton, and 40 days for the 39 Great Road from Brotherton to Ferrabridge. The wording of this last decree is characteristic. To all those, and see persuaded that the minds of the faithful are more ready to attach themselves to pious works when they have received the salutary encouragement of fuller indulgences, trusting in the mercy of God Almighty, and the merits and prayers of the glorious Virgin his mother, of St. Peter, St. Paul, and of the most holy confessor Cuthbert our patron, and all saints, we remit 40 days of the penances imposed on all our parishioners and others. Sincerely contrite and shriven of their sins, who shall help by their charitable gifts, or by their bodily labor, in the building or in the maintenance of the causeway between Brotherton and Ferrabridge, on which a great many people pass. Illustration 6. The Valanter Bridge at Cahors. 13th century, photographed by Mr. Enlart, director of the Trocadero Museum. Causeways, owing to the abundance of marshy ground, since drained, were scarcely less needed than bridges, and were also considered a meritorious work. A passage in Leland well shows what they consisted of, how much wanted, and what a proper object they were, for generous-minded, pious benefactors. This causey by Skipbridge towards York hath 19 small bridges on it for avidinge and overpassage cars coming out of the morays thereby. One Blackburn, that was twice mayor of York, made this causey and a Nothar without one of the suburbs of York. This Blakeburn hath a solemnity obiit in the Minster of York and a cantuary at Rickymond. Municipal bodies, as well as guilds, those lay brotherhoods imbued with the religious spirit, took care also in many cases of roads and bridges. The Guild of the Holy Cross in Birmingham, founded under Richard Roman II, did this, and their intervention was most valuable, as the 40 commissioners of Edward Roman VI remarked 2 centuries later. The Guild then maintained and kept in good reparations 2 great stone bridges, and divers foul and dangerous highways, the charge whereof the town of itself was not able to maintain. So that the lackey thereof will be great nuisance to the king's motais, subjects passing to and from the marches of Wales and in Vteter Rhine to the same town, being one of the fairest and most profitable towns to the king's highness in all the shire. An example of municipal action can be found in the ordinances of Worcester, prescribing that the Brugge bridge may be oversaen at alle times for the shirt of the sight, and that the reparation of the said Brugge be overlooked by the chamberlains every quarter. Whether Queen Mathilda, 12th century, got wetted or not, as is supposed, on passing the ford of the river at Stratford-y-Tebow, that same village where afterwards the French was spoken at which old Chaucer smiled, certain it is that she thought she was doing a meritorious work in constructing 2 bridges there. Several times repaired, Bow Bridge was still standing in 1839. The Queen endowed her foundation, granting land and a watermill to the Abbess of Barking with a perpetual charge thereon for the maintenance of the bridge and the neighboring roadway. When the Queen died, an abbey for men was founded at the same Stratford, close to the bridges, and the abbess hastened to transfer to the new monastery the property in the mill and the charge of the reparations. The abbot had them done at first. 41 then wearied of it, and delegated the care of them to one Godfrey Pratt. He had built this man a house on the causeway beside the bridge and paid him an annual grant. For a long time Pratt carried out the contract, getting assistance, says an inquiry of Edward I, from some passers-by, but without often having recourse to their aid. He also received alms from travelers, and his affairs prospered. They prospered so well that the abbot thought he would withdraw his pension. Pratt indemnified himself the best way he could. He set up iron bars across the bridge and made all pay who passed over except the rich, for he prudently made exception for nobility. He feared them and let them pass without molesting them. The dispute only ended in the time of Edward Roman II. The abbot acknowledged his fault, resumed the charge of the bridge, and suppressed the iron bars, the toll, and Godfrey Pratt himself. Illustration 7. Bow Bridge as it stood before its demolition in 1839. From a print dated 1831. This bridge, over which no doubt Chaucer must have passed, was of stone, the arches were narrow and the piers thick. Strong angular buttresses strengthened them and broke the force of the current. These formed at the upper part a triangle or siding which served as a refuge for foot passengers, for the way was so narrow that a cart sufficed to fill it. When it was pulled down in 1839, it was found that the method of construction had been very simple. To ground the piers in the bed of the river, the masons had simply thrown down stones and mortar till the level of the water had been reached. 42. It was remarked also that the ill will of Pratt, or the abbot, or their successors, must have rendered the bridge almost as dangerous at certain moments as the primitive ford. The wheels of the vehicles had hollowed such deep ruts in the stone, and the horses' shoes had so worn the pavement that an arch had been at one time pierced through. No less striking as a case where pious motives caused the building of a bridge is the contract of the 13th century, by which Reginald de Rosales allowed Peter, abbot of Whitby, to erect a permanent bridge on the river Esk, between his own and the convent's lands. He pledged himself in that act to permit to all comers free access to the bridge through his own property. For which concession, the aforesaid abbot and convent have absolved in chapter all the ancestors of the same Reginald of all fault and transgression they may have committed against the Church of Whitby, and have made them participant of all the good works, alms, and prayers of the Church of Whitby. Numerous other examples of the same sort might be quoted, but it will be enough to add, as being perhaps more characteristic of the times than all the rest, the recommendations which truth in the vision concerning Piers the Plowman makes to the wealthy English merchants, the number of whom had so largely increased during the 14th century. Truth bids them to do several works of charity, which he considers of the highest importance for their salvation. They ought, among other things, to amenden messendia, that is, hospitals for sick people and for travelers, to repair wicked ways, that is to say, bad roads, and also briges to broke by the hayways amend in so manner wise. 43. For this and for helping prisoners, poor scholars, etc., they will have no little recompense. When they are about to die, Saint Michael himself will be sent to drive away devils, that they be not tormented by evil spirits in their last moments. And ich shall send yow myself, Saint Mitchell Min, angel that no devil shall yow dare nie despair in your dange, and send your souls there ich myself dwell. The pious character of the bridges was also shown by the chapels that stood on them. Bow Bridge was thus placed under the protection of St. Catherine. London Bridge had a chapel dedicated to St. Thomas of Canterbury, a roomy Gothic building of apsidal form with high windows and wrought pinnacles, almost a church. A miniature in a manuscript, of which a reproduction on a reduced scale is given at the beginning of this chapter, shows it fixed on the middle pier, whilst along the parapet are houses with gabled roofs, whose stories project and overhang the Thames. This was a famous bridge. No Englishman of the Middle Ages, and even of the Renaissance, ever spoke but with pride of London Bridge. It was the great national wonder. Until the middle of the 18th century, it remained, with the exception of some small ones which have disappeared as well as the narrow waters that they crossed, the only bridge of the capital. It had been commenced in 1176, on the site of an old wooden 44 structure, dating back to Saxon times, by Peter Colchurch, priest and chaplain, who had already once repaired the wooden bridge. The whole nation was stirred by this great and useful enterprise. The king, the citizens of London, the dwellers in the shires endowed the building with lands and sent money to hasten its completion. The list of donors was still to be seen in the 16th century, on a table fare written for posterity, in the bridge chapel. A little while before his death in 1205, another had taken the place of Peter Colchurch, then very old, as director of the works. King John, who was in France, struck with the beauty of the bridges of that country, and having heard of the magnificent Bridge of Saints which lasted till the middle of the 19th century, and which was approached by a Roman triumphal arch, chose, as successor to Colchurch, a Frenchman called Isembert, master of the Saints' schools, 1202. Isembert, who had given proof of his capacity in the bridges of La Rochelle and of saints, set out with his assistants, furnished with a royal patent addressed to the mayor and inhabitants of London. John Lackland therein vaunted the skill of the master, a man, he said, of both knowledge and honesty, and declared that the revenue arising from the houses that he would build upon the bridge should be consecrated forever to the maintenance of an edifice, so necessary for you, and for all those passing thereby. Illustration 8. Part of London Bridge with the drawbridge and Nonsuch House. As it stood about A.D. 1600. 47. The bridge was finished in 1209, when 4 worthy merchants of London had become principal maisters of that work. It was furnished with houses, a chapel, and defensive towers. It immediately became celebrated, and was the admiration of all England. The Scot, Sir David Lindesay, Earl of Crawford, having fallen out with Lord Wells, ambassador at the Scottish court, a duel was decided on, and Lindesay chose London Bridge as the place of combat, 1390. He crossed the length of the kingdom, supplied with a safe conduct from King Richard Roman II, and the duel solemnly came off at the place fixed in the presence of an immense concourse. The first shock was so violent that the lances were shivered, but the Scotchman remained immovable in his saddle. The people, fearing for the success of the English diplomat, shouted that his adversary was tied to his horse against all rules. Hearing this, Lindesay, by way of reply, leapt lightly to the ground, with one bound returned to the saddle, and charging his adversary anew, overthrew and grievously wounded him. The houses built on the bridge were several stories high. They had cellars in the thickness of the piers. When the inhabitants needed water, they lowered their buckets by ropes out of the windows and filled them in the Thames. Sometimes they helped with their ropes poor fellows whose boat had capsized. The arches were narrow, and it was not uncommon in the dark for a boat to strike against the piers and be dashed to pieces. The Duke of Norfolk and several others were saved in this manner in 1428, but some of their companions were drowned. At other times, the inhabitants themselves had need of help, for it happened occasionally that the houses, badly repaired, leaned forward and fell in 1/48 block into the river. A catastrophe of this kind took place in 1481. One of the 20 arches of the bridge, the 13th from the city side, formed a drawbridge to allow boats to pass, and also to close the approach to the town. This was the obstacle which in 1553 hindered the insurgents led by Sir Thomas Wyatt from entering London. Beside the movable arch rose a tower on the summit of which the executioner long placed the heads of decapitated criminals. That of the Lord Chancellor, Sir Thomas More, bled for a time on the end of a pike on this tower before it was redeemed by Margaret Roper, the daughter of the thinker who had written Utopia. Travelers wondered at the gruesome sight. In London, wrote Joseph Justus Scaliger, who visited the city in 1566, there ever were many heads on the bridge. I have seen there, as it were of ships, and at the top of them quarters of men's corpses. In 1576, this tower of somber memories was splendidly reconstructed. The new one, containing fine rooms, flooded with light by innumerable windows, was entirely of wood, carved and gilt, in the paper-work style popular in Elizabeth's time, censured by Steady Harrison. It was called Nonsuch House. The heads of the traitors, sometimes saints, were no more to pollute a building so cheerful in aspect. They were placed on the next tower on the Southwark side. 4 years after this change, fashionable Liley, the 49, Euphuist ended one of his books with a triumphal praise of England, its products, its universities, its capital, adding, "Among all the strange and beautiful shows, methinketh there is none so notable as the bridge which crosseth the Thames, which is in manner of a continual street, well replenished with large and stately houses on both sides, and situate upon 20 arches, whereof each one is made of excellent free stone squared, ewery one of them being 80 foot in height, and full 20 in distance one from another." The same arrangement prevailed in the case of important bridges in many countries. In Paris, the Notre Dame bridge had the appearance of a street with 68 houses built on it. The bridge at Poissy and others were of the same sort, the most famous of those which remain being the Ponte Vecchio in Florence. Even at the time when Liley praised London Bridge as deserving a place among the strange and beautiful 50 shows of the city, and Stowe described it as a work very rare, the structure was giving more and more frequent signs of decay. Ben Jonson describes a little later his pennyboy senior as minding A courtesy no more than, London Bridge what arch was mended last? Upon which that sour-mouthed reformer of poetry, and of bridges, William Gifford, observed in his day, 200 years have nearly elapsed since this was written, and the observation still holds. This pernicious structure has wasted more money in perpetual repairs than would have sufficed to build a dozen safe and commodious bridges, and cost the lives, perhaps, of as many thousand people. This may seem little to those whom it concerns, but there is blood on the city, and a heavy account is before them. Had an alderman or a turtle been lost there, the nuisance would have been long removed. Without specifying whether it was out of fear of Gifford, or interest in the aldermanic turtle, or perhaps some higher motives too, the proper authorities took radical measures as to the bridge in the first part of the 19th century. An attempt was first made to preserve it with the houses taken down, and broad, solid arches replacing the old ones in the center of the stream. It had finally to be removed altogether. The present bridge, built near the site of the old one, replaced the strange and beautiful show of Lilian days, the pernicious structure of Jeffordian ones, and was opened to circulation in 1831, the expense having been £1,458,311. It must now live 5 centuries more to equal the longevity of its predecessor. Illustration 9. Taking down the houses on Old London Bridge. From a watercolor painting by C. Pine. This had been, all its life long, an exceptional bridge, 53 with a biography of its own, worthy of a biographer, which it got. The others presented a less grandiose appearance. People were even very glad to find bridges like the one at Stratford-at-Bow, in spite of its want of width and its deep ruts, or like the wooden bridge over the dike with arches so low and narrow that all water traffic was interrupted by any slight rising of the level of the water. The state of this last bridge, which, in truth, was more of a hindrance than a help to communications, at length excited the indignation of neighboring counties. During the 15th century, it was granted, therefore, to the inhabitants upon their pressing request, that they might reconstruct the bridge with a movable arch for boats. In the same way disappeared, also in the 15th century, a bridge described by Leland in his Itinerary as having been a poor bridge of timber and no cossie to come to it, which crossed the Avon at Stratford. It was in such a state that many poor folkies and author refussed to come to Stratford when Avon was up, or coming thither stood in jeopardy of life. The rich Sir Hugh of Clopton, sometime mayor of London, who was born at Clopton near Stratford, and died in 1497, moved by the danger of his compatriots, and having never wife nor children, converted a great piece of his substance in good works in Stratford, first making a sumptuous new bridge and large of stone, where in the middle be a Roman 6 great arches for the main stream of Avon, and at each end certain small arches to bear the cossie, and so to pass commodiously at such times as the river risseth. This same bridge is still in use, and well deserves the praise bestowed upon it by Leland. But fine as it, 54, is, one would have less regretted its disappearance than the destruction of a pretty house of brick and timber, built by the same Hugh of Clopton with the purpose of ending his days in it. That house was purchased afterwards, also with the intent of ending his life in it, by a certain countryman of Hugh, who has since become famous enough, William Shakespeare, who repaired the house, then called New Place, and died in it in the year 1616. The calling in of the foreign cleric Icembert to superintend the works of London Bridge seems to have been exceptional. The building of ordinary bridges was usually entrusted to local craftsmen or masons, and it would have been strange indeed if the people who could raise such splendid cathedral naves all over England had been at a loss to span rivers with bridges. One of the few indentures for the building of a bridge which have come down to us concerns the reconstruction of Catterick Bridge, Yorkshire, in 1422, on the Great Roman Road, the Erming Street, and the contractors seem to have been English. The document is curious in many respects. The contract binds several authorities on the one hand, and though Ampleford, John Garrett, and Robert Monsell masons, on the other. It is stated in it, yet ye foresaids though, John and Rob, shall make a brig of Stane Arre, over ye water of Swallowtech Catterick betwixt ye old Stane brig, and ye new brig of tree of wood. Quilk for said brig, with ye grace of God, sall be made sufficient manly in mason craft accordend in substance to Barnacasell brig, after ye ground and ye water accords of twa pillars, twa land staiths abutments, and 3 arches. The deed goes on to give a minute account of the way in which every part of the work must be performed, of the material that will be used, and of the time when the bridge must be entirely finished and open to circulation. And ye 57 says John, though, and Rob, shall this foresaid brig sufficiently in masoncraft make and fully perfurnist in all parties, and holy and did be ye fest of St. Mitchell ye Archangel Quilk, yt shall fall in ye year of our Lord God Emla XIVth. It is understood besides that they will receive in payment, at certain fixed dates, gowns, and also sums of money, the total of which will be 260 marks sterling. Illustration 10. Hugh of Clopton's Bridge at Stratford-on-Avon. 15th century. The bridge built by the 3 masons, John, Thomas, and Robert, is still in existence, but it has undergone great and grievous alterations. We have already seen some examples of the means employed at this period to secure the maintenance of these valuable constructions, when that maintenance had to be ensured by something more than the charges incident to the ownership of the neighboring lands, trinota necessitas. We know that it was sometimes provided through indulgences promised to benefactors, sometimes by the action of guilds or municipalities, sometimes also by the endowments with which one of the great would enrich the bridge founded by him. But without speaking of occasional gifts, several other methods were employed with success, even with profit, such as the lawful levying of those tolls which Godfrey Pratt had arbitrarily imposed on his fellow citizens, or the collection of pious offerings made at the chapel of the bridge and to its warden. The right of toll was called brudthal, bridgetoll, or pontagium. The grantee, to whom the benefit went, bound himself in return to make all the necessary repairs. Sometimes the king accorded the right as a favor during a certain period, as appears, for example, from the 58 following petition, which is of the time of Edward I or Edward Roman II. To our Lord the King, praise his vassal William of Latimer Lord of Yarm, that he will grant him pontage for 5 years at the bridge of Yarm, which is broken down, where men were wont to pass with carts and with horses on the king's highway between the water of Tees towards Scotland. May it please him to do this for the soul of Madame his consort, who is to God commended, and for the common profit of the people who pass. The king's reply was favorable. The king grants the pontage for the term. Some of the tariffs in force at certain bridges during the 14th century have come down to us and have been printed. The most detailed of these is of the year 1306 and concerns London Bridge. It is annexed to a patent of Edward I and enumerates not only passengers, carriages, and animals of every quality or description, but also every sort of saleable, where which may pass either on or under the bridge, though it may seem somewhat unfair to have drawn money from shipmen towards the expenses of a structure that was their most formidable competitor. This list, which is a great help in forming an exact idea of the commodities brought 59 to London by land or by river, covers no less than 4 pages of printed matter, including coal, timber, beer, wines, horses, cattle, pigs, grain, sheep, butter and cheese, fish, furs and skins, metal pots and cups, millstones, silk and other cloths, etc. The place they come from is sometimes mentioned: Northampton, Flanders, Normandy. Another very curious petition, 1334, will show the use of the other mode, that is, the collection of voluntary offerings from charitable passers-by. The share of the clergy in the care of these buildings, the greediness with which the profitable right of collecting the gifts was disputed, and the embezzlements sometimes resulting therefrom are to be noticed. To our Lord the King and his council showeth their poor chaplain, Robert Lefenner, parson of the Church of St. Clement, of Huntingdon, of the Diocese of Lincoln, that there is a little chapel lately built in his parish on the bridge of Huntingdon, the keeping of which chapel our Lord the King has granted and delivered during pleasure to one Sir Adam, warden of the house of St. John of Huntingdon, who receives and takes away all manner of offerings and alms without doing anything for the repair of the bridge or of the said chapel, as he is bound to do. On the other hand, it seems hurtful to God and Holy Church that offerings should be appropriated to anyone, except to the parson within whose parish the chapel is founded. Wherefore the said Robert prays, for God and Holy Church, and for the souls of our Lord the King's father and his ancestors, that he may have the keeping of the said chapel annexed to his church, together with the charge of the bridge, And he will take heed with all care to maintain them well, with better will than any stranger, for the profit and honor of Holy Church, to please God and all people passing that way. 60. This jumble of human and divine interests, from the birthplace, that was to be of Oliver Cromwell, was submitted to the usual examination, and the request was set aside, with the following note: Non est petitio parlamenti. It is not a petition for Parliament. In many cases, the bridge was itself at once proprietor of real estate and beneficiary of the offerings made to its chapel, and sometimes also grantee of a right of toll. It had income from both civil and religious sources. Such were notably the bridges of London, of Rochester, of Bedford, and many others. John de Bodenho, chaplain, explains to Parliament that the inhabitants of Bedford hold their own town at farm from the king, and have undertaken to maintain their bridge. For this they assigned certain tenements and rents in the said town to support it, and with their alms have newly built an oratory on the side of the water belonging to Lord Mowbray, by leave of the Lord, adjoining the said bridge. The burgesses gave to the plaintiff the charge of the reparations, together with the whole revenues. But the priest John of Derby represented to the king that it was a royal chapel which he might dispose of, and the king has given it to him, which is very unjust, since the chapel is not the king's. Even those who founded it are still living. All these reasons were found good. The judges were ordered to grant the plaintiff's plea, and 61 were reprimanded for not having done it sooner, as had already been prescribed to them. Enriched by so many offerings, protected by the Trinota necessitas, and by the common interest of the landed proprietors, these bridges should have been continually repaired and have remained sound. But there was nothing of the sort, and the distance between legal theory and actual practice was great. When the taxes were regularly collected and honestly applied, they usually sufficed to support the building. Even the right of collecting them, being in itself profitable, was, as has been seen, strongly contested for. But the example of Godfrey Pratt and of some others has already shown that all the wardens were not honest. Many, even in the highest positions, imitated Godfrey. London Bridge itself, so rich, so useful, so admired, was in constant need of repairs, never done until danger was imminent or even a catastrophe had happened. Henry Roman III granted the farm of the bridge revenues to his beloved wife, who neglected to maintain it, and appropriated to herself without scruple the rents of the building. None the less did the king renew his patent at the expiration of the term, that his said beloved might benefit from a richer favor. The result was not long awaited. It was soon found that the bridge was in ruins, and to restore it the ordinary resources were not enough. It was necessary to send collectors throughout the country to gather offerings from those willing to give. Edward I, in January 1281, begged his subjects to hasten. The bridge would give way if they did not send prompt assistance. He ordered the archbishops, bishops, all the clergy, to allow his collectors to address the people freely with pious exhortations, that the subsidies should be craved without delay. But nevertheless the supplies arrived too late. The catastrophe had already happened. A sudden, 62, ruin had befallen the bridge, and to repair this misfortune the king established a special tax upon the passengers, merchandise, and boats, February 4, 1282, which tax was imposed again, and the new tariff aforementioned was put into force on May 7, 1306. What this sudden ruin was we learn from Stowe's Annals. The winter had been very severe, the frost and snow had caused great cracks in the floor of the bridge, so that towards the Feast of the Purification, February 2, 5 of the arches fell in. Many other bridges, too, in the country had suffered damage. Rochester Bridge had even entirely fallen. It may be imagined what fate awaited unendowed country bridges. The alms from the passers-by proved insufficient, so that little by little, nobody repairing them, the arches wore through, the parapets were detached, not a cart passed, but fresh stones disappeared in the river, and soon carriages and riders could not venture without danger over the half-demolished building. If moreover a flood should occur, all was over with the bridge, and often with the imprudent or hurried travelers who might be crossing late in the evening. An accident of this kind was brought up for his justification by a chamberlain of North Wales, from whom Edward Roman III claimed 100 marks. The chamberlain averred that he had duly sent the money by his clerk, William of Markelly, but alas, the said William was drowned in Severn, at Moanford Bridge, by the rising flood of water, and could not be found, so that he was devoured by beasts. Thus the said 100 marks chanced to be 63 lost. At that time there were still wolves in England, and the disappearance of the body, with the 100 marks, though even then wolves did not feed on marks, would appear less unlikely than at present. In those days neglect attained a degree now impossible, and which we can scarcely imagine. The commons of the counties of Nottingham, Derby, and Lincoln, and of the town of Nottingham, declare to the good Parliament of 1376 that there is near the town of Nottingham a great bridge over the Trent, called XIVth Bridge, to the making and repair of which nobody is bound, and alms only are collected, by which bridge all the comers and goers between the north and the south parts should have their passage. This bridge is ruinous, and oftentimes have several persons been drowned, as well horsemen as carts, man, and harness. The complainants pray for power to appoint 2 bridge wardens, who shall administer the property that will be given in view of its maintenance, for God and as a work of charity. But the king did not accede to their request. Or maybe it happened that the riverside proprietors let their obligation fall into oblivion, even when it was at the beginning formal and precise enough. The legislator had, however, taken some precautions. He had inscribed bridges on the list of the articles for those inquiries periodically opened in England by the justices in eyre, sheriffs, and bailiffs, as we shall see further on, but those concerned found means to defraud the law. People had been so long used to see ruin menace the edifice that when it actually did give way, no one could say who ought to have repaired it. It then became 64 necessary to apply to the king for a special inquiry, and to seek on whom lay the service. Parliament thus decides in 1339 on the demand of the prior of St. Neots. Item, let there be good and true men assigned to survey the bridge and causeway of St. Neots, whether they be broken down and carried away by the rising of the waters, as the prior alleges, or not. And in case they are broken down and carried away, to inquire who ought and was used to have it repaired, and who is bound of right to do it, and how the bridge and roadway may be remade and repaired. And what they find they shall return into the chancery. In consequence of such inquests, the persons charged with the maintenance being determined by the findings of a jury convened on the spot, a tax is levied upon them for the carrying out of the repairs. But they often protest and refuse to pay. They are sued, they appeal to the king. Horse, cart, anything that may come to hand, and which belongs to them is promptly seized to be sold for the benefit of the bridge. The dispute drags on, and meanwhile the edifice gives way. Hamo de Morstan, for example, in the 11th year of Edward Roman II, complains that his horse has been taken from him. Called to justify themselves, Simon Porter and 2 others who have made the seizure explain that there is a bridge at Shoreham, called the Long Bridge, which is half destroyed. Now it has been found that the building ought to be restored at the expense of the tenants of the Archbishop of Canterbury. Hamo, who is one of them, having refused to pay his part of the contribution, Simon and the others took the horse. They acted by order of a bailiff, and their conduct is vindicated. Another case of the same period is that of the abbot of Coggeshall, who, after a similar inquest, refused to execute any 65 repairs to a bridge near his lands under pretext that within memory of man there had been no other bridge over the river than a certain plank of board, and that at all times it had been found sufficient for horsemen and pedestrians. Innumerable are the examples of inquests of this sort and of the difficulties in executing the measures decided on. Owing to these several causes, the chronicle history of even the most important English bridges, when it is possible to trace it, is a long tale of crumblings into the river, rebuildings and repairs, and ever-occurring catastrophes. Sometimes when the damage was great, and much money was needed and was not forthcoming, a ferry was established as a substitute for the late bridge, and remained in use for years and years together. Such a series of events is offered by the history of the bridge on the Tweed at Berwick, which was one of the longest in England. The first time we hear of it is in the year 1199, and the news is that it gave way at that date, owing to a rise of the river. It was rebuilt and gave way again. Sometimes it was rebuilt of wood and sometimes of stone. Occasionally it fell altogether from end to end, and then a ferry was established and was maintained for a long period. This was the case in 1294, when great harm was done by the inundations. Where the bridge fell at this time, says the latest historian of Berwick, there it lay for many years. The only method of crossing was by ferry boats, worked from both sides of the river, while the ferry in times of danger was defended by soldiers. Thus, in Sir Robert Heron's The Controller, Book of Bills for 1310, there is allowed 1/2 quarter of peas to each of 6 crossbowmen, one of them being John Sharp Arrow, guarding the ferry of the Tweed at Berwick. The ferry, 66, follows vicissitudes scarcely less numerous than the bridge itself, and disputes arise as to the right of working it, or rather of collecting its tolls. The revenues of the bridge, now that there is no longer any bridge, are also a matter of difficulty, and the king has to interfere to settle the question of the rents of houses and of fisheries belonging to the ruined monument. In 1347, at last the citizens of the town began to think seriously of rebuilding their bridge, and the king granted them the right of collecting towards the expenses a toll of 6d on every ship entering their harbor. The bridge was then rebuilt, but not in such a way as not to fall again, which has since happened to it many times. Not less doleful is the story of the bridge on the Dee at Chester, of which we hear in the Chronicles for the first time in 1227 and 1297, on account of its being carried away by the water, and the same may be said of many of the bridges of medieval England, especially the longer ones. When rebuilding had to be done, people generally did not care to remove what remained of the old monument, for which reason, when a bridge has broken down in our time, it has been often found that it was made of an accumulation of superimposed bridges. Of this, the bridge over the Tyne, between Newton Abbot and Teignmouth, rebuilt in 1815, is an example. It became, in this case, apparent that 4 successive bridges at least had been at various times erected with or over the remains of previous constructions. Mr. P.T. Taylor, who investigated the matter at that time, gave as his opinion that the last or upper work was done in the 16th century, and that the Red Bridge had been built on the Salt Marsh in the 13th century, since which time there has been an accumulation of soil to the depth of 10 feet. He supposes the wooden bridge to be as old, 69, as the Conquest, and the white stone bridge to have been a Roman work. Illustration 11, the chapel on the bridge at Wakefield. 14th century, present state. Given these circumstances, it is rather a matter of surprise than otherwise to find that a good number of medieval bridges still subsist in England, the more so as the 19th century has been a great destroyer of bridges. The enormous increase of population and the proportionate want of means of communication during that period has proved fatal to many bridges, and especially to the more famous and important ones which had been built in the more largely populated districts. Owing to such necessities, London Bridge itself has disappeared, and even the recollection of the long years, during which it had been, so to say, a factor in English history and associated with the life of the nation, could not save it. Many others had the same fate, or were, at least, as at Norwich, Durham, Chester, Wakefield, Monmouth, and elsewhere, partly rebuilt or enlarged, not always in such a way as to retain much of their pristine appearance. For all that, however, enough of them remain to give an accurate idea of what they were, without having recourse merely to descriptions or drawings in contemporary manuscripts. None, it is true, can for elegance and completeness compete with such bridges as are still to be found in France. For example, with the magnificent 13th century bridge of Valentré at Cahors, of which a picture has been given above, p. 37. Those that remain are sufficient, nevertheless, to testify to the skill of Old English architects in that branch of their art. As might have been expected, these bridges abound chiefly in those parts of the country where the increase of traffic and population has been the least conspicuous, on roads little more frequented today than in the Middle Ages, which then led to strong castles or flourishing monasteries, and only lead now to 70 ivy-clad ruins. For this reason, they are more numerous in some parts of Wales than anywhere in England. In several cases, the chapels which placed them under the protection of a saint, and where offerings were collected, have escaped the hand of the restorer and are still extant. There is one of the 15th century at Rotherham, Yorkshire, a chapel of stone well wrought, says Leland. Another, a fine small one, is to be seen on the bridge at Bradford-on-Avon, Wiltshire. A third, a very tall structure, stands on the middle of the bridge at St. Ives, Huntingdonshire. But the finest example by far is the chapel on the bridge at Wakefield, both chapel and bridge dating from the 14th century. Leland mentions them as the fair bridge of stone of 9 arches, under which runneth the river of Calder, and on the east side of this bridge is a right goodly chapel of Our Lady and 2 cantuary priests founded in it. This foundation was made about 1358. Edward Roman III, by a charter dated at Wakefield, settled £10 per annum on William Kay and William Bull, and their successors forever to perform divine service in a chapel of St. Mary newly built on the bridge at Wakefield. In our century, the bridge has been widened towards the west, the arches being round on that side and having been left Gothic on the other. The chapel, the foundations of which rest on an island in the river, was repaired in 1847, but its original style was carefully respected. The greatest change is in the surroundings, where nothing recalls either Dr. Primrose or the clear 73 waters of Plantagenet times, and the smoke and refuse of innumerable manufactures blacken the bridge, the chapel, the river, and even the sky itself. Illustration 12. The bridge with a defensive tower at Warkworth, Northumberland. 14th century, present state. Several specimens also remain of bridges with the triangular recesses we have mentioned, left on the top of the piers for the safety of foot passengers. Among many other examples may be quoted the beautiful 14th century bridge at Warkworth, Northumberland, which also deserves notice for another characteristic much more rarely to be met with, that is, the preservation of the tower built at one end for its defense. Most of the bridges of any importance were protected in this way, which, as the country became quieter, was found useless. The consideration that they were ornamental rarely sufficed to prevent their being pulled down. Those at Chester were removed in 1780 to 1784. Those at York were demolished with the bridge itself, of the 13th century, at the beginning of the 19th. The Durham one, built on Framwellgate Bridge in 1760. The beautiful fortified entrance to one of the 2 bridges at Shrewsbury disappeared in the same century, as well as the whole structure, with the picturesque old houses it bore. It must be conceded that those towers were sometimes very inconvenient. A witness of the fact told me that, quite recently, a gypsy's caravan was stopped at the tower on Warkworth Bridge, being unable to pass under it owing to the lowness of the arch. The pavement had to be hollowed out to allow of the caravan's proceeding on its way. The best example of a defensive tower is the machicolated one at Monmouth, on the Mono Bridge. Except for the opening of passages to be used by people on foot, the fortified gate looks as it did in the middle 74 ages. The bridge itself, familiar to the Monmouth-born Prince Hal of Shakespeare and of England, has been, however, widened, as at Wakefield and elsewhere. The ribs of the ancient arches are still visible within the modern ones. In Elizabethan times, defensive towers for bridges continued to be built, but in poetry only. Spenser raised, in his lines, a beautiful structure of Doric style, as befitted the Renaissance days in which he lived, at the entrance to the island of Venus. It was a bridge ybuilt in goodly wise, with curious corbs and pendants graven fair, and arched all with porches, did arise on stately pillars, frammed after the Doric guise. And for defense thereof, on th. other end there reared was a castle fair and strong, that warded all which in and out did wend, and flanked both the bridge's sides along. But except as castles in the air, such fortifications were no longer in demand. The rarest of all bridges are, nowadays in England, those having houses on them, as was the fashion in the Middle Ages. The picturesque High Bridge at Lincoln, originally built in the 12th century, still preserves the lodgings built over it. A solitary house remains on XIVth Bridge at Durham, and the only bridge of some length with a complete row of houses is a comparatively recent one, being the familiar Pulteney Bridge built at Bath by William Pulteney in the 18th century. 75. Illustration 13. The defensive tower on the Mono Bridge, Monmouth. 77. The more numerous of the medieval bridges still in existence are those of one arch. There are many of them in Wales, some being most elegant and picturesque, such as the famous Devil's Bridge over the Minack, near Aberystwyth. In England, the largest is the one over the moat of Norwich Castle, and the most curious the 3-branched one at Crowland, this last belonging in its actual state to the 14th century. It is no longer used, as no road passes over it and no water under. Another of the finest, and one of the least known, crosses the Esk near Danby Castle, Yorkshire. Its date is about 1385. The arms of Neville, Lord Latimer, who had it built, are yet to be seen at the top of the parapet. Illustration 14. The bridge near Danby Castle, Yorkshire. 14th century. Lastly, a word may be said of the larger bridges, most, 78 of which have unfortunately undergone great alterations and repairs. Besides the Wakefield Bridge above mentioned, there is one over the Dee at Chester, part of which is as old as the 13th century, thoroughly repaired since Ormerod disrespectfully described it as a long fabric of red stone extremely dangerous and unsightly. At Durham, there are the Framwellgate and Elvet bridges, both originally built in the 12th century. A six-arched bridge, rebuilt in the 15th century, exists at Hereford. Another, repaired in 1449 with the help of indulgences, remains at Bidford. A four-arched one, built in the 14th century, over the Dee is to be seen at Llangollen, being one of the THLWS Cymru, or Three Beauties of Wales. The arches are irregular in size, for the builder, in this and many other cases, minding more the solidity of the structure than its regularity, erected the piers at the places where the presence of rocks in the bed of the river made it most convenient. A very noteworthy one is the 13th century bridge over the Nith at Dumfries, in Scotland, which had formerly 13 arches, 7 of which only are now in use. It was long considered the finest after that of London. Other medieval bridges of several arches remain at Huntingdon, at St. Ives, at Norwich Bishop's Bridge, at Potter Heigham. A most picturesque one at Tewkesbury, etc. The Tewkesbury one, with the middle arch enlarged in modern times, but the 79 triangular recesses for foot passengers still in use, dates back to King John, Test Leland, whose biography of the bridge shows that it went through the vicissitudes usual in the life of such buildings. King John, being Earl of Gloucester, by his wife caused the bridge of Tewkesbury to be made of stone. He that was put in trust to do it first made a stone bridge over the Gret Poor of Booth the Arms by north and west, and after, to speed and spare money, he made at the north end a wad bridge of a great length for Soden land waters, putting the residue of the money to making of the Castle of Hanley. King John gave to the maintenance of this bridge the whole toll of the Wednesday and Saturday markets in the town, the which they yet possess, turning it rather wholly to their own profit than reparation of the bridge. The maintenance of the roads much resembled that of the bridges, that is to say, it greatly depended upon chance, opportunity, or the goodwill or piety of those to whom the adjoining land belonged. In the case of roads, as of bridges, petitions were sent to Parliament asking that a tax be levied for the repair of the road upon those who used it. An early attempt at the establishment of that toll system which survived in England until the highways were disturnpiked in the second half of the 19th century. Walter Goldlack of Walingford prays for the establishment of a custom to be 80 collected from every cart of merchandise using the road between Jowermersh and Newenham on account of the depth and for the repair of the said way. Reply: the king will do nothing therein. Again, a lady arrogates to herself the right to levy a tax on all comers. To our lord the king show the commonalty of the people of Nottinghamshire passing between Kelm and Newer, that whereas the king's highway between the said two towns has been wont to be for all persons freely to pass, on horseback, in carts, and on foot from time immemorial, the Lady of Egram has got hold to herself of the said road in severalty, taking from those passing along their grievous ransoms and exactions, in disheritance of the king and his crown, and to the great hurt of the people. The king orders an inquest. Even a bishop would occasionally set a bad example, though bound more than any to set a good one. The inhabitants of Huntingdonshire and the island of Ely remonstrate in 1314-15, because the men of those parts, either on foot or on horseback, have always used the Horketh causeway, which causeway the bishop of Ely is bound to repair and maintain, they say, for certain rents which he gets. And the causeway is broken by the fault of the bishop, and the same bishop does not allow ships to pass there under the bridge without levying a heavy water tax, Theolonium, which tax ought to be applied to the reparation and maintenance of the same bridge and causeway, and they crave remedy. An inquest is ordered. Sometimes the sheriffs in their turns ordered the levy of taxes on those who did not repair the roads. The law, as we have seen, allowed it. But those who were fined protested before Parliament under the pretext that the 81 roads and the bridges were sufficient enough. Item, humbly pray the commons of your realm, as well spiritual as temporal, complaining that several sheriffs of your kingdom feign and procure presentments in their turns that divers roads, bridges, and causeways are defective from non-reparation, with purpose and intent to immerse abbots, priors, and seculars, sometimes up to £10, sometimes more, sometimes less, and levy the said amercements by their officers called outriders, without delay or any reply of the parties, in places where the said roads, bridges, and causeways are sufficient enough, or perhaps are not in charge of the said immersed men. Reply: let the common law be kept, and the amercements reasonable in this case. Where negligence began, the ruts, or rather the quags, began. Those numerous little subterranean arches, which the foot passenger now does not even notice, made to carry off rivulets dry during a part of the year, did not exist then, and the rivulet flowed through the road. In the East at the present day, the caravaneers talk in the bazaars of the town about the roads and pathways. We speak of them ourselves on returning home, as books of travel show. There, however, a road is often nothing else than a place along which men are accustomed to pass. It little resembles the dignified highways, the idea of which the word road evokes in European minds. During the rainy season, pools of water cut off the ordinary track of the horsemen and camels. They increase little by little, and at 82 length overflow and form temporary rivers. At evening, the sun sets in the heavens and also in the empurpled road. The innumerable puddles along the way, dotting the ground, reflect the red flaming clouds. The wet horses and splashed riders shiver in the midst of all these glimmerings, while overhead and underfoot the two suns approach one another to meet on the horizon. The roads of the Middle Ages sometimes were like those of the modern East. The sunsets were magnificent after showers, but to face long journeys one had to be a robust horseman, inured to fatigue with unshakable health. The usual education and training prepared people, it is true, for all these trials. The roads in England would have been entirely impassable, and religious zeal would, no more than the indulgences of the Bishop of Durham and his peers, have been sufficient to keep them in condition, if the nobility and the clergy, that is to say, the mass of the landed proprietors, had not had an immediate and daily interest in maintaining possible roads. The English kings had had the prudence not to form great compact fiefs like those which they themselves owned in France, and which made of them such dangerous vassals. Their own example had taught them, and from the beginning they are found distributing to the shareholders in that great undertaking, the conquest, domains scattered in every part of the island. This kind of checkered proprietorship, still subsisting in the 14th century, was noticed by Froissart. And several times, he says, giving an account of a talk with his friend and patron, Edward le Despencer, it happened that when I rode about the country with him, for the lands and revenues of the English barons are here and there and much scattered, he called me and said, "Froissart, do you see that great town with the high steeple?" 83. "Yes, my lord," I answered. "Why do you say so?" "I say so because it should be mine, but there was a bad queen in this country who took all from us." And thus, on one occasion or another, did he show me, here and there in England, more than 40 such places. The tragic fated Despensers were not alone in having the lands which they owed to the prince's favor sown, haphazard in every county. All the great of their rank were in the same case. The king himself, with all his court, as well as the landed nobility, ceaselessly went from one country place to another, partly from choice and partly because they could not do otherwise. In times of peace it was a semblance of activity that was not displeasing, but especially it was an economical necessity. All, however rich, were obliged, like landowners of every age, to live upon the produce of their domains, first of one, then of the other. And as they went from place to place, it was very important for them to have passable roads, where their horses would not stumble, and where their baggage wagons, which served for veritable removals, might have a chance of not being overturned. Military necessity, Scottish wars, French wars, Welsh or Irish wars had a similar effect, and so had, to a degree nowadays incredible, the king's passion for hawking. They did not want to be stopped when following their birds by a broken bridge, and they would order the commonalty, whether or not it was bound to do so, to make prompt repairs in view of their coming. Hence Article 23 in the Great Charter, meant to check this 84 propensity. Let no community or man be constrained to make bridges on rivers, except those who were legally bound from old to do so. As late, however, as October 6, 1373, we find that Edward Roman III commanded the Sheriff of Oxfordshire to declare that all bridges should be repaired, and all fords marked out with stakes for the crossing of the king, with his falcons, during the approaching winter season. In the same way, the monks, those vast-landed husbandmen, were much interested in the proper maintenance of the roads. Their agricultural undertakings were of considerable extent. An abbey such as that of Moe, near Beverley, had in the middle of the 14th century, 638 sheep, 515 oxen, and 98 horses, with land in proportion. Besides, as we have seen, the care of watching over the good condition of the roads was more incumbent on the clergy than on any other class, because it was a pious and meritorious work. All these motives combined were enough to provide roads sufficient for the usual needs, but in those days people were content with little. Carts and even carriages were heavy, lumbering, solid machines, which stood the hardest jolts. People of any worth journeyed on horseback, the use of a carriage being exceptional. As to those who traveled on foot, they were used to all sorts of misery. Little then sufficed, and if other proofs were wanting of the state into which the roads were liable to fall, even in the most frequented places, we should find them in a patent of Edward Roman III of November 20, 1353, which orders the paving of the highroad Alta Via, running from Temple Bar to Westminster. This road, being almost a street, had been paved, but the king explains it is so full of holes and bogs, and the pavement is so damaged, 85 and broken, that the traffic has become very dangerous for men and carts. He orders, in consequence, each landowner on both sides of the road to remake, at his own expense, a footway of 7 feet up to the ditch us canalum. The middle of the road, inter canalos, the width of which is unfortunately not given, is to be paved, and the expense covered by means of a tax laid on all the merchandise going to the staple at Westminster. 3 years later, a general tax was laid by the City of London on all carts and horses bringing merchandise or materials of any kind to the town. The regulation which imposed it, of the 30th year of Edward Roman III, first states that all the roads in the immediate environs of London are in such bad condition that the carriers, merchants, etc., are oftentimes in peril of losing what they bring. Henceforth, to help the reparations, a due will be levied on all vehicles and all laden beasts coming to or going from the city, a penny per cart and a farthing per horse each way. Reductions were granted in case of constant traffic. A cart bringing sand, gravel, or clay paid only 3d a week. By an article the unfairness of which had nothing exceptional, the richer were made to pay less than the poorer. But for the carts and horses of great people and other folks that bring their own victuals and other goods for the use and consumption of their own hostels, nothing shall be taken. The environs of Paris about the same time presented roads and bridges quite as badly kept as those in the neighborhood of London. Charles Roman VI, in one of his ordinances, states that the hedges and brambles have greatly encroached on the roads, and that there are even some in the midst of which trees have shot up. 86. Outside the said town of Paris, in several parts of the suburbs, Preface and Vicomte of the same, there are many notable and ancient highways, bridges, lanes, and roads, which are much injured, damaged, or decayed and otherwise hindered, by ravines of water and great stones, by hedges, brambles, and many other trees which have grown there, and by many other supervening hindrances, because they have not been maintained and provided for in time past. And they are in such a bad state that they cannot be securely used on foot or horseback, nor by vehicles, without great perils and inconveniences, and some of them are entirely abandoned because men cannot resort there. The provost of Paris is ordered to cause the repairs to be made by all to whom it pertained, and, if necessary, to compel by force all the inhabitants of the towns in the neighborhood of the bridges and highways to help in the work. Illustration 15. The Parliament sitting at Westminster, Oct. 1399. From the Harl, Ms. 1319, painted circa AD 1400. But what makes us understand better than ordinances the difficulty of journeys in bad weather, and enables us to picture to ourselves flooded roads resembling those of the East in the rainy season, is the impossibility, sometimes acknowledged in official documents, of responding to the most important royal summons. owing to the inclemency of the elements. Thus, for example, it might happen that the bulk of the members called to Parliament from all parts of England would fail at the appointed day, for no other reason than bad weather having, as the event showed, caused the roads to be impassable. The record of the sittings of the Second Parliament of the 13th year of Edward Roman III, 1339, show that it was necessary to declare to the few representatives of the Commons and of the nobility who had been able to reach Westminster, that because the prelates, earls, barons, and 89 other lords and knights of the shires, citizens and burgesses of cities and boroughs were so troubled by the bad weather that they could not arrive that day, it would be proper to await their coming. Yet these members were not poor folks. They had good horses, good coats, thick cloaks covering their necks up to their hats, with large hanging sleeves falling over their knees. No matter, the snow or the rain, the floods or the frost had been the stronger. Battling against the weather that hampered their journey, prelates, barons, or knights halted their steeds at some roadside inn. And as they listened to the tap of the sleet on the wooden panels closing the window, with their feet at the fire in the smoky room while awaiting the subsidence of the waters, they must have thought on the royal displeasure which soon, no doubt, would show itself in the Painted Chamber at Westminster. In short, though there were roads, though land was burdened with service for their support, though laws from time to time recalled their obligations to the owners of the soil, though the private interest of lords and of monks, in addition to the interest of the public, gave occasion to reparation now and then, the fate of the traveler in a snowfall or in a thaw was very precarious. Well might the Church have pity on him and include him together with the sick and the captive among the unfortunates whom she recommended to the daily prayers of pious souls. 90. Illustration 16, a common cart. From the Ms. 10 E. Roman 4, in the British Museum, English, 14th century. Chapter 2. The ordinary traveler and the casual passerby. 1. Thus kept up, the roads stretched away from the towns and plunged into the country, interrupted by rivulets in winter and dotted with holes. The heavy carts slowly followed their devious course, and the sound of creaking wood accompanied the vehicle. These carts were numerous and in very common use. Some were square-shaped timbrels, simple massive boxes made of planks borne on 2 wheels. Others, somewhat lighter, were formed of slats latticed with a willow trellis. To add to their solidity, the wheels were studded with big-headed nails. Both sorts were used for labor in the 91 country. They were to be found everywhere, and as they abounded, their hire was not expensive. 2d for carrying a ton weight a distance of 1 mile was the average price. For carrying corn, it was about a penny a mile per ton. All this does not prove that the roads were excellent, but that these carts, indispensable to agriculture, were numerous. They did not cost much to the villagers, who usually were the makers thereof. They were built solid and massive because they were easier to set up thus and resisted better the jolts of the roads. A modest remuneration would suffice for their owners. The king always employed a number. When he moved from one manor to another, the brilliant cordage of the lords was followed by an army of loud creaking borrowed carts. The official purveyors found the carts wherever they went and freely appropriated them. They exercised their requisitions 10 leagues on either side of the road, followed by the royal convoy. They even took without scruple the carts of travelers who had come perhaps 30 or 40 leagues distance, and whose journey was thus abruptly interrupted. There were indeed statutes against forced loans, which specifically provided that suitable payment should be made, that is to say, 10 pence a day for a cart with 2 horses and 14 pence for a cart with 3 horses. But often no payment came. The poor commons renewed their protests, the Parliament their statutes, and the purveyors their exactions. Besides the carts, they required corn, hay, oats, beer, meat. It was a little army that had to be fed, and the requisitions caused the villagers painful apprehension. People did what they could to be exempted. The simplest way was to bribe the purveyor, but the poor could not. Yet numberless regulations had successively promised, 92, that there should never be any further abuse. The king was powerless. Under an imperfect government, laws created to last forever rapidly lose their vitality, and those made at that time died in a day. Purveyors swarmed. Impostors gave themselves out as king's officers who were not, and did not prove the least greedy. All bought at inadequate prices and limited themselves to fair promises of payment. The Statute of 1330 shows how these payments never came. How also when 25 quarters of corn were taken, only 20 were reckoned, because they were measured by the heaped bushel. In the same way, for hay, straw, etc., the purveyors found means to reckon at a halfpenny what was worth 2 or 3 pence. They ordered that supplies of wine should be held in readiness for them, kept the best for themselves in order to sell it again to their own profit, and exacted payment for returning a part to the original owners, which was a strange reversal of things. The king acknowledged all these evils and decreed reforms accordingly. A little later he did so again, with no more result. In 1362, he declared that henceforth the purveyors should pay ready money at the current market price, and he gravely added, as an important guarantee, that the purveyors should lose their detested name and should be called buyers, that the heinous name of purveyor be changed and named chator, a word reform, if any. Illustration 17, a reaper's cart going uphill. From the Lateral Psalter, 14th century, Vetus de Monumenta, volume Roman 6. The same abuses existed in France, and numerous ordinances may be read in the pages of Isambert, conceived in exactly the same spirit and corresponding to 95 the same complaints. Ordinances of Philip the Fair in 1308, of Louis X in 1342, of Philip Roman 6, who willed that the preneurs pornus, takers for us, should not take unless they had new letters from us, which shows the existence of false purveyors as in England. John of France renews all the restrictions of his predecessors, December 25, 1355, and so on. The king and his lords journeyed on horseback for the most part, but they had carriages too. Nothing gives a better idea of the awkward, cumbersome luxury which gave its splendor to civil life during this century than the structure of these heavy machines. The best had 4 wheels and were drawn by 3 or 4 horses, one behind the other, one of them mounted by a postilion provided with a short-handled whip of many thongs. Solid beams rested on the axles, and above this framework rose an archway rounded like a tunnel and ungainly hole. But the details were extremely elegant. The wheels were carved and their spokes expanded near the hoop into ribs forming pointed arches. The beams were painted and gilded. The inside was hung with those dazzling tapestries, the glory of the age. The seats were furnished with embroidered cushions. A lady might stretch out there, half sitting, half lying. Pillows were placed in the corners as if to invite sleep or meditation. Square windows opened on the sides and were hung with silk curtains. 96. Thus traveled the noble lady, slim in form, tightly clad in a dress which outlined every curve of the body, her long, slender hands caressing the favorite dog or bird. The knight, equally tight in his coat hardie, looked at her with a complacent eye, and, if he knew good manners, opened his heart to his nonchalant companion in long phrases imitated from romances, themselves supposed to imitate the language of his peers. The broad forehead of the lady, who has perhaps coquettishly plucked out some of her hair as well as her eyebrows, a process about which satirists were bitter, brightens up occasionally, and her smile is like a ray of sunshine. Meanwhile the axles groan, the horseshoes crunch the ground, the machine advances by fits and starts, descends into the hollows, bounds all of a piece at the ditches, and comes down with a heavy thud. The knight must speak pretty loud to make his dainty discourse, round table flavored, heard by his companion. So trivial a necessity ever sufficed to break the charm of the most delicate thought. Too many shocks shake the flower, and when the knight presents it, it has lost its perfumed pollen. Illustration 18, an English carriage of the 14th century. From the Lateral Psalter. The possession of such a carriage was a princely luxury. They were bequeathed by will from one to another, and the heirloom was valuable. On September 25, 1355, Elizabeth de Bourgh, Lady Clare, wrote her last will and endowed her eldest daughter with her great carriage, 99, with the covertures, carpets, and cushions. In the 20th year of Richard Roman II, Roger Ruland received £400 sterling for making the Queen's chariot, and John Le Charer, in the 6th of Edward Roman III, received £1,000 for the carriage of the Lady Eleanor. These were enormous sums. In the 14th century, the average price of an ox was 13 shillings, 1 penny farthing, of a sheep, 1 shilling and 5 pence, of a cow, 9 shillings and 5 pence, and a penny for a fowl. Lady Eleanor's carriage thus represented the value of a herd of 1,600 oxen. Scarcely less ornamented were the horse litters sometimes used by people of rank, especially by ladies. They were of the same shape as the carriages, being covered with a sort of rounded vault in which were cut more or less large openings. 2 horses carried them, one before, the other behind, each being placed between the shafts with which the contrivance was provided at both ends. Between these luxurious carriages and the peasants' carts there was nothing analogous to the multitude of middle-class conveyances to which we are now accustomed, the middle class itself being as yet but imperfectly developed. True, there were some not so expensive as 100 those belonging to the princesses of Edward's court, but not many. Every one at this time knew how to ride on horseback, and it was much more practical to use one's mount than the heavy vehicles of the period. One went much faster and was more certain to arrive. The Paston letters show that matters had changed little in the 15th century. John Paston being ill in London, his wife wrote asking him to return as soon as he could bear the horse ride. The idea of returning in a carriage did not even occur to them, yet it was a serious case, a gret dices. Illustration 19. A young squire, Chaucer's squire, travelling on horseback. From the Ellesmere, Ms. Margaret Paston writes on September 28, 1443, "If I might have had my will, I should have seen you ere this time. I would ye were at home, if it were your ease, and your sore might be as well looked to here as it is where 103 ye be, now liefer than a gown though it were of scarlet. I pray you if your sore be whole, and so that ye may endure to ride, when my father comes to London, that ye will ask leave, and come home, when the horse shall be sent home again. For I hope ye should be kept as tenderly here as ye be at London." Illustration 20. Travelling in a horse litter. From the Ms. 118 Franchise, in the Bibliothèque Nationale, late 14th century. Women were accustomed to riding almost as much as men, and when they had to travel, they usually did it on horseback. A peculiarity of their horsemanship, which we have seen of late becoming again the fashion after a lapse of 5 centuries, was that they habitually rode astride. The custom of riding sideways did not spread in England before the latter part of the 14th century, and even then it was not general. In the invaluable manuscript of the Decretals in the British Museum, ladies on horseback are constantly represented, always riding astride. At one place, horses are shown being brought for a knight and a lady. Both saddles are exactly the same, each have tall backs, so as to form a sort of comfortable chair. The numerous ivories of the 14th century in the Victoria and Albert Museum and in the British Museum often represent a lady and her lover, both on horseback and hawking. In almost all cases, the lady unmistakably rides astride. Both ways of riding are shown in the 15th century illuminations in the Ellesmere manuscript of Chaucer's Canterbury Tales. The wife of Bath rides astride, with large spurs, the prioress sits sideways. 2. There were few places in England where the sight of the royal train was not familiar. For the motives, 104 mentioned above, the court's journeys were incessant. The royal itineraries that have come down to us throw a flood of light on this continual need of movement. The itinerary of King John shows that he rarely passed a month in the same place. Most frequently, he did not even remain there a week. Within a fortnight, he is often found at 5 or 6 different towns or castles. The same with Edward I, who, as we have seen, would change his abode 3 times every fortnight. And when the king moved, not only was he preceded by 24 archers in his pay, receiving 3d. a day, but he was accompanied by all those officers whom the author of Fleda enumerates with so much complacency. The sovereign took with him his 2 marshals, his outer marshal, Forensekis, who in time of war disposed the armies for battle, selected the halting places on his journeys, and at all times arrested malefactors found in the Vergata Regia, that is to say, within 12 leagues around his dwelling, and his inner marshal, Intrinsekis, who guarded the palace and castles and cleared them as much as possible of courtesans. He collected from every common harlot meritress commune 4d. by way of fine the first time that he arrested her. If she returned, she was brought before the steward, who solemnly forbid her ever to present herself at the dwelling of the king, queen, or their children. The 3rd time she was imprisoned, and the tresses of her hair were shorn off. 107. The 4th time one of those hideous punishments was resorted to which the Middle Ages in their brutality tolerated. The upper lip of these women was cut off, nidicitero concupiscanter ad libidinum. there was also the chamberlain, who took care that the interior of the house was comfortable. He has to arrange decently for the king's bed and to see that the rooms be furnished with carpets and benches. The treasurer of the wardrobe, who kept the accounts, the marshal of the hall, whose mission it was to eject unworthy intruders and dogs, non enim permittet canes allem ingredi, and a crowd of other officers. Illustration 21. A woman riding astride, Chaucer's Wife of Bath. From the Ellesmere Ms. Illustration 22. A lady riding sideways, Chaucer's Prioress. From the Ellesmere Ms. Overtopping all the rest, there was, moreover, the king's seneschal or steward, first officer of his household, and his great justiciary. Wherever the king went, the apparatus of justice was transported with him. When he was about to start, the steward gave to the sheriff notice of the place where the court would stop, in order that he might bring his prisoners to the town where the prince was to be stationed. All the cases amenable to the jurisdiction of the justices in eyre were then determined by the steward, as the king's justiciary, who prescribed, if necessary, the judicial duel, pronounced sentences of outlawry, and judged in criminal and civil cases. This 108 right of criminal justice even accompanied the king abroad, but he only exercised it when the criminal had been arrested in his own royal place of abode. One such case happened in the 14th year of the reign of Edward XIVth Sovereign. Being at Paris, Jusserand de Nogent came into his house to steal and was caught in the act. After some discussion, it was acknowledged that Edward, by his royal privilege, should remain judge in the matter. He delivered the robber over to Robert Fitzjohn, his steward, who caused Jusserand to be hung from the gibbet of Saint-Germain-des-Prés. For a long time, the chancellor himself, and the clerks who made out the writs, followed the king on his journeys, and Palgrave notes that frequently a strong horse was requisitioned from the nearest convent to carry the rolls. But this custom came to a close in the 4th year of Edward Roman III, when the chancery was permanently established at Westminster. The tribunal moving on, a crowd of suitors moved with it. No matter though they were not inscribed on the rolls, they followed without losing patience, as gulls follow the ship, hoping that something may come their way. Parties with a lawsuit, petitioners of every kind, women of ill life, de folle vie, a whole herd of individuals with no one to vouch for them, persisted in escorting the prince and his courtiers. They quarreled among each other, robbed by the way, sometimes committed murders, and, as may be imagined, did not contribute to render the news of the king's arrival welcome to his subjects. Illustration 23. A family dinner among the great, with dogs, musicians, carver, cupbearer, marshal of the hall expelling a lazar. From the Ms. Addit, 28,162 in the British Museum, 14th century. In the ordinances of his household, Edward Roman II enumerates and deplores all these abuses. He orders that masterless men who follow the court shall be put in irons for 40 days on bread and water, and that the women of ill life shall be likewise imprisoned and branded with a 111 hot iron. He forbids his knights, clerks, squires, valets, grooms, in short, all who accompany him, to bring their wives with them, unless these have any post or employment at court, this host of feminine beings increasing the chances of trouble. He also limits the number of persons who should accompany the marshal, which had, as will happen, increased little by little beyond all bounds. His ordinances, like so many others in the Middle Ages, were conspicuous for their wisdom, their minuteness, and their prompt decay. Justice did not travel only in the king's suite. She was peripatetic in England, visiting the counties in the company of the royal itinerant judges, and going from hundred to hundred with that governor, military chief, police magistrate, financial agent, the sheriff, a functionary of great local, and sometimes tyrannical, power, appointed and dismissed at will by the king during certain periods, elected at others. Both kinds, at fixed times, were on the move and caused a considerable portion of the inhabitants to leave their work, take to the road, and be on the move too, in order to come to the court that was to be held. Both kinds put before the jurors a number of questions which the 12 men had to answer under oath, some of those questions being obviously quite uncomfortable to reply to. The sheriff goes about the hundreds in his shire and holds the view of frank pledge, chiefly established for the maintenance of that ancient system of enforced solidarity which obliged, theoretically at least, every male 112 to belong to a particular group of inhabitants of 10 or more tithing, jointly responsible for the misdeeds of any of their number. in case the culprit cannot be found, fined, jailed, or hanged, according to the occasion. By degrees, the old articles of the view, greatly varying from place to place, had increased in number, and the jurors had to answer as to a variety of smaller offenses, often duplicating the justices' own interrogatories. The turns or turns of the sheriffs might, according to the Great Charter, only take place twice a year, not oftener, because their coming occasioned loss of time and money to the sworn men and others who had to leave home and attend the court, and to the king's subjects at whose houses these officers and their train went to lodge. In spite of institutions which, as we shall see, had made the very men placed under the jurisdiction of the sheriffs, bailiffs, etc. themselves the censors of these same officials, abuses were numerous, the commons were ever complaining, and frequent statutes, one after the other, denounced corrupt practices and stopped them, for a time. 113. The itinerant justices' inquiry covered a much larger field. Their articles of the heir, or capitula itineraris, included every imaginable misdeed from highest to lowest, from crimen lese majestatis, above which nothing could be imagined, to fishing by means of kittles, weirs, or the using of nets to capture pigeons without the owner's permit. Coming 4 times a year in accordance with art. 18 of the Great Charter, sitting in the full court of the county, growing in importance, while that of the sheriff as a judge went diminishing and the system of the frank pledge was falling into disuse, the itinerant justices submitted to the jury a ceaselessly increasing number of questions, a whole choir of them in the first half of the 14th century. They asked what crimes, what misdemeanors, what infractions against the statutes had come to their knowledge. And in these minute interrogatories at every moment came up the names of the sheriff, the coroner, the bailiff, the constable, of all the royal functionaries, whose conduct was thus placed under popular control. Has any of these officers, says the judge, released some robber or counterfeiter or a clipper of coin? Has he for any consideration neglected the pursuit against a vagabond or an assassin? Has he unjustly received fines? Has he been paid by men who wish to avoid a public charge, for example, of being sworn as member of a jury? Has the sheriff claimed more than reasonable hospitality from those in his jurisdiction, in turns held too oft? Has he come with more than 5 or 6 horses? And 114, the juror was obliged in the same way to denounce, under his oath, the great who had arbitrarily imprisoned travelers passing through their lands, and all those who had neglected to assist in arresting a thief and running with the hue and cry. For in this society each man is by turns peace officer, soldier, and judge, and even the humbler ones, menaced by so many exactions, have their share too in the administration of justice and the maintenance of public order. Highly important were, therefore, from a social point of view, these judicial turns, which periodically reminded the mere man that he was a citizen, and that the affairs of the state were also his affairs. Juries could at times, like so many other picturesque groups of inhabitants, become one of the sights of the road. If they perjured themselves or accepted bribes, they would be sent to London and be jailed in the Tower. They were to travel along, not by night, but by clear day in the view of all, so that the country people might see the pain and shame of those guilty men who will be thereby the better punished. Or else, if that unanimity which became obligatory in the latter part of the 14th century had not been secured, the itinerant justices, in order to get it any way, 115, were free to place the 12 men in carts and carry them about wherever they went, until the 12 chose to agree. When monks came out of the cloister and traveled, they willfully modified their costume, and it became difficult to distinguish them from the great. I saw, writes Chaucer, I saw his sleeves purfled to hand with grise, and that the finest of a laund. And for to festny his hood under his chin, he had of gold wyrot a curious pin, a love knot in the greater end there was. But the counsels are still more explicit, and do more than justify the satire of the poet. Thus the Council of London in 1342 reproaches the religious with wearing clothing, fit rather for knights than for clerks, that is to say short, very tight, with excessively wide sleeves, not reaching the elbows, but hanging down very low, lined with fur or with silk. They made themselves conspicuous by their long beards, rings on their fingers, costly girdles, purses or bags whereon figures were embroidered in gold, knives resembling swords, boots red or party-colored, or slashed long-pointed shoes, the polish-born poulain. In a word, all the luxury of the magnates of the land. Later in 1367, the Council of York renewed the same criticisms. The religious have ridiculously short clothing. They dare publicly to wear those coats, which do not come down to the middle of the legs and do not even cover the knees. Severe prohibitions were made for the future, though on a journey tunics shorter than the regulation gown were tolerated. Illustration 24. A cook on a journey, Chaucer's Cook. From the Ellesmere Ms. A bishop did not start on a journey without a great train, and the bishops, besides their episcopal visitations, 116, had, like the nobility, to travel to visit their lands and to live on them. On all these occasions they took with them their servants of different kinds and their followers, as the king did his court. The accounts of the expenses of Richard de Swinfield, Bishop of Hereford, give an idea of the lordly life led by well-to-do prelates. He was a bishop of some importance and rich in proportion. Many manors belonged to his bishopric. He could hold his rank as prelate and as lord, be hospitable, charitable to the poor, and spend much on requests and suits at the court of Rome and elsewhere. He had constantly in his pay about 40 persons of different ranks, the greater part of whom accompanied him in his numerous changes of residence. His squire's armigeri had from a mark 13s, 4d, to a pound a year. His valeti, that is, the clerks of his chapel and others, his carters, porters, falconers, grooms, messengers, etc., had from a crown to 8, 117 shillings and 8pence. In the third category came the kitchen servants, the baker, with 2 to 4 shillings a year. In the fourth, that of the boys or pages who helped the other servants, and whose wages greatly varied, being from 1 to 6 shillings a year. All the household was dressed alike, in striped cloth, panis stragulatus, supplied by the bishop, besides the fixed salary. One of the most peculiar retainers of the bishop belonged to a now extinct race, and was his champion, Thomas de Bruges, who received an annual payment to fight in the prelate's name in case any lawsuit should have to be terminated by a judicial duel. 3. At eventide, monks, great men, and travelers of all degree sought shelter for the night. When the king, preceded by his 24 archers and escorted by his lords and the officers of his household, was expected in a town, the marshal selected a certain number of the best houses, which were marked with chalk. The chamberlain asked the inhabitants to make room, and the court settled as well as it could in the lodgings. Even the capital was not exempt from the annoyance of this burden. The marshal had, however, to come 118 there to an understanding with the mayor, sheriffs, and city officers for the selection of the habitations. Sometimes the royal agent chose to forget this wise proviso, and trouble followed. In the 19th year of Edward Roman II, that prince having come to the Tower, the people of his household quartered themselves on the citizens without the mayor and aldermen having been consulted. The very sheriff's house was marked with chalk. Great was the wrath of this officer when he found Richard de Aramin, the king's own secretary, established in his house, the stranger's horses in his stable, his servants in the kitchen. Undaunted by the thought of a royal secretary's importance, the sheriff, counting on the privilege of the city, drove out the secretary and his suite by force, rubbed off the marks of the chalk, and became once more master of his own abode. Cited to appear before the court steward, and accused of having contemned the king's orders to the extent of at least £1,000, he stoutly defended himself, and appealed in defense to the mayor and citizens, who produced the charters of the city privileges. The charters were clear, their purport could not be denied. The sheriff's boldness was excused. Aramin consoled himself as best he could, and did not receive any indemnity. In the country, if the king did not happen to be within easy reach of one of his own or his lieges' castles, he often went to lodge at the neighboring monastery, sure of being received there as master. The great on their journeys did their best to imitate the prince in this respect. In 119, the convent's hospitality was a religious duty, for the order of St. John of Jerusalem the first of duties. This order had establishments all over England, and it was a piece of good fortune for the poor traveler to come to one of them. No doubt he was treated there according to his rank, but it was much not to find the door closed. The accounts of the year 1338 show that these night monks did not seek at all to avoid the heavy burden of hospitality. In their lists of expenditure are always to be found charges occasioned by supervenientibus, strangers. When it was an affair of kings or princes, they outdid themselves. Thus the prior of Clerkenwell mentions much expenditure which cannot be given in detail, caused by the hospitality offered to strangers, members of the royal family, and to other grandees of the realm who stay at Clerkenwell and remain there at the cost of the house. In consequence, the account closes with this sad summing up. Thus the expenditure exceeds the receipts by £21, 11 shillings and fourpence. The mere proximity of a great man was a source of expense, for, even if he did not go himself, he would send his suite to profit of the hospitality of the convent. In the accounts for Hampton, the list of people to whom beer and bread have been furnished ends by these words, because the Duke of Cornwall is staying in the vicinity. It should be noted that most of these houses had been endowed by the nobles, and each one, recognizing his own land or that of a relative, a friend, or an ancestor. 120, felt himself at home in the monastery. But these turbulent lords, friends of good cheer, abused of the monks' gratitude, and their excesses caused complaints which came to the ears of the king. Edward I forbade anyone to venture to eat or lodge in a religious house, unless the superior had explicitly invited him, or he were the founder of the establishment, and even then his consumption should be moderate. The poor only, who more than anyone lost by the excesses of the great, might continue to be lodged for nothing. The king intendeth not that the grace of hospitality should be withdrawn from the destitute. Edward Roman II, in 1309, confirmed these rules, which had apparently fallen into abeyance, and promised again, 6 years later, that neither he nor his family would make inordinate use of the hospitality of the monks. All in vain, these abuses were already comprised among those which the Articles of the Heir had for their object to discover, but failed to suppress. Periodically the magistrate came to question the country folk on the subject. Have any lords or others gone to lodge in religious houses without being invited by the superiors, or gone at their own expense, against the will of the same? Have any been so bold as to send to the houses or mansions belonging to the monks or others, men, horses, or dogs to sojourn there at an expense not their own? The application of these rules did not go without difficulty or even danger, for the magistrate questioned also the jury about any who may have taken revenge for refusal of food or lodging. The Commons in Parliament, mindful as they were in such matters of the fate of the poorest, were not unmindful of their own, and took steps to prevent, in a general way and without reference to the impecunious. 121. The falling into disuse of monachal hospitality. The non-residence of the clergy, which was to be one of the causes of the Reformation 200 years later, occasioned bitter protests during the 14th century. The Commons object especially because from this abuse there results a decay of the duties of hospitality, and that all other persons advanced to the benefices of Holy Church, they request of the king, should remain on their said benefices in order to keep hospitality there, on the same penalty exception made for the king's clerks and the clerks of the great of the realm. Parliament protests also against the bestowal by the Pope of rich priories on foreigners who remain abroad. These foreigners suffer the noble edifices built of old time when they were occupied by the English to fall quite to ruin, and neglect to keep hospitality. Only people of high rank were admitted into the monastery proper. The mass of travelers, pilgrims, and others were housed and fed in the guest house, a building made on purpose to receive passers-by. It usually stood by itself, and was even, sometimes, erected outside the precincts of the monastery. Such, for instance, was the case in Battle Abbey, where the guest house is still to be seen outside the large entrance gate. These edifices commonly consisted of a hall with doors opening on each side into sleeping rooms. People slept also in the hall. Old inventories, for instance the one concerning the Macendia or hospital at Dover, show that beds were set up in the hall and remained, it seems, permanently there. 122. It is hardly necessary to recall that hospitality was also exercised in castles. Noblemen who were not at feud willingly received one another. There were much stricter ties of brotherhood among them than now exist among people of the same class. We do not often now give lodging to unknown persons who knock at the door. At the most, and but rarely, do we permit a poor man passing along in the country to sleep for a night in our hayloft. In the Middle Ages, men received their equals, not by way of simple charity, but as a habit of courtesy and also for pleasure. Known or unknown, the traveling knight was rarely refused the door of a country manor. His coming in time of peace was a happy diversion from the monotony of the days. There was in every house the hall, or large room where the meals were taken in common. The newcomer ate with the lord at a table placed on a raised platform called the dais, erected at one end of the room. His followers were at the lower tables disposed along the side walls. Supper finished, all soon retired to rest. People went to bed and rose early in those days. The traveler withdrew sometimes into a special room for guests, if the house were large, sometimes into that of the master himself, the solar room on the first story, and spent the night there with him. Meanwhile, in the hall, the lower tables were taken out, for in general these were not standing but movable. Mattresses were placed on the ground over the litter of rushes which day and night covered the pavement, and the people of the household, the suite of the traveler, the strangers of less, 123 importance, stretched themselves out there till morning. Such a litter of herbs or rushes was in constant use, and was to be found in the king's palace as well as in the houses of mere merchants in the city. It was spread in lieu of a carpet, to keep the room warm and to give a feeling of comfort. It is still to be met with, and this is, apparently, the last place where it has found refuge, in old-fashioned French provincial diligences. The straw and English country omnibuses is also its lineal descendant. So it was at least when, in pre-automobile times, these lines were originally written. Prices paid for the purchase of rushes constantly recur in the accounts of the royal expenses. They were so largely used in towns as well as in the country that people in cities did not know what to do with the soiled ones, and the local authorities had to interfere over and over again, especially in London, where the inhabitants were apt to throw them into the Thames, with the result of greatly damaging and polluting the water. Through a window opened in the partition between his room and the hall, over the dais, the lord could see and even hear all that was done or said below. In the king's house itself, the hall was used for sleeping, as is shown by the ordinances of Edward Roman IV. At a period much nearer our day, 1514, Barclay still complains that at court the same couch serves for two. And never in the court shalt thou have bed alone. And that the noise from the comers and goers, from brawlers, 124 coffers, and chatterers never ceases and prevents sleep. At the first streak of dawn, sending through the white or colored panes of the high windows shafts of light on the dark carved timberwork, which, high above the pavement, supported the roof, all stirred on their couches. Soon they were out of doors, horses were saddled, and the clatter of hoofs sounded anew on the highway. Towards the latter part of the 14th century, a change became noticeable in the use of the hall. It was first pointed out by that acute observer of manners, William Langland, the author of the Visions. Life was becoming, by degrees, less patriarchal and more private. People were less fond of dining almost publicly in their halls. Well-to-do individuals began to prefer having their meals by themselves in rooms with chimneys, which last particular Langland is careful to note as a sign of the growing luxuriousness of the times. Elling, dull, silent, is the hall, he said, in a well-known passage. There the lord knee the lady liketh not to sit. Now hath uch rich a rule to etten by himself in a prive parlour, for poor men's sake, or in a chamber with a chimney, and leave the chief halla, that was made for meals men to etten in knee. Less and less inhabited, the hall gradually became little more than a sort of thoroughfare leading to the rooms where people were living a life more private than before. It decreased in size as well as in importance, until it was nothing in ordinary houses but the vestibule which we now see. It must have been chiefly to the very poor, or the very rich or powerful, that the monastery served as a hostelry. Monks received the former out of charity, 125, and the latter out of necessity, the common inns being at once too dear for the one and too miserable for the other. They were intended for the middle class. Merchants, small landowners, itinerant packmen, etc. A certain number of beds were placed in one room, and a certain number of men in each bed, usually two, but sometimes three, the latter number being in any case frequent in Germany, according to Chaucer's friend, Eustache des Champs, sent to those parts as ambassador and messenger by the French king. No one lies apart, but two and two in a dark room, or oftener three and three, in the same bed as it chances. He regrets the better manners and more refined customs of his own country, du pays, terre très honorable. Travelers bought separately their food and drink, chiefly bread, a little meat, and beer. Complaints as to excessive prices were not less frequent than now. The innkeeper's extortions were supplemented by those of his assistants. Chaucer's good parson, branding those men who encourage the evil practices of their subordinates, does not forget thilke that holden hostelries, and who susten the theft of here hostelers, ostlers. The people petitioned Parliament, and the king interfered accordingly with his wonted useless goodwill. Edward Roman III promulgated, in the 23rd year of his reign, a statute to constrain hostelers et herbergers to sell food at reasonable prices. And again, 4 years later, tried to put an end to the great and outrageous cost of victuals kept up in all the realm by innkeepers and other retailers of 126 victuals, to the great detriment of the people traveling through the realm. To have an example of ordinary traveling, we may follow the warden and 2 fellows of Merton College, who went with 4 servants from Oxford to Durham and Newcastle in 1331. They traveled on horseback. It was in the dead of winter. Their food was very simple and their lodging inexpensive. The same items constantly recur. They comprise, on account of the season, candles and fire, sometimes a coal fire. One of their days may give an idea of the rest. For a Sunday spent at Alreton they write down: bread, beard, wine a quarter d, meat a half d, pottage a quarter d, candles a quarter d, fueled, bedst, fodder for horses 10 d. Illustration 25. The new habits of luxury, a gentleman dressing before the fire. From the Ms. 2b Roman 7, in the British Museum, 14th century. Beds, we see, were not expensive. Our men did not spend more for them than for their beer. Another time, the servants alone are at the inn, and the sleeping of the 4 comes to a penny for 2 nights. Generally, when the party is complete, the whole of their beds cost 2d. At London the price was a little higher, that is, 129 a penny a head. Sometimes they have eggs or vegetables for a farthing, a chicken, or a capon. When they had sauce or condiments, they put them down separately, for example, fat a half d, gravy a half d, pickle the same price, sugar 4d, pepper, saffron, mustard. Fish recurs regularly every Friday. Evening comes, the roads are dark, the way is lost, they take a guide, to whom they give a penny. In famulo ducenti nos de noct, 1d. On crossing the Humber they pay 8d, which may appear much, compared with the other prices, but we must remember that the river was wide and difficult to cross, especially in winter. The annals of the Abbey of Meaux frequently tell of the ravages caused by the river's overflow, of farms and mills destroyed, of entire domains submerged, and of crops swept away. The ferry owners benefited by these accidents in continually augmenting their prices, and at last the king himself was obliged to intervene in order to re-establish the normal rate, which was a penny for a horseman. This is what the warden and fellows, 130 with their company, paid. Sometimes our travelers furnished themselves beforehand with provisions to carry with them. A salmon was bought, for the journey, 18d, and for having it cooked, doubtless with some complicated sauce, they pay 8d. Illustration 26. An English inn in the 14th century. From the Lateral Psalter. Lifelike specimens of dialogues on arrival, between traveler and innkeeper, and discussion as to the price of victuals, may be read in the Manual of French Conversation, composed at the end of the 14th century by an Englishman, under the title of La manière de language que tient Seigneur Bayen, adroit parler, et escrire dans François. Chapter 3 is particularly interesting. It shows how a man who is going far out of his own country, riding or walking, should behave himself and talk upon the way. The servant sent forward to engage the room utters the fond hope that there are no fleas, nor bugs, nor other vermin. No, sir, please God, replies the host, for I make bold that you shall be well and comfortably lodged here, save that there is a great peck of rats and mice. The provisions are passed in review, the fire lighted, supper prepared. The traveler arrives, and it is curious to note in what unceremonious fashion he assures himself, before dismounting, that he will find at the inn good supper, good lodging, and the rest. Illustration 27. The New Inn, Gloucester. Built for pilgrims, 15th century, still in use. Further on chapter Roman 13, another hostelry is described, and the conversation between 2 travelers who have just slept in the same bed shows what a trouble the fleas were. William, undress and wash your legs, and then dry them with a cloth and rub them well for love of the fleas, that they may not leap on your legs. For 133, there is a peck of them lying in the dust under the rushes. Hi, the fleas bite me so, and do me great harm, for I have scratched my shoulders till the blood flows. Illustration 28, on the roadside, the alehouse. From the Ms. 10e Roman 4, English, 14th century. Beer was drunk along the way, and was found in other places besides the inn where travelers slept at night. At the crossroads, in the more frequented parts of the country, alehouses, with a long projecting pole above the door and a bush at the end of it, invited the traveler to have a rest and a drink. Chaucer's Pilgrims, riding on the way to Canterbury, dismounted at a house of this kind. The pardoner, who had his habits, would not begin his tale without a little comfort. But first, quod he, her at this ale-stake I will both drink and bite on a cake. A miniature of the 14th century, of which we give a reproduction, represents the alehouse with its long horizontal pole holding its bush well out in front above the road. The house consists but of one story. A woman stands before the door with a large beer jug, and a hermit is drinking from a large cup. It was the fashion to have extremely long poles, which offered no inconvenience in the country, but in town they had to be regulated, and a maximum length fixed. According to the wording of the Act, poles so long were used, that they did tend to the great deterioration of the houses in which they 134 were placed. And they reached so far and had signs so low, that they were in the way of the riders' heads. The Act of 1375, relating these grievances, orders that in future poles shall not extend more than 7 feet over the public way, which was enough to give picturesqueness to streets not so wide as ours. There were taverns of ill fame, especially in towns, so bad some of them that they might almost have gone by another name. In one of the Latin dramas of XIVth, 10th century, is shown the holy hermit Abraham, who, learning that the girl Mary, whom he had reared in virtue, lived as a courtesan in a hostelry, goes to her, pretending love, and converts her. In most medieval story books telling of the prodigal son, he is usually represented sowing his very wild oats at the inn or tavern. Musicians of the meanest order would entertain the sitters at the table with their pipings, and then pass the hat. Having to answer before Archbishop Arundel for his disparaging statements concerning pilgrimages, the Lollard William Thorpe declares in 1407 that pilgrims are frequenters of ill-famed hostelries, spending their goods upon vicious hostelers, which are oft unclean women of their bodies. In some such inn, the Chequer of the Hoop in Canterbury, the continuator of Chaucer leads his pilgrims, and shows how the pardoner's advances to kit the tapster had the edifying result of getting for him many more blows than caresses. In London, it was forbidden by the king to keep open 135 house after curfew, and for very sufficient reasons, because such offenders as aforesaid, going about by night, do commonly resort and have their meetings and hold their evil talk in taverns more than elsewhere, and there do seek for shelter, lying in wait and watching their time to do mischief. It was for fear of such dangers that when the sheriffs and bailiffs held their views of frank pledge, they asked the juries of their hundreds to say upon oath what they knew of such as continually haunt taverns, and no man knoweth whence they come. Of such as sleep by day and watch by night, eat well and drink well, and possess nothing. Langland's lifelike picture of a tavern in the 14th century is well known. With a vivid realism worthy of Rabelais, he makes us hear and see the tumultuous scenes at the alehouse, the discussions, the quarrels, the big bumpers, the drunkenness which ensues. Every face is plainly visible, coarse words, laughter and attitudes strike the onlooker in that strange assembly, where the hermit meets the cobbler and the clerk of the church, a band of cut purses and bald-headed tooth-drawers. Tom the tinker and tway of whose knaves, Hick the hakeneman and how the Neldeer Clarice of Caucaslane the clerk of the church, Sire Piers of Pridey and Pernel of Flanders, and Hayward and Inhermite the hangeman of Tyborn, Doll the diker with a dozen harlots of Poordors and of pike porses and piled toth-drawers. There was lawing and lakering, and let go the cop. Bargains and beverages by gun to arise, and set and so till evesong rang. 136. Peasants, too, are found there. Christine de Pisson, that poetess whose writings and character so often recall steady John Gower, shows them drinking, fighting, gambling. They have to appear before the provost, and fines accrue to augment their losses. At these taverns each day will you find them established, and enjoying long potations. As soon as their work is over, many agree to go there and drink, and they spend, you may be sure, more than they have earned all day. Do not ask if they fight when they are tipsy. The provost has several pounds in fines from it during the year. And there also are to be seen some of those idle gallants who haunt taverns, handsome and gay. Art, literature, the trend of thought were changed at the time of the Renaissance, but taverns remained the same. Witness Skelton's description of an alehouse on the highroad, quite similar to those which Langland had known a century and a half earlier. The alewife, who brews God knows how her beer herself, is a withered old crony, not unlike the Weird sisters, who were to welcome 137 Macbeth on the Heath. She keeps her tavern near Leatherhead, in Surrey, on a declivity by the highroad, and there gathers as motley a crowd as that in the visions. Her nose Somdell hoked and Camisly croaked, her skine loose and slacky, grained like a sacky with a croaked backy. She breweth noppy ale, and maketh thereof port sail to travellers, to tinkers, to sweaters, to swankers, and all good ale drinkers. Passers-by and dwellers in the neighbourhood flock to her house. Some go straight thither, be it slady or slider, they hold the highway, they care not what men say, be that as be may. Some, loth to be espied, start in at the backside over the hedge and pale, and all for the good ale. The reputation of the houses with a long pole and bush had not improved, and many of those who frequented them had, as we see, little wish to be espied. As for paying the score, there was the rub. Devotees of drink whose purse was empty would not deprive themselves, however, and they paid in kind. Instead of coin and money, some bringe her a conny, and some a pot with honey, some a salt, and some a spawn, some their hose, some thayer shown. 138. As to the women, one brings her weddin dringe to pay for her scot, as cometh to her lot. Some bringeth her husband's hood, because the ale is good. The worst famed of these houses began a little later to receive the visits of the most illustrious of their customers, one who held his court under their smoky rafters and came there to his earthly end, babbling of green fields, immortal Sir John Falstaff. 4. Other isolated houses along the roads, by the fords or the bridges on sacred spots on the cliffs by the sea, had also much to do with travelers, those of the hermits. Such holy men would tell the way, help to cross a river, sometimes give shelter, sometimes absolution. One shrives passers-by in that gem of medieval French stories, Le Chevalier au Barrisel. Another, in the Roman de Renard, being favored with a visit from no less a person than the hero of the romance. Led by a peasant through the pathless wood, Master Reynard reaches the secluded spot. The mallet was hanging before the door, and the peasant having given with it a loud knock, the hermit hastened to draw the bolt. 141. Tant ont erré par le bocage quills, sont venu à l'hermitage. Le mallet travrant pendant et la porte par de devant. Lie villains hurt dermant et l'hermite vint errament, promptly. Lie fermi os de la royal bolt. Illustration 29. The Hermitage Chapel of St. Robert. Hewn out of the rock Knaresborough, the night of a much later date. Most holy in early times, living examples of renouncement, teaching virtue and piety by their words and deeds, hermits became. Some of them, canonized saints like St. Robert of Knaresborough, or devotional writers of fame like Richard Rolle, the hermit of Hampel. Pilgrims flocked to their cells in order to be sanctified by their advice and presence. An Officium de Sancto Ricardo Eremita was composed after Richard Rolle's death, in the thought that he would surely be canonized some day. Ledator Felix Anglorum Patria. Pange lingua graciosi Ricardi Precanium, pi, pori, preciosi, fugentis vitium. These men fasted, had ecstasies, were tempted by the devil, who in the case of Richard, instead of clumsily taking some hideous shape, see further, p. 290, took the much more enticing one of a fair yonge woman, the whilk, wrote the hermit. I had seen it before, and the whilk loved me not a little in gude loof. The cave or hermitage in which St. Robert spent, 142, most of his life still exists at Knaresborough, entirely hollowed out of the rock, with a later date perpendicular window. Persuaded, rightly or wrongly, that they had much to atone for, the kings included among the redeeming good works to be performed by them aid to holy hermits. One of the pilgrims who visited St. Robert was King John, who came unheralded, and who, according to the metrical life of the saint, had some trouble in making him notice his presence. Robert he fan Nellen prayand, hies orisons continuand, that for nois that tai cuth make nay mer he mode than dos ein ake oak. Edward Roman III gives to 3 hermits and 8 anchorite recluse persons within the city of London and in the suburbs thereof, to wit to each of them 13s. 4d, in aid of their support. Welcomed on his landing, in 1399, by a seaside hermit called Matthew Danthorpe, in quadam loco called Ravensor Ravenspur, Bolingbroke, 143, soon to be King Henry Roman IV, grants him and all the hermits his successors a variety of favors, including the right to any waif or wreck cast by the sea on the sand for 2 leagues about his hermitage. Cum reco maris, et waifs et omnibus aliis profiquis et commoditatibus super sabulum per 2 lucas circa undum locum contingentibus in perpetuum, in spite of any statute to the contrary. Less brilliant fortunes and less holy a fame usually fell to the lot of English hermits of the 14th century. Those like Roll of Hampel, doing ceaseless penance, consumed by divine love, were rare exceptions. They lived by preference in cottages, built at the most frequented parts of the highway, or at the entrance to bridges. They throve there, like Godfrey Pratt, on the charity of the passers-by. The bridge with its chapel was in itself almost a sacred building. The presence of the hermit sanctified it still further. He attended to the keeping and order of the building, or was supposed to do so, and was willingly given a farthing. A strange race of men, which in that century of disorganization and reform, when everything seemed either to die or undergo a new birth, multiplied in spite of rules and regulations. They swelled the number of parasites of the religious edifice, cloaking under a dignified habit a life that was less so. These evil growths, 144, clung, like moss in the damp of the cathedral, to the fissures of the stones, and by the slow work of centuries threatened the noble structure with ruin. What remedy was there? To mow down the ever-growing weeds was scarcely possible. A patient hand, guided by a vigilant eye, was needed to pluck them out one by one and to fill up the interstices. Saints can do this, but saints are rare. Episcopal prescriptions might often seem to do great work, a mere seeming. Though the heads were beaten down, the roots remained, and the lively parasite struck yet deeper into the heart of the wall. Illustration 30. A hermit tempted by the devil. From the Ms. 10 E. Roman 4, English, 14th century. Solemn interdictions and rigorous rules were not wanting, bowing down heads which ever rose again. To become a hermit, a man must be resolved on an exemplary life of poverty and privations, and that imposture should be impossible, he must have episcopal sanction, that is, possess testimonial letters from the ordinary. These 145 rules were broken, however, without scruple. Inside his dwelling, the not very devout creature in hermit's garb could lead a quiet, easy life, and it was so hard elsewhere. The charity of passers-by was enough for him to live upon, especially if he was not harassed by an over-exacting conscience and knew how to beg. No labor, no pressing obligation, the bishop was distant and the alehouse near. All these reasons caused a never-ending growth of the mischievous species of false hermits who only took the habit to live by it, without asking any permit from anyone. In the statutes they were bracketed with beggars, wandering laborers, and vagabonds of all kinds, pell-mell, to be imprisoned awaiting judgment. There was exception only for approved hermits. Except men of religion and approved hermits having letters testimonial from the ordinary. A statute like this is enough to show that Langland did not exaggerate. His verse is but a commentary on the law. The author of the visions is impartial and does justice to sincere anchorites. True Christians resemble them. But what are these false saints who have pitched their tent by the side of the highroads, or even in the towns, at the door of the alehouse, who beg under the church porches, who eat and drink plentifully, and leisurely pass the evenings warming themselves? AC eremites that inhabit by the hayways, and in borways among brewesters, and beggan in churches. What is that man who rests and roasts himself by the hot coals, and when he has drunk his fill has nothing to do but go to bed? 146. Lued eremites, that loken full lauhelich to lacken men's almes, in hope to sitten at even by the hot coals, unlauk whose leg is abroad other leg at whose esse reste him and rost him and his rig back turn, drink drew and deep, and draw him than to bed. And when him liketh and lust whose leave wise to our eyes. When he wise ricin, roameth out, and writ well aspieth war he may rathest have a repast other a round of bacon, sulver other sowed meat, and some time both, a loof other half a loof other a lomp of cheese, and carrieth it home to whose coat, and cast him to live in idleness and in essay. All these are unworthy of pity, and, adds Langland with that aristocratic touch which now and then recurs in his lines, all these hermits were common artisans, workmen, webs and tailors and carters' knaves. Formerly they had long labor and light winage, but they noticed one day that these deceitful friars swarming everywhere had fat cheeks. They thereupon abandoned their labor and took lying garments, as though they were clerks. Other of some order, other else a profit. They are seldom seen at church, these false hermits, but they are found seated at great men's tables because of their cloth. Look at them eating and drinking of the best. They who formerly were of the lowest rank, at the side tables, never tasting wine, never eating white bread, without a blanket for their bed. AC while he wrought in thys worlde, and wan whose meet with truth, he sat attested bench and second table. Cam no win in whose wam thora the weak lunge, nother blanket in whose bed, ne white bread before him. The cause of all thys XIVth cometh of many bishops that suffren such sots. 147. These rascals escape the bishops, who ought to have their eyes wider open. Alas, said, in charming language, a French poet of the 13th century, Rudebeuf, the coat does not make the hermit. If a man dwell in a hermitage and be clothed in hermit's dress, I don't care 2 straws for his habit nor his vesture if he does not lead a life as pure as his frock betokens. But many folk make a fine show and marvelous seeming of worth. They resemble those overblossoming trees that fail to bring forth fruit. Under the eyes of the placid hermit, comfortably established by the roadside, calmly preparing himself by a carefree life for a blissful eternity, moved the variegated flow of travelers, vagabonds, wayfarers, and wanderers. His benediction rewarded the generous passerby. The stern look of the austere man did not disturb his sanctimonious indifference. The life of others might rapidly consume itself, burnt by the sun, gnawed by care. His own endured in the shade of the trees, and continued without hurt, lulled by the murmur of human passions. Et gi dure, songint ox homs, quefantils, et le resouvenir des amours, et des haines, mi bursar apparel au brute des mers lointains. Sully Prudhomme. 148. Good or bad, the whole race, still surviving in the East, disappeared in England at the Reformation, leaving but a memory, and surviving only in poetry. It is the hermit good, he singeth loud his godly hymns that he makes in the wood. He'll shrive my soul, he'll wash away the albatross's blood. 149. Illustration 31. An escaped prisoner flying to sanctuary. From the Ms. 10 e Roman 4. Chapter 3. Security of the roads. These roads, thus followed in every direction by the king and the lords moving from one manor to another, by the merchants and peasants going to the fair, the market, or the staple, by sheriffs, monks, and itinerant justices, by ladies in carriages and villains driving their carts, were they safe. The theorist studying the legal ordinances of the period, and the manner in which the county police and the town watch and ward were organized, might come to the conclusion that precautions were well taken for the prevention of misdeeds, and that traveling did not present more danger than it does at present. If we add, as Mr. Thorold Rogers has shown, that common carriers plied their trade between Oxford and London, Winchester, Newcastle, etc., and that the price of transport was not dear, we might be persuaded that the roads were quite safe, and we should be wrong. Wrong, too, if on the faith of romantic tales, we pictured to ourselves brigands in every thicket, a hanged man on 150 every branch, and robber barons at every crossroad. But accident, or the unexpected, must be taken into account. Accident played a great part in the social life of the 14th century. It was the moment when modern life began. The outward brilliancy of a novel civilization had recently modified society from top to bottom. The need to be constantly on the watch had become less apparent. The moated castle with its drawbridge, battlements, and loopholes had begun to change into a villa or a mansion, while the hut was growing into a house. Confidence was greater, but not always justified. Accidents are unexpected mishaps. More means were taken than formerly to hinder ill-doing, but numerous occurrences happened to destroy this incipient security. Society was in reality neither calm nor quite settled, and many of its members were still half savage. The term half may be taken literally. If a list were made of the characteristics of such or such an individual of the time, it would be found that some belonged to a refined and some to a barbarous world. Hence these contrasts, on one side order, which it would perhaps be unjust not to consider as the normal condition, and on the other, the frequent ebullitions of the untamed nature. Let us select an example of such accidents which could take at times remarkable proportions. Here are a knight and his men at the corner of a road, waiting for a troop of merchants. The text itself of the victim's petition gives all the details of the encounter. The facts happened in 1342. Some Lichfield merchants state to their lord, the Earl of Arundel, that on a certain Friday they sent 2 servants and 2 horses laden with spicery and mercery, worth £40, to Stafford for the next market day. When their men came beneath Cannock Wood, they met Sir Robert de Rideware, knight, waiting for them, together with 151 of his men, who seized on the servants, horses, and goods, and took them to the Priory of Lapilly. Unfortunately for the knight, during the journey, one of the servants escaped. At the Priory the band found Sir John de Audengessels, Esmond de Audengessels, and several others, knights as well as others. It was evidently a prearranged affair, carefully devised, all was done according to rule. They shared among them the aforesaid mercery and spicery, each one a portion according to his degree. That done, the company left Lapilly and rode to the Priory of Blythebury, a nun's priory. Sir Robert declared that they were the king's men, quite exhausted, and begged for hospitality. But the company had obviously a suspicious appearance, and the abbess refused. Indignant at this unfriendly reception, the knights burst open the doors of the barns and lofts, gave hay and oats to their horses, and so passed the night. But they were not the only people to have made a good use of their time. The escaped servant had followed them at a distance. When he saw they had taken up their quarters at the Priory, he returned with all speed to Lichfield and warned the bailiff, who hastened to collect his men for the pursuit of the robbers. The latter, men of the sword, as soon as they were met, stood their ground, and a real battle took place, in which they had at first the upper hand, and wounded several of their pursuers. At length, however, they were worsted and fled. All the spices were recovered, and 4 of their company taken, who, without further ado, were beheaded on the spot. Robert de Rideware was not one of the latter, and did not lose heart. He met his relative Walter de Rideware, Lord of Hamstall Rideware, with some of his followers, while the bailiff was on his way back to Lichfield. All together veered around in pursuit of the bailiff. A fresh fight. This time the king's officer was routed and fled, 152, while the highway gentlemen once more captured the spices. What resource remained for the unhappy William and Richard, authors of the petition? Resort to justice. This they wanted to do. But as they were going for this purpose to Stafford, chief town of the county, they found at the gates some retainers of their persecutors, who barred their passage and even attacked them so hotly that they had difficulty in escaping without grievous hurt. They returned to Lichfield, watched by their enemies, and led there a pitiable existence. And, sir, the aforesaid William and Richard, and several people of the town of Lichfield, are menaced by the said robbers and their maintainers, so that they dare not go anywhere out of the said town. This legal document, the original of which has been preserved, is in many ways characteristic, and shows us local tyrants not unlike the latter-day ones in the Promessi Sposi and their terrible bravi. One may, especially, notice the coolness and determination of the knights, not disconcerted by the death of 4 of their number, the attack under cover of a wood, the selection of the victims, garçons belonging to rich merchants, the request for hospitality in a priory under pretext of journeying in the king's service, the expeditious justice of the bailiff, and the persistent surveillance to which the victims were subjected by their lordly robbers. These, though remarkable, are not quite exceptional facts, and Robert of Rideware was not the only man on the lookout in the copses along the roads. Other noblemen were, like him, supported by devoted retainers, ready for any enterprise. Capes and liveries of their masters, colors were given to them, and they went about as the 153 uniformed soldiers of their chief. A lord well surrounded with his partisans considered himself as above the common law, and it was no easy matter for justice to make herself respected by him. The custom of having a number of resolute followers, wearing one's colors, became universal at the end of Edward EI's reign, and under Richard Roman II. It survived in spite of statutes during the whole of the 15th century and contributed to render even more embittered and bloody the War of the Roses. But even outside the periods of civil war, the misdeeds of certain barons and their retainers, or of retainers acting on their own account under cover of their lord's colors. Notwars mefessors et maintainers of mefessors, the statute said of both, were at times so frequent and serious that parts of the country seemed to be in a state of war. Throughout the 14th century, the abuse called maintenance, which word meant in Old French protection, was on the increase, in spite of all the efforts of king and parliament. The great of the land and some lesser people too had their own men, sworn to their service and ready to do anything they were commanded, which consisted sometimes in the most monstrous deeds, such as securing property or other goods to which neither their masters, nor any claimant paying their master in order to be thus protected, had any title. They terrorized the rightful, 154 owners, the judges and the juries, ransoming, beating, and maiming any opponent. Statutes were, as usual, numerous, well-meant, peremptory, and inefficient. The evil was so general that Edward Roman III had to forbid the people nearest him, the chief officers of his court, his dearest consort, the Queen, his son the Prince of Wales, the prelates of Holy Church, to thus interfere with the regular course of the law. The will of the king is that the poor should enjoy their right just as the rich. But they do not. Great ladies practice maintenance, one among others even dearer to the king than his dear consort, namely his mistress, Alice Perrers. A new reign begins. Maintenance flourishes better than ever before. The preamble of a statute of the second year of Richard Roman II gives a perhaps somewhat exaggerated picture of these disorders so as to better justify rigorous measures, but the description must have been at least partly true. We there see, and the king, it is stated, has learnt it both from the petitions addressed to Parliament and by public rumor, that certain people in several parts of the kingdom claimed to have right to divers lands, tenements and other possessions, and some espying women and damsels unmarried, and some desiring to make maintenance in their marches, do gather together to a great number of men of arms and archers, to the manner of war, and confederate themselves by oath and other confederacy. These people, having no consideration to God, nor to the laws of Holy Church, nor of the land, 155 nor to right, nor justice, but refusing and setting apart all process of the law, do ride in great routs in divers parts of England, and take possession and set them in divers manors, lands, and other possessions of their own authority, and hold the same long with such force, doing many manner apparelments of war. And in some places do ravish women and damsels, and bring them into strange countries, where please them, and in some places lying in await with such routs do beat and maim, murder and slay the people, for to have their wives and their goods, and the same women and goods retain to their own use, and sometimes take the king's liege people in their houses, and bring and hold them as prisoners, and at the last put them to fine and ransom as it were in a land of war. And sometimes come before the justices in their sessions in such guise with great force, whereby the justices be afraid and not hardy to do the law, and do many other riots and horrible offenses, whereby the realm in divers parts is put in great trouble, to the great mischief and grievance of the people. Which shows how vainly the good Parliament had worked, for, in 1376, the Commons had already made exactly similar complaints. Now great riot begins anew by 156, many people in different parts of England who ride with a great number of armed men, etc. Besides these organized and quasi-seigneurial bands, there were ordinary robbers, numerous enough for chantries to have been founded, for the safety of travelers who were in danger from thieves. Against those people, who impeded traveling much more grievously than ever the floods and broken bridges, Edward I had taken, in 1285, special measures in the Statute of Winchester. These men were described there as accustomed to crouch down in the ditches, coppice, or brushwoods near the roads, especially those linking two market towns. This was, of course, the passageway of many easy victims, richly laden. The king orders, therefore, that, for a space of 200 feet, the ground on each side of the road should be cleared in such a manner that there remain neither coppice nor brushwood, nor hollow nor ditch which serve as shelter for malefactors. Ou leur pute taper per malfear. Only large trees such as oaks might be left. The owner of the soil had to do the work. If he neglected it, he would be responsible for robberies and murders and have to pay a fine to the king. If the road went through a park, the same obligation lay on the lord, unless he consented to close it by a wall or a hedge so thick, or by a ditch so wide and deep that robbers could not cross them. Qui meficers ni puissent passer ni returner per mal fear. The king sets the example and orders such clearings to be made at once on the lands belonging to the crown. After which, things continued pretty much as before. Meanwhile, writes a chronicler for the years 1305, 157, certain malefactors, bound together, 4, 6, 10, or 20 when in company to fairs and markets, rifled the houses of honest people and were not ashamed to capture through their misdoings the goods of the faithful and rich people. Worse than that, we find as we progress in the 14th century that these common thieves had improved their methods and increased their profits. They allied themselves, sometimes secretly, sometimes openly, to the seigneurial bands, and were not henceforward unticketed men for whom no one was responsible. The commons were aware of the fact, and complained accordingly. Whereas it is notoriously known throughout all the shires of England that robbers, thieves, and other malefactors on foot and on horseback go and ride on the highway through all the land in divers places, committing larcenies and robberies. May it please our lord the king to charge the nobility of the land that none such be maintained by them, privately nor openly, but that they help to arrest and take such bad ones. In the preceding parliament, the same complaints had been made, and the king had already promised that he would order such remedy as should be pleasing to God and man. But neither God nor man had had apparently cause to be pleased. In addition to the support of the great, these evildoers enjoyed various privileges. Some of them could be met along the roads, cross in hand. Both king and church forbade seizing them. They were men who had forsworn the realm. When a robber, a murderer, or any felon found himself too hard pressed, he fled into a church and found safety. In almost all societies having reached a certain stage of civilization, the same privilege has existed or still exists. It was known to the Romans. 158 was legislated about by Theodosius the Great, Justinian, and the early councils, and is still in constant use in many parts of the East. A church in the Middle Ages was an inviolable place. Whoever crossed its threshold was under the protection of God, and many wonderful miracles, the history of which was familiar to everybody, attested with what particular favor the right of sanctuary was regarded especially by the Holy Virgin. At Walsingham, one of the most famous British pilgrimages, people never failed to go and see the Gate of the Night, a gate which had stretched itself so as to give miraculous shelter to a man on horseback, hard pursued by his enemies, and who found himself thus opportunely placed beyond the reach of men as well as beyond the reach of law. Several interesting relics of Old English sanctuaries are still in existence, such as stone signposts which help the fugitive to avoid either vengeance or justice. Even today, in various parts of England, curious stone crosses, 159, inscribed with the word sanctuarium, are to be met with. Such crosses probably marked the way to a sanctuary and served to guide fugitives. At Durham is to be seen a beautiful bronze knocker, cast and chiseled in Norman times, still affixed to the cathedral door through which malefactors were admitted to the sanctuary. As soon as they had knocked, the door was opened, the bell in the Galilee Tower was rung, and after having confessed before witnesses their crime, which was at once put into writing, the culprits were allowed to enjoy the peace of St. Cuthbert. Several churches had a chair or stool called the Fridstool, or peace chair, originally, in some cases, a presbyteral or episcopal seat, the reaching of which by the fugitive secured for him the maximum protection. Beverley has one of the oldest, in stone perfectly plain, formerly accompanied with a Latin inscription saying, "This stone seat is called Friedstol, that is, chair of peace, on reaching which a fugitive criminal enjoys complete safety." The Beverley Sanctuary was the most celebrated and safest in England. In this case, and in some others at Hexham for example, the privilege extended not only to the church, but to 1 mile or more round it, the space being divided into several circles, usually marked by stone crosses, and it was more and more sinful to remove fugitives violently from the sanctuary the nearer, 160, they were to the inner circle. If they were dragged from the altar or the Fridstool, no money atonement was accepted from the abductor, who thus apparently forfeited his life. Describing the several circles around the XIVth Sanctuary, Prior Richard, who wrote between 1154 and 1167, says of the inner one, "If anyone, moved by a spirit of madness, ventured with diabolical boldness to seize one in the stone chair near the altar which the English call Fridstall, that is a chair of quiet or peace, or at the shrine of the holy relics back of the altar, no compensation will be determined for such a glaring sacrilege. No amount of money will serve as an atonement, for it is what the English call bottilos, bootless. That is a thing for which there can be no compensation." Illustration 33. The Fridstool at Hexham Abbey, Northumberland, Norman. Illustration 34. The Fridstool at Sprotborough, Yorkshire. 14th century. That same Fridstool has been preserved, being not improbably the original episcopal seat of the famous Saint Wilfrid, born about 634, the builder of the old church, 163 at Hexham, a crypt of which, with some Roman stones used for the walls, is still in existence. Near the Fridstool was to be seen a queer, short, stone statue now moved to another place in the church, of a man with brutal features, wearing a long coat, buttoned in front from the neck to the waist, having 3 coils or clumsy ligatures round his ankles, and he holds erect with both hands a staff or club as tall as himself. A. B. Wright, author of an essay towards the history of Hexham, expresses the opinion that it was intended to represent an officer of justice, with his staff and plume, his feet bared and manacled, to show that within the bounds of sanctuary he dared not move towards his design, and that there his authority availed him not. A confirmation of this opinion may be found in the figures carved on the little-known but very curious Fridstool at Sprotborough, Yorkshire, apparently of the 14th century. The fugitive who could not be properly represented seated in the chair, since this would have made it impossible of use, is shown protected and covered by it, while a clumsy and much deteriorated image of some law official, carrying his staff, stands at one of the sides of the chair, but unable to move, being bound to it by a collar or carcanum. Among the most curious remembrances of the English sanctuaries figure the registers still preserved in some few places, in which were entered the confessions of the criminals at the moment they asked for admittance. The Beverley and the Durham ones have been printed, both date from the 15th century. That of Durham covers the years 1464 to 1524. It includes, besides other crimes, 195 murders and homicides, in which 283 persons, 164, are concerned, and which are divided as follows, according to the trades and avocations of the perpetrators: husbandmen, laborers, yeomen, gentlemen, ecclesiastics, merchants, tailor, plumber, carpenter, tanner, baxter, glover, sailor, apprentice, underbailiff, servant, knight, and accessory. 1. The occupations of the remainder are not mentioned. The entries in the 2 registers are much alike. The formalities are of the same kind. The Galilee bell is tolled, the culprit confesses, witnesses are called to hear him, and the names of all concerned are given in full. Here is an example, translated from the Latin original. To be remembered that on the 6th day of October, 1477, William Rome and William Nicholson of the parish of Forsate fled to the Cathedral Church of St. Cuthbert in Durham, where on account, among other things, of a felony committed and publicly confessed by them, consisting of the murder by them of William Alliand, they asked from the venerable and religious men, Sir Thomas Houghton, sacristan of the said church, and William Cuthbert, master of the Galilee there, both brothers and monks of the same church, to be admitted to the benefit of the immunity of the church, according to the liberties and privileges conceded in old time to the most glorious confessor Cuthbert. And by the ringing of one bell according to custom, they obtained this benefit. There were present there, seeing and hearing, the discreet men William Hayhington, Thomas Hudson, John Rangham, 165, and Thomas Stringer, witnesses called in especially for the occasion. At Beverley there were no witnesses. The culprit swore, his hand on the book. Besides stating the cause of his flying to sanctuary, he took his oath to remain peaceful, to help in case of fire or strife, to be present at Mass on the commemoration day of King Athelstan, benefactor of the church, etc. Also ye shall bear no pointed weapon, dagger, knife, ne none other weapon, against the king's peace. Also ye shall die at all your power, if there be any debate or strife, or odor-sodden case of fire within the town, to help to surcess it. Also ye shall bredie at the abbite of King Adilstan, at the dirige, and the mess, at such time as it is done, at the warning of the bellman of the town, and do your dute in ringing, and for to offer at the mess on the morn, etc. To drag men out of the sanctuary was a sacrilege punished with whipping, heavy fines, excommunication, or even death. Nicholas Laporter had helped to snatch from the Church of the Carmelites of Newcastle some laymen who had taken refuge there, for the safety of their lives, and who, once delivered to the civil authority, had been executed. Only the Pope's nuncio could secure for him his pardon, and he had to submit to a public penance very little in accord with our present customs. "We order," wrote Bishop Richard to the parson of St. Nicholas of Durham, "that on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of the Whitsun week just coming, he shall receive the whip from your hands publicly, before the chief door of your church, in his shirt, bareheaded, 166, and barefoot. He shall there proclaim in English the reason for his penance, and shall admit his fault. And when he has thus been whipped, the said Nicholas will go to the Cathedral Church of Durham, bareheaded, barefoot, and dressed as above. He will walk in front, you will follow him. And you will whip him in the same manner before the door of the cathedral these 3 days, and he will repeat there the confession of his sin." Excommunication was the punishment meted out to Ralph de Ferrers, one of the retainers of the then all-powerful John of Gaunt, for having dragged from the Westminster sanctuary, at Mass time, 2 prisoners escaped from the tower where his master had sent them, and for having killed one in the process, 1378. The Duke of Lancaster, in alliance then with Wycliffe, caused the reformer to write one of his most virulent treatises against the right of sanctuary, asking for its abolition. The right was, however, maintained. The king himself did not dare to infringe upon it, and, though unwilling, had to let traitors escape, by such means, his revenge or justice. In a case of this kind, one of the Henrys wrote to the prior of Durham, and careful as he was to state that he bound himself only for the present occasion, there is no doubt that his acknowledgment of the full immunities enjoyed by St. Cuthbert's Church had nothing, 167, exceptional. "Trusty and well-beloved in God," says the king, "we gret you well. And whereas we understand that Robert Marshall late, committed to prison for treason, is now escaped and broken from the same into your Church of Duresme, we having tender zeal and devotion to ye honor of God and St. Cuthbert. And for the tender favor and affection that the right reverend Father in God our right trusty, and well-beloved the Bishop of Duresme, our Chancellor of England, we have for his merits wall that for that occasion nothing be attempted that should be contrary to the liberties and immunities of Church. We therefore wall and charge you that he be surely kept there, as ye wall answer unto us for him." As there could be very little need for the king to declare such an obvious feeling as his respect for St. Cuthbert, the earnest recommendation by which he ends his epistle is most likely to have been the real cause of his writing to his well-beloved the Prior of Durham. Another characteristic instance is the rebellion of Jack Cade in 1450, when one of his accomplices fled to St. Martin le Grand, the most famous of the London sanctuaries. The king, in this case, wrote to the dean of St. Martin's ordering him to produce the traitor. This the dean refused to do, and he exhibited his charters, which being found correct and explicit, the fugitive was allowed to remain in safety where he was. The right of sanctuary was most valuable, not only for political offenders but also, and more frequently, for robbers. They escaped from prison, fled to the church, and saved their lives. In this year, 1324, say the Chroniques de London, 10 persons escaped out of Newgate, of whom 5 were retaken and 4 escaped, 168 to the Church of St. Sepulchre, and 1 to the Church of St. Bride, and afterwards all forswore England. But when the refugees were watched in the church by their personal enemies, their situation, as evidenced by the statute of 1315-1316, became perilous. The authors of a petition to the king set forth in that year that armed men established themselves in the cemetery, and even in the sanctuary, to watch the fugitive, and guarded him so strictly that he could not even go out to satisfy his natural wants. They hindered food from reaching him. If the felon decided to swear that he would quit the kingdom, his enemies followed him on the road, and in spite of the law's protection dragged him away and beheaded him without judgment. The king reforms all these abuses and reenacts the old regulations as to abjuration, which were as follows. When a robber, murderer, or other evildoer shall fly into any church upon his confession of felony, the coroner shall cause the abjuration to be made thus. Let the felon be brought to the church door, and there be assigned unto him a port, near or far off, and a time appointed for him to go out of the realm, so that in going towards that port he carry a cross in his hand, and that he go not out of the king's highway, neither on the right hand, nor on the left, but that he keep it always until he shall be gone out of the land, and that he shall not return without special grace of our Lord the King. The felon took oath in the following terms. This hear thou, Sir Coroner, that I am a robber of sheep, or of any other beast, or a murderer of one or of more, and a felon to our Lord the King of England. And because I have done many such evils or robberies in this land, I, 169, do abjure the land of our Lord Edward King of England, and I shall haste me towards the port of such a place which thou hast given me, and I shall not go out of the highway. And if I do, I will that I be taken as a robber and felon to our Lord the King, and at such a place I will diligently seek for passage, and that I will tarry there but one flood and ebb, if I can have passage. And unless I can have it in such a place, I will go every day into the sea up to my knees essaying to pass over. And unless I can do this within 40 days, I will put myself again into the church as a robber and a felon to our Lord the King. So God me help and his holy judgment. Dover was the port oftenest assigned to abjurers. The time limit varied, being on occasions so brief that it must have been almost impossible for people on foot to fulfill the condition, which was most probably what the coroner had in view, for he would assign sometimes different delays to different refugees for the same distance. The distance from York to Dover over London Bridge was nearly 270 miles, and there are several entries of 8 days being the allotted time, thus maintaining a rate of over 33 miles a day. 170. In the church, robbers found themselves side by side with insolvent debtors. These, before seeking refuge, were usually careful to make a general donation of all their property, and the creditors who cited them to justice remained empty-handed. In 1379, Richard Roman II enacted remedial legislation. During 5 weeks, once a week, the debtor is to be summoned, by proclamation made at the door of the sanctuary, to appear in person or by attorney before the king's judges. If he does not choose to appear, justice shall take its course. Sentence will be passed, and the property that he had given away will be shared among the creditors. This, however, served, as usual, only for a time. In the first years of the following reign, the commons are found lamenting these same abuses. Apprentices who have plundered their masters, tradesmen in debt, robbers, flee to St. Martin-le-Grand and live there in quiet on the money they have stolen. They employ the leisure which this peaceful existence leaves them in patiently forging obligations, indentures, acquittances, imitating the signatures and seals of honest city merchants and of other people. Felons, murderers, and thieves avail themselves of this restful seclusion for preparing new crimes. They go out at night to commit them, and safely return in the morning to their inviolate retreat. The king, apparently puzzled as to what to do when the abuse is so great and the privilege, 171, so sacred, vaguely promises that reasonable remedy shall be had. Some years later, A.D. 1447, the goldsmiths, Company of London, was startled on finding that a quantity of sham gold and silver plate and jewelry had been issued from the privileged precincts of St. Martin-le-Grand's sanctuary, to the great detriment of their own worshipful company. They brought the facts to the notice of the king, who wrote to the dean recommending him to check this abuse if possible. Trusty and well-beloved, we gret you well, and let you to wote that we be informed that there be divers persons dwellenge within our sanctuary of St. Martin's that forge and sell latten and copper, some gilt and some silvered for gold and silver, unto the great deceit of our liege people. The tone of the king's letter is very moderate. He seems to write only to please the goldsmiths' company, while realizing that he is powerless in the matter and that his recommendations will come to nothing. A priest who took refuge in a church was not obliged to quit England. He swore that he was a priest and enjoyed ecclesiastic privilege according to the praiseworthy custom of the kingdom. But the church, who accorded to all comers the benefit of sanctuary, reserved to herself the power of removal from it. In this year, 1320, a woman who was named Isabel of Berry killed the priest of the Church of All Saints near London Wall and she remained in the same church 5 days, so that the Bishop of London issued his letter that the church would not save her, wherefore she was brought out of the church to Newgate and was hanged on the 3rd day afterwards. 172. In those days, when riots and rebellions were not uncommon, the right of sanctuary might be valuable for anyone. Reformers like Wycliffe vainly protested against this exorbitant but useful custom. A bishop even, however sacred his person, might have to spur his horse and fly towards a church to save his head. The Bishop of Exeter tried and failed when Isabella and her son came to overthrow Edward Roman II. The same day came one Sir Walter de Stapleton, who was Bishop of Exeter and the king's treasurer the previous year, riding to his house in Elda Dean's Lane to his dinner. And there he was proclaimed traitor. And he seeing that fled on his horse towards the church of St. Paul, and was there met and quickly unhorsed, and brought to Cheap, and there he was stripped and his head cut off. Under Richard Roman III might be seen a queen and a king's son refused to quit the sacred enclosure of Westminster, in which their lives were safe, thanks to the sanctity of the place. Sir Thomas More has left in his History of the Usurper, the first real history in the national language, a moving picture of the plucky defense of Edward IV's widow and of the persistent efforts of Richard to snatch the second child of the late king from the abbey. To reiterated demands the queen replied, "In what place could I reckon him sure, if he be not sure in this the centuary whereof was there never turant yet so devilish, that durst presume to break? For soth he hath found in a goodly glose, by which that place that may defend a thief may not save an innocent." The goodly glose of Richard Roman III consisted simply in having the right of sanctuary abolished. In a speech in favor of 173, the measure, which was aimed especially at the places of refuge of St. Paul's and Westminster, the Duke of Buckingham is represented by More drawing a very lively as well as an exact picture of the disorders there. What a rabble of thieves, murderers, and malicious Hagnus traitors, and that in 2 places speciale. Men's wives run thither with their housebands plate, and say, they dare not abide with their housebands for beatinge. Thieves bring thither their stolen goods, and their live thereon. There devise they new robberies. Nightly they steal out, they rob and reve and kill, and come in again as though those places gave them not only a safeguard for the harm they have done, but a license also to do more. This privilege endured, however, and even survived the Reformation, but from that hour it was less respected. Lord Chancellor Bacon speaks of the sanctuary of Calnam, near Abingdon, as being considered insufficient for traitors under Henry Roman VII. Several political criminals who had taken refuge there were seized therefore, and one of them was executed. Sanctuaries were suppressed, legally at least, in the 21st year of the reign of James I. And be it also enacted by the authority of this present Parliament that no sanctuary or privilege, 174, of sanctuary shall be hereafter admitted or allowed in any case. But they lingered on in England as well as on the continent. Cromwell complains, in one of his most famous speeches, of the difficulties his government sometimes experience on that account when they have to ask from foreign potentates that justice be done. He alludes to the recent assassination of an English messenger, and says, "It is the pleasure of the Pope at any time to tell you that though the man is murdered, yet his murderer has got into the sanctuary." Another proof that, after the statute of James I, the right of sanctuary did not fall entirely into disuse in England is that it had to be re-abolished in 1697. Sanctuaries are to be found even so late as the reign of George I, when the one at St. Peter's, Westminster, was demolished. With all their penal severity, law and custom still gave other encouragements to malefactors. They often received charters of pardon which the royal chancery willingly granted because they must be paid for, while the commons unweariedly renewed their complaints against this abuse. The priest, John Crotchell, states to the king in Parliament that while he was at the court of Rome he has been outlawed, and was imprisoned on his return. The chancellor has granted him a charter of pardon, but he is so impoverished that he has not wherewith to pay for the said charter. Charters were thus given to the innocent for money, and to common felons and murderers also, which had 2 results. The number of brigands increased by reason of their impunity, and men dared not bring the most formidable criminals to justice for fear of seeing them return pardoned and ready to wreak a terrible revenge. Most unluckily, The interest that the great had in 175, the continuance of this abuse tended also to its maintenance. In league with their retainers, they wanted to defend them from justice, as they themselves were defended by them in the street or on the road. And the best means of saving these bravi from the consequences of some assassination was to obtain or buy for them a charter of pardon. The commons knew it, and reminded the king that often the protectors of such criminals secured charters for them on the representation that these men were abroad, occupied in fighting for the prince. The charter once obtained, the malefactors returned and renewed their ill deeds, without fear of being troubled by anyone. For all these reasons, the traveler would not have been prudent if he had not foreseen on starting the chance of some untoward meeting, and if he had not armed himself in consequence. This was such a recognized necessity that the Chancellor of the University of Oxford allowed the students, on the occasion of a journey, to carry arms, otherwise strictly forbidden. There was, then, at best, but moderate safety against robbers, and there was not always much against the sheriff's officers themselves. At a time when prowlers were so numerous, it was enough to be a stranger in the district, especially if it were night, to be sent to jail on suspicion. 176, as shown by a statute of Edward Roman III, nothing more general than the terms of this law. The power to arrest is almost unlimited. Whereas, in the statute made at Winchester in the time of King Edward, grandfather to the king that now is, it is contained that if any stranger pass by the country in the night, of whom any have suspicion, he shall presently be arrested and delivered to the sheriff, and remain in ward till he be duly delivered. And because there have been divers manslaughters, felonies, and robberies done in times past, by people that be called robberdesmen, wasters, and drawlatches. Whoever suspects any to be one such, be it by day or by night, shall cause him immediately to be arrested by the constables of the towns. The man shall be kept in prison till the justices of jail delivery come down, and meanwhile inquiry shall be made. Think now of a stranger passing through the town by night. Some constable feels suspicious and wants to arrest him, imagining himself already in prison till the justices come down. The man runs away instead of allowing himself to be taken. The statute has provided for his case. If they will not obey the arrest, hue and cry shall be levied upon them, and such as keep the watch shall follow with hue and cry with all the town, and the towns near, and so hue and cry shall be made from town to town until that they be taken and delivered. 177, to the sheriff. A singular picture. Night wraps in its shadows the crooked lanes of the unlit city. The stranger is perhaps a robber, perhaps an honest man who has lost his way, not knowing the place. His fault is not to be within doors by curfew. He gropes his way as best he can. The watch perceives and challenges him, fearing the result he takes to his heels, and behold! The hue and cry begins, the watch runs, the town wakes up, lights appear, and one after the other the more zealous join in the chase. If the town is fortified, the postern gates have long been closed, and he will be surely taken. Scarcely can he hope to cast himself into some unshut doorway at a turning of the street, behind which he will cower, listening with trembling hand and beating heart to the watch who pass heavily along at a charging pace, followed by a crowd of furious shouters. The number of steps lessen, and the shouts become fainter, then die away, lost in the depths of the city. If the place is not important enough to be enclosed by walls, the first thought of the fugitive will be to gain the open, and then he must not fear marshes, ditches, hedges. He must know how, at a bend of the ground, to leave the high road and profit by any place where the statute of Winchester has been negligently applied. But for that he is lost, the constables follow, the town follows, the cry continues, and at the next village the scene of the start will begin over again. The inhabitants, warned by the clamor, light their lanterns, and see they are already in the chase. Before he reaches the end of the high street, some peasant will be found on the alert, ready to bar the passage of the road to him. All have an interest in it, all have been robbed, or their friends or relatives. 178, someone of their kin may have been wounded or murdered on the road as he returned from market. Everyone has heard of such misfortunes, and feels himself personally menaced. Hence this zeal in joining the chase with the hue and cry, and the conviction that, running so hard and making so many folk run, the fugitive must be a famous brigand ready for the gibbet. 179. Part 2. Lay Wayfarers. 181. Illustration 35. an adventure seeker. From the Ms. 2b Roman 7, English, early 14th century. Introductory Note. Qui s adventure en a cheval ni mule, si dist salamen. Qui trop s adventure per cheval et mule, respondit malkin. Vita gargantua. We have seen the aspect and usual condition of English roads. We must now take separately the principal types of the wandering class and see what sort of a life the wayfarer led, and what was his importance in society or in the state. Wayfarers belonging to civil life were, in the first place, quacks and drug sellers, gleemen, tumblers, minstrels, and singers, then messengers, pedlars, and itinerant chapmen. Lastly, outlaws, thieves of all kinds, peasants out of bond or perambulating workmen and beggars. To ecclesiastic life belonged preachers, mendicant friars, and those strange dealers in indulgences called pardoners. Lastly, there were palmers and pilgrims, whose journeyings, 182, had a religious object, but in whose ranks, as in Chaucer's book, clerk and lay were mingled. Many of these individuals, the friars for instance, had, it is true, a resting place, but their existence was spent, for the greater part, on the roads. When they left their abode, their purpose was not to reach this or that place. They had no fixed itinerary, but spent their time in ceaseless rambles about the country, begging as they went. They had, in the long run, caught the manners and the language of true nomadic wayfarers, and in common opinion were generally confounded with them. They belonged to that caste or family of beings. As for the strange race which we still see at the present day wandering from country to country, and which, later than any, will represent among us the caste of wanderers, it had not yet made its appearance in the British world, and are outside the limits of the present work. The Bohemians or gypsies remained entirely unknown in England till the 15th century. Illustration 36, Blind Beggar and His Dog. From the Ms. 10e Roman 4. 183. Illustration 37, there was also a doctor of physic, Chaucer's doctor. From the Ellesmere Ms. Chapter 1. Herbalists, charlatans, minstrels, jugglers, and tumblers. The most popular of all the wanderers were naturally the most cheerful, or those held to be the most beneficent. These latter were the folks with a universal panacea, very numerous in the Middle Ages. They went about the world selling health. They established themselves in the village green or the marketplace, on holidays, spreading a carpet or a piece of cloth on the ground. They displayed their drugs and began to harangue the people. Their numbers go diminishing nowadays, for the laws are more and more unkind to them, but they have not yet entirely disappeared. So natural to man, 184, are credulity and the longing for health. One may still hear at the present day discourses not very different from those they spoke in the 14th century in England, France, or Italy. Their profession is one that has changed less than any. In the 13th century, the herbalist of Rudeboeuf spoke like Ben Jonson's mountebank of the 17th, like the charlatan who yesterday a few steps from our door attracted the crowd to his trestle, limiting however his sales, on account of the churlishness of the legislator, to tonics, toothpastes, and the like. Big words, marvelous tales, praise of their noble and distant origin, enumeration of the extraordinary cures they have made, ostentatious display of an unbounded devotion to the public good, and of entire pecuniary disinterestedness. All this is found, and always will be found, in the talk of these insinuating itinerants, as it is also found today in the advertisements, on walls or in newspapers, of wondrous cures discovered by a priest, by a convent, by a gentleman of worth and disinterestedness, which advertisements have, to some extent, replaced the itinerant healer of olden times. Good people, said Rudeboeuf's medicinal herb seller 600 years ago, I am not one of those poor preachers, nor one of those poor herbalists who stand in front of churches with their miserable ill-sewn cloak, who carry boxes and sachets and spread out a carpet. Know that I am not one of these, but I belong to a lady whose name is Madame Trotte de Salerno, who makes a kerchief of her ears, and whose eyebrows hang down as silver chains behind her shoulders. Know that she is the wisest lady that is in all the 4 parts of the world. My lady sends us into different lands and countries, into Apulia, Calabria, Burgundy, into the forest of Ardennes to kill wild beasts in order to extract good ointments from them, and give medicine to those who are ill in body. And because she made me swear by the saints when I, 185, parted from her, I will teach you the proper cure for worms, if you will listen. Will you listen? Take off your caps, give ear, look at my herbs which my lady sends into this land and country. And because she wishes the poor as well as the rich to have access thereto, she told me that I should make pennyworths of them, for a man may have a penny in his purse who has not 5 pounds. And she told and commanded that I might take pence of the current coin in the land and country wherever I should come. These herbs, you will not eat them, for there is no ox in this country, no charger, be he never so strong, who if he had a bit the size of a pea upon his tongue would not die a hard death, they are so strong and bitter. You will put them 3 days to sleep in good white wine. If you have no white, take red. If you have no red, take fine clear water, for one may have a well before his door who has not a cask of wine in his cellar. If you breakfast from it for 13 mornings, you will be cured of your various maladies. For if my father and mother were in danger of death, and they were to ask of me the best herb I could give them, I should give them this. This is how I sell my herbs and my ointments. If you want any, come and take them. If you don't, let them alone. This herbalist was of those early maligned in France and England by royal ordinances for the illegal practice of medicine. Philip the Fair in 1311, John the Good in 1352, had issued severe decrees against them. They were berated with being ignorant of men's temperament, of the time and mode of administering, of the virtues of medicines, above all, of laxative ones in which lies danger of death. These people often come from abroad, go through town and suburbs, and venture to administer to the confiding sick. Clisteria multum laxativa et alia 186 Is illicita, at which the royal authority was justly indignant. In England, the itinerant drug sellers had no better reputation. The popular songs, satires, and farces always show them associating in taverns with the meanest rabble and using, true to nature, the most ridiculous rant. Master Brundich's man, in a play of the 15th century, thus prepares the minds of the hearers for the advent of the leech, his master, deriding both. What disease or sickness yt ever ye have, he will never leave yow till ye be in your grave. To have an idea of what their recipes might be, one must recall what the medicine was that the statutes of the kingdom protected. John of Gaddesden, court doctor under Edward Roman II, got rid of the marks of the smallpox by wrapping the sick man in red cloths, and he thus cured the heir to the throne himself. He had for a long time been troubled how to cure stone. At last, says he, in his Rosa Anglica, I bethought myself of collecting 187, a good number of those beetles which in summer are found in the dung of oxen, also of the crickets which sing in the fields. I cut off the heads and the wings of the crickets and put them with the beetles and common oil into a pot. I covered it and left it afterwards for a day and night in a bread oven. I drew out the pot and heated it at a moderate fire. I pounded the whole and rubbed the sick parts. In 3 days the pain had disappeared. Under the influence of the beetles and the crickets, the stone had broken into bits. It was almost always thus, by a sudden illumination, bethinking himself of beetles or of something else, that the learned man discovered his most efficacious remedies. Madame Trotte de Salerno never confided to her agents in the various parts of the world the secret of more marvelous and unexpected recipes. The law, however, made a clear distinction between a court physician and a quack of the crossways. Kings and princes had their own healers attached to their persons, whom they trusted more than they did their ministers. Securing by indentures of 1372 and 1373 the services of Friar William de Appleton, physician at Surgeon, and of Maester Johan Bray, granting them 40 marks yearly pension with the Bouchen court, or right to be fed at his tables, and other advantages, John of Gaunt, Roy de Castile, was careful to bind those men of learning to attend on him in peace and in war so long as they lived, a pledge which his brother, King Edward, never exacted from his chancellors. A Gaddesden had the support of an established reputation to apply any medicament to his patients, and he offered the warranty of his high position. He had studied at Oxford, and he was an authority, a grave physician like Chaucer's doctor, who had grown rich during the plague, his wealth increasing his repute. 188. For gold in physic is a cordial. Had not neglected to pore over the works of Gatesden. With lesser book knowledge but an equal ingenuity, the wandering herbalist was not so advantageously known. He could not, like the royal physician, rely on his good reputation and his bouch-end court to make his patients swallow glowworms, rub them with beetles and crickets, or give them 7 heads of fat bats as remedies. The legislator kept his eye on him. In the country, like most of the other wayfarers, the man nearly always found means to escape the rigor of the laws, but in towns the risk was greater. The unhappy Roger Clerk was sued in 1381 for the illegal practice of medicine in London, because he tried to cure a woman by making her wear a certain parchment on her bosom. Though such a nostrum could not possibly be more hurtful than the use of fat bats, he was carried to the pillory through the middle of the city with trumpets and pipes, on a horse without a saddle, his parchment and a whetstone round his neck, unseemly pottery hanging round his neck and down his back in token that he had lied. Uneasy at the increase of these abuses, Henry V issued in 1421 an ordinance against the meddlers with physic and surgery. To get rid of the mischiefs and dangers which have long continued within the kingdom among the people by means of those who have used the art and practice of physic and surgery, pretending to be well and sufficiently taught in the same arts, when of truth they are not so. Henceforth there would be severe punishments for all practitioners who have not been approved in their speciality, that is to say, those of physic by the universities, and the surgeons by the masters of that art. The mischief, 189, continued just as before, which seeing, in order to give more authority to the medicine approved by the state, Edward Roman IV, in the first year of his reign, erected the Company of Barbers of London using the faculty of surgery into a corporation. The Renaissance came and found barbers, quacks, empirics, and sorcerers continuing to prosper on British soil, and still the subject of song, satire, and play. John Heywood's apothecary is a lineal descendant of Rudebueuf's herbalist. He sells a wonderful Serapis de Byzancis and advertises it in such a way that, anything that happens, he is right. These be the thinges that break all strife between man's sickness and his life. From all pain, these shall you deliver, and set you even at reste forever. Henry Roman VIII deplored the hold those men kept on the common people, and on some of their betters too. He considered it his duty to enact new rules. The science and kenning of physic and surgery, said the king in his statute, to the perfect knowledge whereof be requisite both great learning and ripe experience, wise daily within this royalmy exercised by a great multitude of ignorant persons, of whom the great party have no manner of insight in the same nor in any other kind of learning. Some also can know letters on the boke, so far forth that common artificers, as smythes, weavers, and women boldly and customably take upon them great curious and thingies of great difficulty, in the which they partly use sorcery and witchcraft, partly apply such medicine unto the disease as be very noyous and nothing meetly therefore, to the high displeasure, 190 of God. And destruction of many of the kinges liege people, most specially of them that cannot discern the uncunning from the cunning. The examples above have shown how difficult it must often have been to discern between them. Consequently, the king continues, every one who may wish to practice in London or 7 miles round must previously submit to an examination before the bishop of that city or before the dean of St. Paul, assisted by 4 doctors of physic. In the country, the examination will take place before the bishop of the diocese or his vicar general. In 1540, the same prince united the corporation of the barbers and the college of surgeons, and granted each year to the new association the bodies of 4 condemned criminals for anathemies. Hardly were all these privileges conceded than doubts filled the mind of the legislator himself, and who, it may be wondered, did he regret? Precisely those old unregistered quacks, those possessors of infallible secrets, those village empirics so harshly treated in the statute of 1511. A new law was enacted, which is but one long enumeration of the guilty practices of qualified doctors. They poison their clients as thoroughly as the quacks of old. The chief difference is that they take more for it, refusing even to interfere if the patient is poor. Minding unali their own lucres, and nothing the profit or ease of the diseased or patient, have sued, troubled and vexed divers honest persons as well men as women, whom God hath endued with the knowledge of the nature, kind, and operation of certain herbs, rotes, and waters. And yet the said persons have not taken anything for their pains and cooning, but have ministed the same to the poor people unally for neighborhood and God's sake, and of pite and 191 charity. And it is no well known that the surgeons admitted will do no cure to any person, but where they shall know to be rewarded with a greater sum or reward than the cure extendeth unto. For in case they wold minister their cooning to sore people unrewarded, there should not so man I rot and perish to death for lackey of help of surgery as daily do. Besides, in spite of the examinations by the Bishop of London, the most part of the persons of the said craft of surgeons have small cooning. For which cause all the king's subjects who have, by speculation or practise, knowledge of the virtues of plants, roots, and waters may as before, notwithstanding enactments to the contrary, cure any malady apparent on the surface of the body by means of plasters, poultices, and ointments, within any part of the realm of England, or within any other the king's dominions. A radical change, as we see. The secrets and speculations of country people were no longer those of sorcerers, but precious recipes which they had received from God by intuition. The poor, subject to die without a doctor, rejoiced, the quacks breathed once more, but were led again onto the boards of the comic stage just as before. Ben Jonson, that bold pedestrian who walked all the way from London to Scotland, and who, in his long rambles through villages or cities, had become familiar with the variegated characters haunting their marketplaces, painted in his turn the portrait of the mountebank doctor, one of the best, not better, however, than Roudebeuf's, and very similar to it, for, as we said, the type passed on from century to century, unchanged. Old Ben, as usual, paints from life, having seen and heard more than once at Bartholomew and other fairs the drugseller pacing his scaffold and exclaiming, "Oh, health, health, the blessing of the rich, the riches of the 192 poor, who can buy thee at too dear a rate, since there is no enjoying this world without thee." Upon which the man makes game of the despicable asses, his rivals, boasts of his incomparable panacea, into which enters a little human fat, which is worth 1,000 crowns, but which he will part with for 8 crowns, no, for 6, finally for 6pence. 1,000 crowns is what the Cardinals Montalto and Farnese and his friend the Grand Duke of Tuscany have paid him, but he despises money, and he makes sacrifices for the people. Likewise he has a little of the powder which gave beauty to Venus and to Helen. One of his friends, a great traveler, found it in the ruins of Troy and sent it him. This friend also sent a little of it to the French court, but that portion had become sophisticated, and the ladies who use it do not obtain from it such good results. 3 years later, an English traveler, finding himself at Venice, was filled with wonder at the talk of the Italian mountebanks, and describing them, he too, from life, gave another copy of the same immutable original. "Truly," wrote Coriat, "I often wondered at many of these natural orators. For they would tell their tales with such admirable volubility and plausible grace, even extempore, and seasoned with that singular variety of elegant jests and witty conceits, that they did often strike great admiration into strangers that never heard them before. They sell oils, sour rainy waters, amorous songs printed, apothecary drugs, and a commonweal of other trifles. I saw one of them hold a viper in his hand, and play with his sting a quarter of an hour together, and yet receive no hurt. He made us all believe that the same viper was lineally descended from the generation of that viper that leapt out of the fire upon St. Paul's hand, in the island of Melita, now called Malta. 193. No doubt the loquacity, the volubility, the momentary conviction, the grace, the insinuating tone, the light, winged gaiety of the southern charlatan were not found so fully or so charmingly at the festivals of Old England. These festivals were, however, merry and boisterous, attended by large crowds, among which moved many an artful character so full of jest and guile that Shakespeare thought them worthy of immortality. He gave it them indeed in creating, as a model of those men whose revenue is the silly cheat, his incomparable Autolycus, a rogue. Country laborers went in numbers to these meetings, to stand jests which, aimed at them, were an amusement even to themselves, and to buy some drug which would do them good. They are to be seen there still. At the present day, they continue to collect before the vendors of cures for the toothache and other troubles. Certificates abound round the booth, It seems as though all the illustrious people in the world must have been benefited by the discovery. The man now addresses himself to the rest of humanity. He talks, gesticulates, gets excited, leans over with a grave tone and a deep voice. The peasants press around, gaping with inquisitive eye, uncertain if they ought to laugh or to be afraid, and in the end get confident. The large hand fumbles in the new coat, the purse is drawn forth with an awkward air. The piece of money is held out and the medicine received, while the shining eye and undecided physiognomy say plainly that the cunning and the habitual practical sense are here at fault, that these good souls, clever and invincible in their own domain when it is a question of a sheep or a cow, are the victims of everyone in an unknown land, the land of medical lore. The vendor bestirs himself, and now, as formerly, triumphs over indecision by means of direct appeals. In England, the incomparable Goose Fair at 194 Nottingham should be chosen as the place to see these spectacles, which shine there in all their infinite variety, with quacks as racy as those of pristine days, scenes reminding one of Rubens' great Kermesse at the Louvre, and at every turn and before every shop living confutations of St. Evremond and others, ideas of the temper of the English, ever lost in their thoughts, as if merry England were no more. Greater still was, in the Middle Ages, the popularity of those wayfarers, numerous too at the Goose Fair, who came not to cure but to amuse, and who, if they did not offer remedies for diseases, at least brought forgetfulness of troubles. The minstrels, tumblers, jugglers, and singers. Minstrels and jongleurs, under different names, exercised the same profession, that is, they chanted songs and romances to the accompaniment of their instruments, as is still done in the East, in Persia for instance, where poems are not told but chanted, in various keys according to the subject. At a time when books were rare and the theater, properly so called, did not exist, poetry and music traveled with the minstrels and gleemen along the roads. Such guests were always welcome. They were to be found at every feast, wherever there were rejoicings. It was expected from them, as from wine or beer, that care would be lulled to sleep, and merriment would replace it. They had many ways to fulfill the expectation, some dignified, some not. Of the first sort was the singing and reciting, either in French or English, of the loves and deeds of ancient heroes. This was a grand part to play, one held in much reverence. The harpers and minstrels who arrived at the castle gates, their heads full of war stories or sweet tales or lively songs to excite laughter, ad ridendum, were received with the highest favor. On their coming, they announced themselves without by some Muri 195, singing overheard in the house. Soon came the order to bring them in. They were ranged at one end of the hall, and every one gave ear to them. They preluded on their instruments and then began to sing. On what subject? Perhaps the plaintive numbers flow for old unhappy far-off things and battles long ago, or is it some more humble lay familiar matter of today, some natural sorrow, loss, or pain that has been and may be again? Like Taillefer at Hastings, they told of the prowess of Charlemagne and of Roland, or they spoke of Arthur, or of the heroes of the wars of Troy, undoubted ancestors of the Britons of England. Men liken gestes for to hear, and Romans read in Dewar's manner of Alexander the Conqueror, of Julius Caesar the Emperor, of Greece and Troy the strong strife, there many a man lost his life. 196 of Brute that Baron bold of Han the first conqueror of England, of King Ardor that was so rich, was none in his time him lich. How King Charles and Roland fought with Sarzens nold they be caught, of Tristram, and of Ussaud the sweet how they with love first gan meet. Of King John and of Isambras, of Idun and of Amadas, stories of Diwas Thingas of Princess, Prelades and of Kingas, many songas of Dewar's rhyme, as English, French, and Latin. In the 14th century, most of these old romances, heroic, forceful, or touching, had been recast and put into new language florid descriptions. Complicated adventures, marvels, and prodigies had been added to them. Many had been turned into prose, and instead of being sung, they were read. The Lord listened with pleasure, and his taste, palled by surfeit, caused him to take delight in the strange entanglements with which every event was henceforth enveloped. He now lived a more complex life than formerly. Being more refined, he had more wants, and grand, simple pictures in poems like the Song of Roland no longer satisfied his imagination. He preferred variety to grandeur. The heroes of romance, 197, found harder and harder tasks imposed on them, and were obliged to triumph over more and more marvelous enchantments. As the hand became more alert, the modeling improved. The softer-hearted heroes of amorous adventures were endowed by the poet with that charm, at once mystic and sensual, so characteristic of the sculptured figures of the 14th century. The author of Sir Gawain takes a scarcely concealed pleasure in describing the visits which his knight receives, in painting his lady, so gentle, so pretty, with easy motions and gay smile. He puts into his picture all his art, all his soul. He finds words which seem caresses and verses which shine as with a golden gleam. These pictures, not rare in the 13th century, greatly multiplied in the 14th, but toward the end thereof passed from the romance into the tale, or into poems, half tale, half romance, such as the Troilus of Chaucer. After many transformations, the metrical romance was gradually giving way to new forms and styles which better suited the tastes of the hour. 100 years earlier, such a man as Chaucer would have taken up the Arthur legends in his turn, and would have written some splendid, long-winded poetical romance for the minstrels. But he left us tales and lyric poems because his own taste and that of the age were different, and he felt that people were still curious but not enthusiastic about old heroic stories, that few any longer followed them with passion to the end, and that they were rather made the ornament of libraries than the subject of daily thought. Thenceforward men like to find separately in 198 ballads and in tales the lyric breath and the spirit of observation formerly contained with all the rest in the great metrical romances, the poetical summi of earlier days, and these, abandoned to the less expert of the itinerant rhymers, became such wretched copies of the old originals that they were the laughing stock of people of sense and taste. Many of the grand French epics were thus abridged and put into skipping, barren English verse, the epics being out of fashion, their substitutes valueless. So, when Chaucer, surrounded by his fellow pilgrims, favored them with a story of Sir Thopas, popular good sense, personated by the host, rebelled, and the performance was rudely interrupted. Yet from Sir Thopas to many of the romances which ran the streets or the roads the distance is small, and the laughable parody was hardly more than a close imitation. Robert Thornton, in the first half of the 15th century, copied from older texts a good number of these remodeled romances. In turning their pages, one is struck by the excellence of Chaucer's jesting, his caricature being almost a portrait. These poems are all cut after one and the same pattern, tripping and sprightly, with little thought and less sentiment. The cadence stanzas march on, clear, easy, and empty. No constraint, no effort, one may open and close the book without a sigh, without regret, with no positive weariness nor really felt pleasure. Were it not for the proper names, the reader might pass chance-wise from one romance to another without noticing the change. Take no matter which, Sir Issambres, for example. 199, after a prayer for form's sake, the rhymer vaunts the valor of the hero, then praises a quality of especial value, with which he was happily endowed, his fondness for minstrels and his generosity towards them. He leffed glooming well in hall he gave thame robus rich of pal fine cloth, both of gold and also fee, of courtesy was he kinge, of meat and drink no nithenge. On life was none so free. Issambres, his wife, and his son are without peers. He is the most valiant of knights, his wife the most lovely of women. I will yow tell of a knit that both was stalworth and wit, and worthily undire weed. His name was Hatting Sir Issambres. So is also Sir Eglamour. Why shall tell yow of a knit that was both hardy and wit, and strange and etchestower? So is also Sir de Grevant. And why shall carp off a knit that was both hardy and wit, Sire de Grevant that hend hit, that doughty was of deed. 200. So is also Chaucer's Sir Thopas. I wall tell Veryman of Meath and of Solas. Al of a knit was fair and gent in battle and in tournament, his name was Sir Thopas. And though Sir Thopas almost comes within the scope of the present work, being an adventure seeker, a knight-antress, ever on his way, never sleeping in a house. And for he was a knight-antress, he nold slepen in non whose, but liggen in his hode, his bright helm was his wonder pillow. Yet must we abide by the ruling of mine host, and leave him alone. No more of this for God's dignity. But even at a comparatively late date, the inmate of an out-of-the-way castle usually proved more lenient. He welcomed the minstrel, his verse and his viol as he welcomed change. He lent a complacent ear to his commonplace romances, his ballads on every subject, his praise of flowers, women, wine, spring, heroes, and saints, his goliardic dispraise of women, monks, and friars, his tales of love or laughter, his patriotic songs the rarest of all. For the 100 Years' War was for the English chiefly a royal and not a national war. And this alone can explain the scant place occupied in the songs of the time by Crecy, 201, and Poictiers. Never mentioned by Chaucer, never mentioned by Langland, who disapproved of the war, celebrated only by one solitary songster known by name and otherwise unknown, the unimitated and ungifted Lawrence Minot. The noble listened. He had few intellectual diversions. He gave little time, if any, to reading, which was not for him then an unmixed pleasure, and needed effort. There was no theatre for him to go to. At long intervals only, when the great yearly feasts came round, the knight might go, in company with the crowd, to see Pilate and Jesus on the boards. There he found sometimes not only the crowd, but the king too. Richard Roman II, for example, witnessed a religious play or mystery in the 14th year of his reign, and had £10 distributed among several clerks of London who had played before him at Skinnerwell, the play of the Passion and of the creation of the world. A few years later, he saw the famous York plays, at the feast of Corpus Christi, performed in the streets of that city. In ordinary times, the knight was only too happy to receive in his home men of vast memory, who knew more verse and more music than could be heard in a day. The king himself liked their coming. He had them sometimes brought up to him in his very chamber, where he was pleased to sit and hear their music. Edward Roman II received 4 minstrels in his chamber at Westminster and heard their songs, and when they went, he ordered 20 ells of cloth to be given them for their reward. No one thought in those days of rejoicings without minstrels. There were 426 of them, 202, at the marriage of the Princess Margaret, daughter of Edward Roman III, gave £100 to those who were present at the marriage of his daughter Isabella. Some figured also at his tournaments. When a bishop went on his pastoral rounds, he was occasionally greeted by minstrels, hired on purpose to cheer him. They were of necessity chosen among local artists, who were apt to fiddle cheap music to his lordship. Bishop Swinfield, in one of his rounds, gave a penny apiece to 2 minstrels who had just played before him, but on another occasion he distributed 12 pence apiece. When men of importance were traveling, they sometimes had the pleasure of hearing minstrels at the inn, and in that manner whiled away the long empty evenings. In the curious manual already quoted, called La Manière de l'Engage, composed in French by an Englishman of the 14th century, the traveler of distinction is represented listening to the musicians at the inn and mingling his voice at need with their music. Then, says our author, come forward into the Lord's presence the trumpeters and hornblowers with their frestals, pipes, and clarions, and begin to play and blow very loud. And then the Lord with his squires begin to move, to sway, to dance, to utter and sing fine carols till midnight without ceasing. In great houses, minstrels' music was the usual seasoning of meals. At table there are only 2 amusements. 203, says Langland in his Visions, to listen to the minstrels, and, when they are silent, to talk religion and to scoff at its mysteries. The repasts which Sir Gawain takes at the house of his host, the Green Knight, are enlivened with songs and music. On the second day the amusement extends till after supper. They listen during the meal and after it to many noble songs, such as Christmas carols and new songs, with all possible mirth. Money athel songes, as conjutes of Christmas, and carol is new, with all the manerly mirth that moan may of tell. On the third day, with mirth and minstrelsy, with meetes at hoar will, they madden as merry as any men motten. In Chaucer's Squire's Tale, King Cambenskin gives a fest so solemnly, and so rich that in this world in knee was their noonet lich. And this prince is shown sitting after the third course among his nobles, listening to the music. So befell after the thrid curs, will that the king sit thus in his noble eye, herking his minstrels her things play byforn him a tabord deliciously. During all these meals the sound of the viol, the voice of the singers, the delicious things of the minstrels were interrupted. It is true, by the crunching of the bones, 204 gnawed by the dogs under the tables, by the quarrels of the same, or by the sharp cry of some ill-bred falcon, for many noblemen kept during dinner these favourite birds on a perch behind them. Their masters, enjoying their presence, were indulgent with the liberties they took. The minstrels of Cambinskin are represented as attached to his person. Those belonging to the King of England also had permanent functions. The sovereign was seldom without them, and even when he went abroad was accompanied by them as well as by his hawks and hounds, a complete orchestra. Henry V engaged 18, who were to follow him to Guyenne and elsewhere. Their chief is sometimes called King or Marshal of the Minstrels. On May 2, 1387, Richard Roman II gave a passport to John Combs, Camas, Rex Ministralorum Nostrorum, who was setting out for a journey beyond the sea. On January 19, 1464, Edward Roman IV grants a pension of 10 marks to our beloved Walter Halliday, Marshal of our Minstrels. The roll of Thomas Brantingham, treasurer to Edward Roman III, bears frequent mention of royal minstrels to whom a fixed salary of 7 pence halfpenny a day is paid. King Richard Roman II had in the same manner minstrels in his pay and enjoyed their music, 205, when traveling. When he went for the last time to Ireland, he had to wait for 10 days at Milford on account of contrary winds. That French gentleman, Creighton, who was with him, and wrote afterwards a most interesting account of what befell the unfortunate king during the last year of his reign, states in his chronicle that the time was merrily passed at Milford while expecting a change in the weather. And that day and night they had music and songs of minstrels. The richer nobles imitated, of course, the king, and had their own companies, whom they allowed to play at times in various parts of the country, as was the case later with regular actors, and whom they supplied with testimonial letters vouching for them and their artistic ability. The accounts of Winchester College under Edward Roman IV show that this college recompensed the services of minstrels belonging to the king, the Earl of Arundel, Lord de la Ware, the Duke of Gloucester, the of Northumberland, and the Bishop of Winchester. These last often recur. In the same account's time of Henry Roman IV, mention is made of the expenses occasioned by the visit of the Countess of Westmoreland, accompanied by her suite. Her minstrels formed part of it, and a sum of money was given them. 206. When visiting towns and performing before the citizens, itinerant troops made a collection among the bystanders, having, however, themselves a fee to pay for the privilege. A curious example of this is recorded in John of Gaunt's register, where his seneschal of Newcastle-under-Lyme is ordered to see to it that 4d. be paid to William de Brompton, a burgess of that city, and Marjorie his wife, by every minstrel coming there, to make his minstrelsy against the feast of St. Giles the Abbot, and that a payment be also made to the same for every bear brought there to be baited, a regular inquest having shown that such fees had been paid to that couple and to Marjorie's ancestors from time immemorial. Like lords and princes from the early 15th century at least, cities themselves had their troops of minstrels. London, Coventry, Bristol, Shrewsbury, Norwich, Chester, York, Beverley, Leicester, Lynn, Canterbury had them to name no others. They received fixed fees or dues, wore the town livery and badge of a silver scutcheon, played at all local celebrations and festivities, and were commonly known as waits. Besides money and good meals, those musical wanderers often received a variety of gifts, such as cloaks, furred robes, and the like. Langland alludes more than once to these largesses, which proves that they were considerable, and he regrets that all this was not distributed to the poor who go, they too, from door to door, and are the minstrels of God. 207. Clerkis and Nitz welcometh Kinge's minstrels, and for love of hear lords lithen hem at fests. Much more, methinketh rich men ought have beggars by hem, which bait goads minstrels. But his advice was not heeded, and long after his time, the minstrels continued to be admitted to the castle halls. In erecting the hall, the builder took into account the probable visits of musicians, and often raised a gallery for them above the entrance door, opposite to the dais, the place where the master's table was set. This custom long survived the Middle Ages. At Hatfield, a minstrel's gallery of the 17th century adorns the hall of that beautiful place, and is still, on great occasions, put to the use it was originally intended for. Illustration 38, playing upon the viol. From the Ms. 10 EIV, English, early 14th century. The classic instrument of the minstrel was the viol, a kind of violin or fiddle with a bow, something like ours, a drawing of which, as used in the 13th century, is to be found in the album of Villard de Honnecourt. It was delicate to handle and required much skill. In proportion, therefore, as the profession lowered, the good performer on the viol became rarer. The common tambourine or tabor, which needed but little training, replaced the viol, and true artists complained of the music and the taste of the 208 day. It was a tabor that the gleeman of Ely wore at his neck when he had his famous dialogue with the King of England, which proved so bewildering for the monarch. He came thence to London. In a meadow he met the king and his suite. Around his neck hung his tabor, painted with gold and rich azure. The minstrels played yet other instruments: the harp, the lute, the guitar, the bagpipe, the rhoda, a kind of small harp, the ancient instrument of the Celts, and others. Illustration 39. Cittern, bagpipe, clarion, rebec, psaltery, syrinx, sackbut, regals, gittern, shalm, timbrel, cymbals. The minstrels' gallery at Exeter. 14th century. The presence, the favor of the great, rendered enviable the lot of the minstrels. They multiplied accordingly, and the competition was great, which made the trade less profitable. In the 15th century, the king's minstrels, clever and able men, protested to their master against the increasing audacity of the false minstrels, who deprived them of the greater part of their revenues. "Uncultured peasants," said the king, who sided with his own men, "and workmen of different trades in our kingdom of England have passed themselves off as minstrels. Some have worn our livery, which we did not 211 grant to them, and have even given themselves out to be our own minstrels." By means of these guilty practices, they extorted much money from the king's subjects, and although they had no understanding nor experience of the art, they went from place to place on festival days and gathered all the profits which should have enriched the true artists, those who had devoted themselves entirely to their profession, and did not exercise any low trade. The king, to protect his men against such unlawful competition, authorized them to reconstitute and consolidate the pre-existing guild of minstrels. No one could henceforth exercise this profession, whatever his talent, if he had not been admitted into the guild. A power of inquiry was granted to the members of the society, who had the right to have false minstrels fined, the money to be applied to candles lit in the chapel of the Holy Virgin at St. Paul's and in the Royal Free Chapel of St. Anthony. For a pious motive was associated then with most actions, and minstrels, so badly treated by the generality of religious writers, were in this case bound, says the king, to pray in those two chapels for him while alive and for his soul when dead, for his dearest consort Elizabeth Queen of England, and for the soul of his dearest lord and father, this till the end of time. Women were, as well as men, admitted into the fraternity. Such was the will of the king. In the same manner, and without any better success, the price of bread and the wage for a day's labor were lowered by statute, all of which had but a limited and temporary effect. 212. The authorities had other reasons for watching over singers and itinerant musicians. While they showed indulgence to the armed retainers of the great, they feared the rounds made by those gleemen with no other arms than their viol or tabor, but sowing sometimes strange, disquieting doctrines under color of songs. These were more than liberal, and went at times so far as to recommend social or political revolt. The Commons in Parliament denounced by name, at the beginning of the 15th century, the Welsh minstrels as fomentors of trouble and causes of rebellion. Their political songs encouraged the insurgents to resistance, and Parliament, who bracketed them with ordinary vagabonds, knew well that in having them arrested on the roads, it was not simple cut-purses whom it sent to prison. Item, that no westers and rhymers, minstrels or vagabonds, be maintained in Wales to make chimorthas or quillages on the common people, who by their divinations, lies, and exhortations are partly cause of the insurrection and rebellion now in Wales. Reply, Leroy Levute. Popular movements were the occasion for satirical songs against the great, songs composed by minstrels and soon known by heart among the crowd. It was a popular song which furnished to John Ball the text for his famous speech at Blackheath in the revolt of 1381. When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman? Again, under Henry Roman VI, when the peasants of Kent rose, and their allies the sailors took and beheaded the Duke of Suffolk at sea, a satirical song was composed, became popular, and has come down to us. As before killing him they had given a mock trial to the king's favorite, so in the song they present the comedy of his funeral. 213, nobles and prelates are asked to come and sing their responses, and in this pretended burial service, which is in reality a hymn of joy and triumph, the minstrel calls down heavenly blessings on the murderers. At the end, the commons are represented coming in their turn to sing a sarcastic requiescent in pace over all English traitors. The renown of the popular rebel, Robin Hood the outlaw, who lived in the 12th century if he ever lived at all, went on increasing. His manly virtues were extolled. Picturesque companions were, later, invented for him: Friar Tuck, Maid Marian, Little John, and all the imaginary inhabitants of Sherwood Forest. Listeners were told how this pious man, who, even in the worst danger, waited till Mass was over before thinking of his safety, boldly robbed great lords and high prelates, but was merciful to the poor. Which was an indirect notice, to the brigands of the time, that they should be careful to discern in their rounds between the tares and the wheat. The sympathy of the minstrels for ideas of emancipation, which had made such progress in the 14th century, was not only evinced in these songs, but also in the remodeled romances recited by them in presence of the nobles, and which henceforth were full of high-flown declarations on the equality of men. The hearer did not take offense. The greater poets, favorites of all that counted, the king himself in his public statements proclaimed liberal truths which it was hardly expected would be acted upon literally. Thus Chaucer, 214, celebrates in his most eloquent verse the only true nobility in his eyes, that which comes from the heart. Thus also King Edward I, on summoning the first true English Parliament in 1295, declared that he did so inspired by the old maxim which prescribes that what concerns all should be approved by all, proclaiming a principle whence have since issued the most radical reforms of society, and on which the American insurgents founded, centuries later, their claim to independence. Such direct appeals from the king to his people contributed early to develop among the English the sense of duty, of political rights and responsibilities. In days of trouble, when Parliament scarcely yet existed, the same king thought he should explain his conduct to the people and allow them to form an opinion. The king about this, and about his estate and as to his kingdom, and how the business of the kingdom has come to naught, makes known and wishes that all should know the truth of it, which ensues. In France, the enunciation of liberal principles was frequent in royal edicts, but the emptiness of these fine words and the interested motives which caused them to 215 be used were scarcely veiled at all. Louis X. Le Hutin, in his ordinance of July 2, 1315, declares that, as according to the law of nature every one is born free, he has resolved to enfranchise the serfs on his own estates. He adds, however, that he will do so for money. 3 days later, fearing that his benefit is not sufficiently prized, he supplements his first statement by a new one in which his exalted ideas and his present needs are boldly intertwined. It may be that some, ill-advised and in default of good counsel, might misunderstand such great benefit and favor, and wish rather to remain in the baseness of servitude than to come to free estate. Wherefore we order and commit to you that, for the aid of the present war, you levy on such persons according to the amount of their property, and the conditions of servitude of each one, as much and sufficiently as the condition and riches of those persons may bear, and as the necessity of our war may require. Well then might the minstrels imitate the king himself in repeating axioms so well known, and which, according to appearance, there was so little chance of seeing carried out. But ideas, like the seeds of trees falling on the soil, are not lost, and the noble who had gone to sleep to the murmur of verses chanted by the gleeman waked up one day to the tumult of the crowd collected before London, with the refrain of the priest John Ball for its war cry. And then he had to draw his sword and show, by a massacre, that the time was not yet come to apply these axioms, and that there was nothing in them save song. Still were the trees dropping their seeds. Poets and popular singers had thus an influence over social movements, less through the maxims scattered throughout their great works than by those little unpolished pieces, struck off on the moment, which the lesser among them composed and sang for the people, at the crossroads in 216 times of trouble, or by the peasant's hearth in ordinary times, as a reward for hospitality. Illustration 40, a 14th century juggler. From his 10e Roman 4. Minstrels, however, as singers of songs, propagators of thoughts, tellers of romances, were to disappear. An age was beginning when books and the art of reading spread among the people, and a more and more numerous public would read and cease to listen. The theaters were, moreover, about to offer a spectacle much superior to that of the little troupe of musicians and wandering singers, and would compete with them more powerfully than the rude husbandmen and artificers of various crafts, against whose impertinence Edward Roman IV was so indignant. Replaced, unwanted, the minstrels proper ceased to exist as a class, leaving however behind them a variety of men who could claim them as ancestors, street musicians, mirth-mongers, or the blind crowder with no rougher voice than rude style, who sang for Sir Philip Sidney, the oldie song of Percy and Douglas. In fact, the period of the taileffers who would go to death in the fight, while singing of Charlemagne, was a limited one. The luster which the jongleurs or trouvers of the 12th and 13th centuries, who confined themselves to the recitation of poetry, had shed on their profession, was effaced in proportion as they associated, 217, more closely with the mannerless bands of tumblers, jugglers, leaders of performing bears, urcenarii. The Latin documents of the time name them conjurers and ribalds of all kinds. These bands had always existed, but the chanters of romances, tellers of knights, high deeds, and of saints, edifying examples admitted even into the cloister, finding grace before St. Thomas Aquinas, had in the heyday of their fame stood above them or apart from them. At all times, however, in castles and at fairs, were to be found buffoons and jugglers, whose coarseness exhilarated the spectators. The precise details which the contemporaries give as to their performances show not only that their jokes would not be tolerated among the rich of today, but that there are even few out-of-the-way villages where 218 peasants on a festival would accept them without disgust. The great of former days found pleasure, however, in them, and in the troop of mummers and tumblers who went about wherever mirth was wanted, there always were some who excited laughter by the ignoble means described in John of Salisbury's Polycraticus, so shameful that even a cynic would blush at seeing them. But people of high degree did not blush, they laughed. 200 years later, some sacrilegious clerks, out of hate for the Archbishop of York, made themselves guilty of the same monstrous buffooneries in his very cathedral, and the episcopal letter relating their misdeeds with the precision of a legal report adds that they were committed more ribaldorum. Langland, at the same epoch, shows that one of his personages is not a true minstrel, either of the higher or of the lower sort, since he is neither able to tell fair jests, nor to practice those welcome turpitudes. The greater was the feast, the coarser were often the deeds and songs of the mirth-mongers. In this way, in particular, were they accustomed to celebrate Christmas. Thomas Gascoigne, in the sort of theological dictionary compiled by him, beseeches his readers to abstain from hearing such Christmas songs, for they leave on the mind images and ideas which it is almost impossible afterwards to wash out. He adds as a warning the story of a man he personally knew. I have known, I, Gascoigne, doctor in divinity, who am writing this book, a man who had heard at Christmas some of those repulsive songs. 219. It so happened that the shameful things he had made such a deep impression on his mind that he could never in after time get rid of those remembrances nor wipe away those images. So he fell into such a deep melancholy that at length it proved deadly to him. Illustration 41. Favorite dances in medieval England. From Ms. 10e Roman 4. The representations of the dance of Salome to be found in medieval stained glass or manuscripts give an idea of the sort of tricks and games considered the fittest to amuse people of importance while sitting in their hall or having their dinner. It is by dancing on her hands, head downwards, that the young woman gains the suffrages of Herod. As the idea of such a dance could not be drawn from the Bible, it obviously arose from the customs of the time. At Clermont-Ferrand, in the stained glass of the cathedral 13th century, Salome dances on knives which she holds with each hand, she also having her head downwards. In a window at the Lincoln Cathedral she has no knives, but her dance is of the same sort and her red-stockinged feet touch the upper line of the glass panel. At Verona, she is represented on the 220, most ancient of the bronze gates of St. Zeno, 9th century, bending backwards and touching her feet with her head. Those standing by are filled with surprise and admiration. One puts his hand to his mouth, the other to his cheek, in an involuntary gesture of amazement. She may be seen in the same posture in several manuscripts in the British Museum. Herod is sitting at his table with his lords, while the young woman dances head downwards. In another manuscript, also of the 14th century, minstrels are shown playing on their instruments, while a professional dancing girl belonging to their troupe performs as usual head downwards. But this time, as at Clermont, her hands rest on two swords. The accounts of the Royal Exchequer of England sometimes mention sums paid to passing dancers, who, no doubt, must also have performed surprising feats, for the payments are considerable. Thus, in the 3rd year of his reign, Richard Roman II pays to John Catarine, a dancer of Venice, £6 13 shillings and 4pence for having played and danced before him. Illustration 42. Favorite dances in Persia. From a pencil case. In the East, where in our travels we have sometimes the surprise of finding ancient customs still living, 221, which we can at home only study in books, the fashion for buffoons and mimics survives, and even remains the great distraction of princes. The Bey of Tunis, when I was there years ago, had fools to amuse him in the evening, who insulted and diverted him by the contrast between their permitted insolence and his real power. Among the rich Moslem women of the same city, few of whom could read, the monotony of days spent by them till death came under the shadow of the same walls, behind the same gratings, was broken by the tales of the female fool, whose duty was to enliven the harem by sallies of the strangest liberty. As for dances, they frequently consist, in the East, in performances similar to that of Salome, such as shown in our manuscripts. Women dancing head downwards constantly appear in Persian pictures. Several examples may be seen in the Victoria and Albert Museum, and the same subject often occurs on the valuable pencil cases formerly made with so much taste and art in Persia. If our ancestors of the 14th century could enjoy such pleasures, no wonder that moralists declared more and more openly against both minstrels and mimics, and ranked them with those rogues and vagabonds denounced as a public danger by Parliament. As years pass, the discredit grows. In the 16th century, Philip Stubbs saw in minstrels the personification of all vices, and he justified in bitter words his contempt for such drunken sockets and bawdy parasites as range the countries, rhyming and singing of unclean, corrupt and filthy songs in taverns, alehouses, inns, and other public assemblies. Their life is like the shameful songs of which their heads are full, and they are the origin of all abominations, the more dangerous because their number is so great. Every town, city, and country is full of these minstrels to pipe up a dance to the devil, but of divines, so few there be as they may hardly be seen. 222. But some of them will reply and say, "What, sir? We have licenses from justices of peace to pipe, and use our minstrelsy to our best commodity. Cursed be those licenses which license any man to get his living with the destruction of many thousands. But have you a license from the Archjustice of Peace, Christ Jesus? If you have not, then may you, as rogues, extravagants, and stragglers from the heaven-like country, be arrested of the high justice of peace, Christ Jesus, and be punished with eternal death, notwithstanding your pretensed licenses of earthly men." Such was the state of degradation the noble profession of the old singers had reached. The necessity either of obtaining a license or of joining a guild, as prescribed by Edward Roman IV, had been powerless to check the decay. With new manners and inventions, their raison d'etre disappeared. The ancient reciters of poems, after having mingled with the disreputable troops of caterers to public amusement, saw these troops survive them, and, regular players apart, there henceforth only remained upon the roads those coarse buffoons, bearwards, and vulgar music-makers whom thoughtful men held as reprobates. Illustration 43. A performing bear. From Ms. 10 E. Roman 4. 223. Illustration 44. A sham messenger. From Ms. 10 E. Roman 4. Chapter 2. Messengers, itinerant merchants, and pedlars. All his life long, kind, loving, merry Chaucer, a good observer, a good listener, and good talker, was fond of travels and travelers, of roamers and tale-tellers, of people who came from afar, bringing home with them many stories if little money, stories in which much invention no doubt was mingled with a little truth. But what is the good of raising a protest against harmless invention? Is not sometimes their mixture with sooth a pleasant one? Thus he said, Thus saw I fowls and saw compound toadster flee for one tidinge. Interested in all that was human, he studied ordinary types and rare ones. He observed mine host and looked also for seekers of adventure, and was never tired of hearing their tales. 224. Adventure, that is the motto of tidinges as the sea is of wells and of springes. No greater pleasure for him than to see winged wonders fast fleen, 20,000 in a route, as Eolus hem blew about. He was in this a real connoisseur, fully appreciating the merit of a well-told fable and knowing how useful and pleasant some such may be found to beguile slow-wing time. Long before he started from the Tabard, fast by the bell, for a journey which millions of Englishmen have since performed at his heels, allured by the music or merriment of his word, he had this same taste for uncouth sits and tidinges, as well as for things glad. Finding himself once in great distress of mind, with a heavy heart, disesper out of all blies, what did he dream of to solace himself, but of meeting and hearing the whole innumerable tribe of tale-tellers, wayfarers, and adventure-seekers, by fancy assembled in an immense house, made of twigs, salwie, reed, and green eek. He wanted us to know, and he wrote of the house of fame, where after having met the bard that bare of Thebes up the fame, Statius and Gret Omer, and Venus clerk Ovid, English Gonfried, of Monmouth of Arthurian fame, and many more, he thought that there was no room for him, and feeling his distress as keen as ever, dreamed of something else, willing. Some new tidinges for to lear, some new thinge, why not what tidings other this or that, of love or such things glad. 225. In this he had full satisfaction. His dream took another turn, and he was led towards the place he wanted, where things glad were to be found, a temple not of fame, but of tales and tidings, of noise and merriment. And the route comes so great a noise, that it hit stand upon ois, men mit hit have heard easily to Rome, why trow sikerly. The noise went up to the sky from innumerable apertures, for this whose hath of entrees as feel many, as of leaves ben on trees, in summer wan they green ben. Never for one instant is the place quiet nor silent, it is always filled a full of tidinges, other loud or of whisperinges, and over a the house's angles, wise full of roundinges and of jangles, of wares, of peas, of marriages, of rests, of labor and of voyages. War and peace, and love and travels, all this he was to make in aftertime the subject of his Canterbury tales. And he represents himself in this earlier poem as if coming to the well and spring of all tales, placed somewhere in the land of dreams and fancy, yet surrounded by people who were neither fanciful nor dreamy creatures, but bony beings, on the contrary, with strong muscles and alert tongues, and the dust of the road to Rome or the East on their feet. Surrounded, in fact, by these very roamers we are now trying to call up one by one from the past, and who receive in the house of fame such an apotheosis as befits their quaint if rather questionable character. Good Chaucer, 226, lends a willing ear, and the ways of speech of these people are carefully preserved in his verse for those who after him may find interest in them. In this manner they spoke, every person, says the poet. Every wight that I saw there round muttered in each other's air, a new tidinge prevely, or else told a le openly writ thus and said, Know'st not thou that wise bedded late or now? No, quod he, tell me what. And then he told him this and that, and swore thereto that hit was soth. Thus hath he said, and thus he doth, and thus shall hit be, and thus heard why say. And the delight is that the tale repeated by many is always new, for it is never exactly the same. The fib fattens as it grows old, so that it may serve your pleasure many a time and oft. When un had heard a thinge iwes, he come forthright to another wight, and gan him tellin anon writ, the same thinge that him was told, or hit a forlonge way was oldie. But gan samuhat for to etch, increase, to this tidinge in this spetch more than hit ever was, as fire wise want a quick and goo from a spark sprongen amies, till a sighty brent up wise. That there may be no mistake about the sort of people to whom the pleasant art of stretching a lie is so familiar, Chaucer is careful to name them. And there we find almost every one of our friends already mentioned or hereafter described, the sea or land wayfarers. And Lord, this whose in a times was full of shipmen and pilgrims, with scrips bags bret full of lessings, lies and tremiddled with tidinges, 227, and eke alone be himself, Oh, many 1,000 times 12 saw I eke of these partners, courers, and eke of messengers with boists crammed full of lies. What Chaucer gathered from these shipmen, pardners, couriers, and messengers, he assures us it was not his intention to tell the world. For hit no need is redelly, folk can hit singe bet than I. Whether or not some doubt may have afterwards entered his mind about the great poetical faculty of folk, certain it is that, for the delight of future ages, he did not stick to his word, as every reader of the Canterbury Tales well knows. Illustration 45, a professional messenger. From the Ms. 10 e Roman 4. These boists which Chaucer represents, carried by messengers and couriers, were filled in the way he describes only in a metaphorical sense, and this left room for more solid ware, for letters and parcels too, since in those old simple days, the messengers were the only equivalent for mail and for parcels post. They were to be found in the service of abbots, bishops, nobles, sheriffs, courts of justice, and of the king. Such a costly forerunner of the post was not, of course, available for everybody. People did as they best could. The poor man, 228, waited till some friend was going a journey. The rich only had express messengers, entrusted with their errands to distant places and with the carrying of their letters, generally written at dictation by a scribe on a sheet of parchment, and then sealed in wax with the master's signet. The king kept 12 messengers with a fixed salary. They followed him everywhere, in constant readiness to start. They received threepence a day when they were on the road, and 4 shillings and 8 pence a year to buy shoes. They were entrusted with letters, 229, for the kings of France and Scotland, sent to call together the representatives of the nation for Parliament, to order the publication of the papal sentence against Guy de Montfort, to call to Windsor the Knights of St. George, to summon the archbishops, earls, barons, and other lords and ladies of England and Wales, to London to be present at the funeral of the late Queen, Philippa, to prescribe the proclamation in the counties of the statutes made in Parliament, to command the archbishops, bishops, abbots, priors, deans, and chapters of the cathedral churches of all the shires to pray for the soul of Anne, late Queen of England, deceased. Edward Roman III sends messengers or heralds to foreign parts, viz., France, Germany, Brabant, Flanders, Scotland, to call the nobility of these countries to a great tournament, a sort of international match to be held on St. George's Day. The amount of the expense so incurred, which is not less than £32, shows that the messengers must have had long protracted journeys and must have had to visit every part of the countries allotted to each of them. Sometimes the king got into trouble with his commons on account of expenses for messengers, which he did not always feel inclined to pay from his own purse. Such a case happened in 1378, and the commons took this opportunity to once more assert their views about 230, the French and other foreign possessions of their sovereign, Ireland being included among them. They plainly state, as they had before, that these countries and the expenses concerning them are a matter for the king, not for them. It is a sort of kingly luxury with which they will have nothing to do. They remonstrate, therefore, that about £46,000 sterling have been spent and entered as an item of national expense for the safeguard of certain countries, places, and fortresses, for which the commons ought in no way to be charged. These are partly in the March of Calais and partly at Brest, Cherbourg, in Gascony, and in Ireland, and also expenses over certain messengers to Flanders, Lombardy, Navarre, and Scotland. The government peremptorily refuses to accept this kind of reasoning and returns a spirited reply, to which it was answered that Gascony and the other forts which our lord the king has in the parts beyond are and must be as barbicans for the kingdom of England, and if the barbicans are well kept, with the safeguard formed by the sea, the kingdom will be secure of peace. Otherwise we shall never find rest nor peace with our enemies, for then they would push hot war to the thresholds of our houses, which God forbid. Besides, through these barbicans our said lord, the king has convenient gates and entrances towards his enemies to grieve them when he is ready and can act. Telling reasons are also given for retaining among public expenses the costs of the journeys of messengers north and south. None the less did the commons of England long continue to consider the French wars, glorious perhaps, but undoubtedly expensive, as a personal quarrel of their sovereign, and as, in fact, little more than a rivalry between two French sovereigns speaking the same language and belonging to the same family. 231. Besides letters, couriers and messengers had many strange parcels to carry from one place in the country to another. Presents to fair ladies, commodities of all sorts for their own masters. Thus, in the year 1396, we find a servant of the Duc de Berry sent as a messenger to Scotland, and traveling all the way thither from France across England to fetch certain greyhounds of which his master was especially fond. He is accompanied by 3 men on horseback to help him in taking care of the hounds, and he carries a safe conduct from Richard Roman II, to travel without hindrance through the English dominions with his followers and their belongings. Among the missions given by the king to his servants are some which, at the present day, would seem singularly repugnant. He might, for instance, charge one of his faithful retainers to carry the quarters of a criminal's body executed for treason to the great towns of England. In this case, he did not employ simple messengers. They were personages of trust, followed by an escort to convey the remains. Thus Edward Roman III, in the 51st year of his reign, paid not less than £20 to Sir William de Farington, Knight, for the costs and expenses he had incurred for transporting the 4 quarters of the body of Sir John of Mistruworth, Knight, to different parts of England. Of all travellers, the messenger was the swiftest. First, because traveling was his business. He was a good horseman, an experienced person, clever in getting out of trouble on the road and at the inns. Then he had the right of way. Woe to whoever thought to stop him. There were immense fines if the master were powerful, still more if the man were the king's messenger. A messenger of the Queen, who had been imprisoned by 232, the constable of Roxburgh Castle, did not hesitate to claim £10,000 sterling for contempt of his sovereign, and £2,000 as indemnity for himself. When on August 7, 1316, Jacques Deuce, Cardinal Bishop of Porto, was chosen Pope at Lyon, and assumed the name of John Roman XXII, Edward Roman II being at York learnt the news 10 days afterwards through Lawrence of Ireland, messenger of the House of the Bardi. And indeed, we find by the accounts of the king's household that this prince paid Lawrence 20 shillings on the 17th of August to reward him for his trouble. It was only on the 27th of September that, being still at York, the king received by Durand Budet, a messenger of Cardinal de Pelagrua, the official letters announcing the election. He gave £5 to the messenger. Finally, the Pope's nuncio having arrived in person shortly afterwards, bearing the same news no longer so fresh, the king made him a present, inversely proportionate to his speed, of £100. Such was the custom. Presents were made to the bringers of good news. Royal messengers had thus a chance of casually increasing their meager pay of 3d a day. Most fortunate were those who brought word to the king himself of happy events. Edward Roman III gave a 40 marks pension for life to the Queen's messenger, who came announcing the birth of the Prince of Wales, the future Black Prince. He gave £13, 3 shillings and 4pence to John Cock of Cherbourg, who told him of the capture of King John at Poictiers. He settled a pension of 100 shillings upon Thomas of Brinchesley, who brought him the good news of the capture of Charles of Blois. 233. Sometimes messengers, in spite of their privileges and cleverness, were liable to find themselves in very difficult plight. In time of war, they had to conceal their real function and were in constant danger of being stopped and having their bags searched and their letters opened. People felt strongly about foreigners living in England, many of them being friars who might disclose the secrets of the realm in their private correspondence. The Commons therefore asked for very strict rules to be passed in order to remedy this possible evil, and we find them in the year 1346, when England was at war with France, recommending the creation of something like the cabinets noirs of a later date. Langland, in his Visions, graphically compares the different modes of traveling of messengers and such other wayfarers as merchants going with their goods from one place to another. The one is the swiftest of all, no one would dare to stop him. The other is retarded by his pack, his debts, his fear of robbers which prevents his traveling at dark, the impossibility for him to use short cuts across the fields, while short 234 cuts are freely allowed to messengers. No Hayward would disturb them. No man in his senses, no wise man would wroth be on account of his crops being spoiled by a messenger. The messenger shows his letters and is free to go. If a marchant and a messenger met into Jedirs, and scold wendo way where both mosten reste, the marchante mote need be let, kept. Lenger than the messenger doth no more boat with whose mouth telleth whose errand and whose letter showeth, and is anon delivered. And thought they wend by the way though to Jedirs, thaw the messenger make whose way amid the wheat, wol no wise man roth be ne whose wed, pledge. Take wise no hayward ihot bidden, whose wed for to take, necessitas non habet legem. Ac if the merchant make whose way overy men corn, and the hayward hap with him for to meet, other whose hat, other whose hode other els whose gloves the marchant mo forgo other money of whose porse. Yet thought they wenden on way as to Winchester fair, the marchant with whose merchandise may not go so swith as the messenger may nie with so mochel essay. For that on one burreth boat a box a brevet letter the run, there the marchant leadeth a mail, trunk with many kinthinges, and dreadeth to be dead therefore, and if he and Dirk meet with robbers and revere, thieves, that rich men despoilen, there the messenger is Imari, whose mouth full of songs. Wayfarers there were in whom both characteristics were united, the slowness of pace of the merchant, and the lightness of heart of the messenger. These were the pedlars, a very numerous race in the Middle Ages, one of the few sorts of wanderers that have not yet entirely disappeared. A jovial race they seem to have been. They are so now, most of them, for their way to success is through fair speech and enticing words, and how could they be enticing if they did not show good humor and jollity? Gaiety mends their broken wares and colors the faded ones and blinds customers to otherwise 235 obvious defects. They have always been described thus. They were merry and sharp-tongued. Such was Shakespeare's Autolycus. Such is, in a novel of our time, the jovial owner of the dog Mumps, Bob Jacken of the Mill on the Floss. "Get out why you, Mumps," said Bob with a kick. "He is as quiet as a lamb, sir," an observation which Mumps corroborated by a low growl as he retreated behind his master's legs. About the exact scrupulousness prevailing among the tribe, the opinion has perhaps not been quite so consistent, which is the best that can be said for it. One good point about them, however, is that in medieval England, whatever may have been their reputation, they entirely escaped legislation. Very possibly they were impliedly included in statutes against vagrants and rovers, but they may at least argue that as a matter of fact they are not named in any Act of Parliament, and pass unobserved or nearly so by the Westminster legislator down to a comparatively recent date. They are for the first time named in a statute during the reign of Edward Roman VI, in which it is true they are treated in a contemptuous manner, being described as more hurtful than necessary to the commonwealth. This is called an Acti for Tinkers and Pedlars, and is to the following effect. For as much as it is evident that tinkers, pedlars, and such like vagrant persons are more hurtful than necessary to the commonwealth of this realm, be it therefore ordained, that no person or persons commonly called pedlar, tinker, or petty chapman shall wander or go from one town to another or from place to place out of the town, parish, or village where such person shall dwell, and sell pins, points, laces, gloves, knives, glasses, tapes, or any such kind of wares whatsoever, or gather caniskines or such like things, or use or exercise the trade or occupation of a tinker, except those that shall have a license from 2 justices, 236 of the peace. And then they will be allowed to travel only in the circuit assigned to them. Queen Elizabeth, too, had a word for pedlars, and it was not more complimentary than what her brother had to say about them, although scholars of the universities join them on her list of disreputable roamers. They figure in her Acti for the punishment of vagabonds, and a very curious list of wanderers is found in it. "It wise no published," says the Queen, "that all idle persons goinge about in any country of the said realmy, using subtil crafti and unlawful games or plays, and some of them feignage themselves to have knowledge in physnomy, palmistry, and all fencers, bear words, come on players in interludes and minstrels not belonging to any baron of this realmy, all jugglers, pedlars, tinkers, and petty chapmen, and all scholars of the universities of Oxford or Cambridge YT go about begginge, and all shipmen pretendinge losses by sea, shall be deemed rogues vagabonds and sturdy beggars intended of by this present act." But the case of pedlars was not seriously taken in hand before the reign of William Roman III, who put a tax upon them, and ominously enough, bound them to certify commissioners for transportation how they traveled and traded. The late date of this statute of pedlars if it may be called so, is the more remarkable that they swarmed along the roads in the Middle Ages, more numerous than tinkers or any other wandering representatives of petty trades. There were not then, as now, large shops in every village with all the necessaries of life ready provided for the inhabitants. The shop itself was itinerant, being nothing else than the pack of traveling chapmen. In the same way, 237, as the literature propagated by the minstrels, as news, tales, and letters, pardons from Rome, and many other commodities, so household wares were carried about the country by indefatigable wayfarers. A host of small, useful things, or sometimes useless, but so pleasing, were concealed in their unfathomable boxes. The contents of them are pretty well shown by a series of illuminations in a 14th century manuscript, where a peddler is represented asleep at the foot of a tree, while monkeys have got hold of his box and help themselves to the contents. They find in it vests, caps, gloves, musical instruments, purses, girdles, hats, cutlasses, pewter pots, and a number of other articles. As to the means by which peddlers came by their goods, a variety seemed to have been used by them, and purchase was only one among several. A proverbial saying preserved for us by Langland shows how they secured furs for their country customers. The author of the Visions states how repentance came once to avarice and examined him as to his usurious doings. Hasto pite on poor men that mote needs bore we. I have as moche pite of poor men as pedlra hath of cats, that wold kill hem, if he cack hem mit for covetize of here skines. A practice which cannot fail to be deeply resented by all lovers of cats. The regular merchants whom Langland and Chaucer describe, so splendid to look at that no one knew they were in debt, adorned with Flandrish hats and bots clasped fair and fetisly, were a very different sort of 238 people. But though no mere wanderers, they were, too, great wayfarers. Many of them had had to visit the continent to find markets for their goods and for their purchases. Through them, too, and it was in fact, perhaps, the safest and most reliable among many such channels of information, ideas of what was going on in the outer world and how things were managed in France and elsewhere, points of similitude and comparison, were introduced into England and made the subject of thought and discussion. Illustration 46. A peddler robbed by monkeys. From Ms. 10e Roman 4. During the 14th century, the foreign trade of England had greatly increased. There was a constant intercourse with Flanders, with Bruges above all other towns, for the sale of home produce, wools especially, and woolfuls, cheese, butter, tin, coal, etc., with the 239 Rhine country, with Gascony, with Spain for the purchase of wines, with the Hanse towns, Lombardy, Venice, and the East. Unintelligent regulations constantly interfered, it is true, with this development, but so strong was the impulse that it went on steadily. One of the most persistent and most noxious of these regulations was the prohibition to export money or bullion, which governments were never tired of renewing. English merchants were forbidden, when purchasing goods in foreign countries, to pay for them with money. They had to pay in kind, with wools, cheese, and other home produce, which of course might or might not be found acceptable by the vendor. It was, in other words, forbidden to use money as a means of facilitating exchange, which is its very race and derdor, and people had to return to the primitive practice of troc, or exchange in kind. It had sometimes worse effects than that of impeding transactions. Foreign merchants might, as once did the Flemings, show their appreciation of the rules imposed on their English purchasers by answering their proffer of wools and cheese with a beating and imprisonment until they would alter their laws or their minds. For 240, which treatment, English merchants sent doleful complaints to Parliament. In such cases, retaliation upon Flemings in England might be demanded, but no thought was entertained, even by the injured party, of repealing laws considered as an indispensable safeguard for the kingdom. Not much wiser were the rules applied to merchant shipping, made worse by constant change, a defect which was noticeable in every trade regulation of that time. Some are curious as being an attempt to establish the long-lived, but more moderate rules devised by Cromwell in 1651. Item, to increase the navy of England, which is now greatly diminished, it is assented and accorded, that none of the king's liege people do from henceforth ship any merchandise in going out or coming within the realm of England in any port, but only in ships of the king's legions. But the very next year, this impossible statute was altered so as to practically annul it. It is ordained and granted that the said ordinance only have place as long as ships of the said ligeants in the parts where the said merchants happen to dwell be found able and sufficient. The same unsteadiness of purpose was shown in almost every branch of the yet unbaptized science of political economy. Not less worthy of notice than this attempt at a navigation act is the claim made, even then, by the Commons of England to a traditional supremacy over the seas. In one of their innumerable petitions concerning the decay of the navy, which seems to have been a favorite complaint in England from the remotest period down to our own time, they state that the rash and often 241 useless pressing of ships for the king's service had brought about a most dangerous decrease of the navy. Many mariners addicting themselves to other trades, while only 20 years ago and always before, the shipping of the realm was in all the ports and good towns upon the sea or rivers, so noble and plenteous that all the countries held and called our said sovereign, the king of the sea, Le Roi de la Mer. As these were trading ships, only occasionally used for war purposes, this gives an idea of the importance to which British merchant shipping had risen in the 14th century and which it desired to recover. The rules concerning foreign merchants coming to England were in the same manner constantly changed. Sometimes the hardest restrictions were put upon them, and sometimes everything was done to allure them to come. The result was the same. Trade was impeded doubtless, but it went on, and in spite of the unsteadiness of legislation, of retaliatory measures. As when, for instance, Han's merchants were imprisoned in England, and their goods seized on account of misdeeds committed by Prussians, Sieur de la Seigneurie de Prise, no reason of complicity being alleged, but only it seems one of geographical vicinity, in spite of restrictions innumerable, the intercourse steadily increased, to the great benefit of the community and the wider diffusion of ideas. In the 9th, the 25th, the 27th, and other years of his reign, King Edward Roman III again and again stated that he took foreign merchants under his special protection. To replenish the said realm and lands, he said on one of these occasions, with money and 242, plate, gold and silver and merchandises of other lands, and to give courage to merchant strangers to come with their wares and merchandises into the realm and lands aforesaid, we have ordained and established that all merchant strangers which be not of our enmity, of what land or nation that they be, may safely and surely, under our protection and safe conduct, come and dwell in our said realm and lands, where they will, and from thence return, selling their goods to whom they please, being exempted from purveyance and only paying the ordinary customs. If war is declared between England and their country, they will have 40 days to quit the realm, during which time they shall be allowed to continue their sales, and even more delay will be allowed them in case they are ill or are detained by bad weather. This last was, as we have seen, a very necessary proviso, for a merchant coming with his goods in the depth of winter to a broken bridge might be stopped a rather long time, as also if reaching the sea coast, he found contrary winds. The statute of the 25th year provided that the liberal intentions of the king towards foreign merchants should be brought by way of proclamation to the notice of the officers and inhabitants of all the English counties, trading cities, seaports, etc. Thus protected and impeded by turns, foreign trade jogged on, and as common interest was, after all, stronger than popular prejudice and narrow regulations, it managed to thrive in England. Foreign guilds were established in London. Foreign settlements were created in several trading towns, foreign fleets visited the English coasts, 243 at regular intervals, none with more important results than the fleet of the Venetian Republic. It began to call regularly at the ports of Flanders, England, and the north. In the year 1317, each ship had on board 30 archers for its defense, commanded by young Venetian noblemen. There was in the 14th century a Venetian consul at Bruges, and the commander of the galleys did not fail to put himself in communication with him. The fleet, or galleys of Flanders, as it was called, brought to England cotton from Egypt, cloth of silk from Venice, cinnamon, pepper, cloves, saffron, camphor, musk, and other drugs or spices from the East, sugar from Egypt and Sicily, etc. The trade of Venice in the eastern Mediterranean was very extensive. It was carried on freely, except during occasional wars with the Saracens, and the commercial interest that the Italian republics had in the continuation of a good understanding with the infidel was one of the principal causes of the cessation of crusades. From England, the Venetian galleys took back wools and woolen cloths, leather, tin, lead, sea coal, cheese, etc. The importance of this intercourse with the continent, which fortunately the variations in the laws of the land were unable to check, gave prominence in the community to the English merchant. He is already in the 14th century, and has been ever since, one of the main supports of the state. While the numerous applications of Edward Roman III to Lombard bankers for ready money are well known, it is sometimes overlooked how often he had recourse to English merchants, who supplied him with that without which his archers, bows would have remained unstrung. The advice and goodwill of the 244 whole class of merchants could not be safely ignored. Therefore their attendance was constantly requested at Westminster to discuss money and other state matters. Some families among them rose to eminence, like the de la Poles of Hull, who became Earls of Suffolk with descendants destined to die at Agincourt, to be checked by Joan of Arc at Orleans, to be made dukes, and to be impeached for high treason. It was, too, the time of thrice Lord Mayor of London, Dick, afterward Sir Richard Whittington, who, if we trust the legend, did not entertain the same feeling as the above-mentioned pedlars for cats. Another man of the same sort a little later was the famous William Canninge, of Bristol, who made a large fortune there in trading with foreign countries. One of his ships was called the Mary Redcliffe, a name as well as his own since associated with the memory of the Bristol boy poet, Thomas Chatterton. The feeling that the King of England should be Le Roi de la Mer goes on increasing. The Libel of English Policy, a sort of consular report, written however in verse, about 1436, is quite positive. Kept keep than the sea about in special, which of England is the round wall, as though England were likened to a cité, and the wall environ were the sea. Keep than the sea that is the wall of England, and then is England kept by God's sound decision. And those traditions having been continued, Montesquieu was able to write, in his Esprit des Lois, other nations have made the interests of commerce yield to political interests. England has always made her political interests yield to her commercial ones. 245. This is the people in the world that has best known how to avail itself of these three great things: religion, commerce, and liberty. Illustration 47. A rich merchant traveling, Chaucer's Marchant. From the Ellesmere Ms. Below men in such exalted situations as a Whittington, praised to the skies in the libel, or a Canninge, the bulk of the merchant community throve as best they could. One of the necessities of their avocation was constant traveling. They were to be met along the roads almost as much as their poorer brothers the pedlars. They also made great use of the watercourses, and carried their goods by boat whenever possible. Hence the constant interference of the commons, with the erection of new mills, weirs, and other hindrances on rivers by the owners of the adjoining lands. The rolls of Parliament are full of petitions asking for the complete suppression of all new works of this sort as being detrimental to the common passage of ships and boats on the great rivers of England, or stating that the merchants who, 246, frequent the water between London and Oxford used to have free passage on the Thames from London to Oxford, with their ships to carry their goods and to serve the commonalty and the people. But now they are disturbed by weirs, locks, mills, and many other hindrances. The reasons why merchants preferred such a conveyance were that the cost of carriage was less, that, save for the occasional meeting of unexpected locks and weirs, they were more certain than on ordinary roads to find before them a clear course, and that they were better able to protect themselves against robbers. They could not, however, go everywhere by water, and willingly or not they had then to betake themselves to the roads, and incur all the mischances that might turn up on the way or at the inn in his Visions. Langland describes how one of his mischievous characters once rifled at the boxes of travelling chapmen. Thus one's eye was Herberwood, quod he, with an hep of chapmen I ruse wan they were heirest, having their rest, and rifled here mails, their trunks. Repentance, who had just been asking if his interlocutor had never made restitution, wonders at this strange statement as to how things went on at the inn. That was no restitution, quod repentance but a robber's theft. To which the careless creature, retorts in a way that reminds one of Chaucer's French of Stratford at Tebow. I wend, believed, Rifflinge were restitution, quod he, for I learned never read on boke, and I can no French in Feath, but of the furthest end of Norfolk. 247. Between the mail of these chapmen and the mere pack of the pedlar, the difference is not considerable. It is not very great either if compared to the mail of the merchant we have met before, who travels slowly on account of an encumbrance represented by the poet as the emblem of men that ben rich. So that these three links kept pretty close together the chain of the itinerant trading community. They all had to go about and to experience the gaieties or dangers of the road, the latter being of course better known to the richer sort than to the poor Bob Jackin of the day. The reasons for this constant traveling were numerous. The same remark applies to merchants of the 14th century as to almost all other classes. There was much less journeying than today for mere pleasure's sake, but very much more, comparatively, out of necessity. We cannot underrate the causes of personal journeys suppressed by the post and telegraph, and telephone, unheard of when the present work was first published, with the money and other facilities they have introduced. But besides the lack thereof, the staple and fairs were, in the 14th century, potent causes impelling merchants to move about. The staple was the subject of constant regulations, complaints, new regulations, and new complaints. The fundamental law concerning it is the well-known statute of 1353, the mechanism of which the following extracts will show. We, i.e. the King and Parliament, have ordained. First, that the staple of wools, leather, woolfuls, and lead, growing or coming forth within our said realm and lands, shall be perpetually holden at the places underwritten, that is to say, for England at Newcastle upon Tyne, York, Lincoln, Norwich, Westminster, Canterbury, Chichester, Winchester, Exeter, and Bristow. For Wales at Caermerdin and for Ireland at Dublin, Waterford, 248 Cork and Drogheda, and not elsewhere. And that all the said wools, as well old as new, woolfuls, leather, and lead, which shall be carried out of the said realm and lands, shall be first brought to the said staples. And there the said wool and lead, betwixt merchant or merchant and others, shall be lawfully weighed by the standard. And that every sack and sarpler of the same wools so weighed be sealed under the seal of the mayor of the staple. Any English may bring and sell wool at the staple, but only foreign merchants are allowed to take it out of the realm. It is prohibited to stop carriages and goods going to the staple. It is ordained also that in every town where the staple shall be holden, shall be ordained certain and places where the wools and other merchandises shall be put. And because that the lords or guardians of the houses and places, seeing the necessity of merchants, do set percase their houses at too high firm, we have ordained that the houses which be to be leased in such manner shall be set at a reasonable firm, after the estimation of the local authority, assisted by 4 discreet men of the place. It need scarcely be said that the staple was often removed from one town to another, from England to Calais, and from Calais to England, etc., according to inscrutable whims and fancies, and with very detrimental results for all traders. The fairs, the very name of which can scarcely fail to awaken ideas of merry bustle, gay clamor, and joyous agitation, were subjected to no less stringent regulations, so that the word reminded many people not merely of pleasure, but also of fines, confiscations, and prison. 249. When the time came for a fair, no sale was permitted in the town except at the fair, under pain of the goods exhibited being seized. All the ordinary shops were to be closed. Such regulations were meant not only to ensure the largest possible attendance at the fair, but also to secure for the lord of it the entirety of the tolls he had a right to. An inquest holden at Winchester, famous for its St. Giles's Fair, gives an idea of the manner in which these commercial festivities were solemnized. The fair belonged to the Bishop of Winchester. On the eve of St. Giles's Day, at early dawn, the officers of the bishop went about the town announcing the conditions of the fair, which were these. No merchant was to sell or exhibit for sale any goods in the town, or at a distance of 7 leagues round it, except inside the gates of the fair. The same proclaimed the assize of bread, wine, and ale, tasted the wine, broke the casks where they detected insufficient wine. They proved all weights and measures, they destroyed false ones and fined the owners. All merchants were to reach the fair not later than a certain time, the feast of the Nativity of the Virgin Mary. If they came later, they were not admitted except with a special license from the bishop. The usual allowance is made in case they may have been kept back by a storm at sea, or by some mischance on land, infortunium in terra, which in this time of bad roads and of such determined robbers as Sir Robert de Rideware was not infrequent. A quart of pie powder, that is, of the dusty feet, was held in the fair itself, and any suit arising from transactions or trouble there was determined 250 by this tribunal at once and without appeal. Similar rules were in existence at the Westminster Fair and at many others. The importance of these meetings is shown by the constant recurrence in the rolls of Parliament of petitions concerning them, beseeching the king to grant a fair to a certain lord or to a certain town, or to suppress a neighboring town's fair, for fear it may hurt the petitioner's own. People from the counties and from the continent flocked to the fairs. The largest and the more widely known were those of Winchester, Abingdon for cattle, Bartholomew Fair in Smithfield, London, Stourbridge Fair, the most important of all, Weyhill, mentioned in Langland's Visions, etc. in the time of Elizabeth. 251, Harrison, describing England, could not help expressing his pride in the importance and renown of English fairs, about which he writes thus: "As there are no great towns without one weekly market at the least, so there are very few of them that have not one or two fairs or more within the compass of the year, assigned unto them by the prince. And albeit that some of them are not much better than Low's Fair or the common Kirkemesses beyond the sea, yet there are divers not inferior to the greatest marts in Europe, as Sturbridge Fair near to Cambridge, Bristow Fair, Bartholomew Fair at London, Lynn Mart, Lynn, Cold Fair at Newport Pond for Cadell, and divers other. In all of which people were kept merry with ales and beers of various flavor and strength, known by as significant names as those of present-day dances, foxtrot, mother's rest, and others, which tomorrow will, they too, need interpretation. Such heady ale and beer in most of them, as for the mightness thereof, is commonly called huff-cap, the mad dog, father horse-on, angel's food, dragon's milk, go by the wall, stride wide, and lift leg. Neither did Romulus and Remus suck their she-wolf, or Sheaford's wife, Lupa, with such edger and sharp devotion, as these men hail at huff-cap, till they be red as cocks and little wiser than their combs. Stourbridge Fair belonged to the City and Corporation of Cambridge, and was held in September, lasting 3 weeks. Tents and wooden booths were erected at that time on the open fields, so as to form streets. Each trade had its own street as in real cities, and as may still be seen now in the bazaars of the East. Among the principal articles sold at this fair were ironmongery, cloth, 252, wool, leather, books. The last article became in several fairs an important one when the art of printing spread. There was in the North Hundred of Oxford, in the 16th century, a fair at which an extensive sale of books took place, and this, as Professor Thorold Rogers has observed, is the only way to account for the rapid diffusion of books and pamphlets at a time when newspapers and advertisements were practically unknown. I have more than once, adds the same authority, found entries of purchases for college libraries, with a statement that the book was bought at St. Giles' Fair. No reader of Boswell needs to be reminded how the father of Dr. Johnson had a booth for books selling on market days at Uttoxeter, in doing which he was merely keeping up, as we see, a medieval tradition of long standing. How young Samuel refused once to accompany his father to the market, and, in aftertime, repaired on a rainy day to the spot, and there did penance has been alluded to before. Even at the present day, books continue to be an article of sale at the fairs in many French villages, and sheets of printed matter are taken from thence to cottages, where, under the smoky light burning in winter by the fireside, people, not very dissimilar to their forefathers of 500 years ago, look at the image of medieval heroes and of the worthies of the world, by the side of whom now begins to appear that of the heroes of the Great War. To the fairs, along with mummers, jugglers, tumblers, beggars, and the whole of the catchpenny tribe, the peddler was sure to resort in the approved Autolycus fashion. He haunts, says the clown in Winter's Tale, wakes, fairs, and bear-baiting. There he might exhibit ribbons of all the colors i' the rainbow, points more 253 than all the lawyers in Bohemia can learnedly handle, though they come to him by the gross, inkles, caddises, cambrics, lawns. Why he sings them over as they were gods or goddesses, you would think a smock were a she-angel, he so chanced to the sleeve hand, and the work about the square on't. So that everybody might remark, as does the honest clown to fair Perdita, you have of these pedlars that have more in them than you'd think, sister. A favorable view adopted, magnified, sublimated by another great poet whose wanderer is a pedlar. But what a pedlar and what a part does he not play in the community? By these itinerants, as experienced men counsel is given. Contention they appease with gentle language. In remotest wilds tears wipe away, and pleasant tidings bring could the proud quest of chivalry do more. Less aspiring most of them, not unsatisfied with their lot, careless of robbers, having few wants, pedlars of the past plodded the miry roads of Plantagenet England, as they did in the time of Shakespeare, merrily singing some winter tale ditty. Jog on, the footpathway, and merrily hent the stile. A merry heart goes all the day, your sad tires in a mile. 254. Illustration 48, Forest Life, Woodcutters. From the Ms. 10 E. Roman 4. Chapter 3. Outlaws, wandering workmen, and peasants out of bond. The mountebanks, the musicians, and their fellows have stayed us at the street corners, in the castle halls and courtyards. The pedlars have led us to the peasants' cots, the fairs and markets. With the outlaws we must leave the highroad for the pathless woods, fens and solitudes. England at that time was not the immense meadow, furrowed by railways, of the present day. There still remained much of those forests spoken of by Caesar in his commentaries, and where the Plantagenet kings and their predecessors had so jealously maintained their rights of the chase. The woods were not so well policed as they are now. They offered to bandits and men fleeing from justice a more extensive asylum than any six-circled sanctuary. In the popular mind the idea of the great rustling forest and the idea of the free life, 255, that the outlaws led there, were often mingled in one and the same sentiment of sympathy. Besides, therefore, the praise of the Arthurian heroes is found in the poetry of the time, that of the trees and bushes, that of the valiant men who, dwelling in the copse, were supposed to have struggled for the public liberties, here ward Fulk Fitzwarren, Robin Hood. Were a man pursued, if the sanctuary was too far or not to his taste, he took to the forest. It was easier to get there, he remained nearer to his kin, and was about as safe as if he had crossed over to the continent. Robbers, bandits, poachers, knights in trouble might thus meet as comrades in the depths of the wood. The forest is the first thought of the proscribed squire in the Nut-Brown Maid, the masterpiece of English poetry in the 15th century, a musical duet of love, full of the wild charm of the great forest, with a well-accented cadence, frequent rhymes and assonances charming the ear as the oft-repeated rustling of the forest leaves. On the verge of capture, the poor squire is fain to choose between a shameful death and retreat into the green wold. His betrothed, who is nothing less than a baron's daughter, wishes to follow him. And then, in every couplet, her lover, in order to try her, pictures to her the terrors and dangers of the fugitive's life. She may perhaps see him taken and die a robber's death. For an outlaw this is the law, that men him take and bind without piety, hang to be, and waver with the wind. With this, a thrilling description of the life in the woods, of the brambles, snow, hail, rain, no soft bed, for roof the leaves alone. Yet take good heed, for ever I dreed, that ye cowed not sustain the thorny ways, the Depé valleys, the snow, the frost, the rain, the cold, the heat, for dry or wheat we must lodge on the plain, and us above noon other row roof, but a break, bush, or twain. 256. No delicate food, but only such as the wood affords. For ye must there in your hand bear a bow ready to draw, and as a thief thus must ye live, ever in dread and awe. Worse even, and the trial becomes harder, the young girl must cut off her lovely hair. Life in the forest does not allow of that ornament. Lastly, to crown all, I have already in the forest another sweetheart, whom I love better and who is more beautiful. But as resigned as Griselda, the betrothed replies, I shall go none the less into the forest. I will be kind to your sweetheart, I will obey her, for in my mind, of all mankind, I love but you alone. Then the lover's joy breaks out. I will not to the green wad go, I am new banished man, I am not an obscure squire, but the son of the Earl of Westmoreland, and the hour of our wedding is now come. All the fugitives whom the forest received into its depths were not romantic knights, followed by baronesses patient as Griselda and brave as Bradamante. To pass from poetry to real facts, they were for the greater part formidable rovers, the same against whom Edward I and Edward Roman III had enacted the rigorous law for suspects mentioned above. This caste was composed, first of the organized bands of brigands whom the statute calls wasters, robberdesmen, and drawleches, then of thieves, sharpers, and malefactors of all kinds, of outlaws of various sorts, suffering that civil death alluded to by the lover in the nut-brown maid. The sentence of outlawry was usually the starting point for a wandering life, which by necessity became a life of brigandage. To be declared an outlaw, a crime, 257, or a misdemeanor must have been committed. A private suit of a purely civil character was not enough, but to come within sight of the gallows, no great guilt was necessary, hence the large number of outlaws. In a criminal lawsuit of the time of Edward I, the judge explains from his bench that the law is this: if the thief has taken anything worth more than 12 pence, or if he has been condemned several times for little thefts, and the total may be worth 12 pence or more, he ought to be hanged. The law wills that he shall be hanged by the neck. Still, as the judge observes in the case of a woman who had stolen a carpet lying on a hedge, worth 8 pence, the law is milder than in the days of Henry Roman III, for then a theft of the value of 4 pence would hang a man. Illustration 49. Forest Life, a shooting casualty. From the Ms. 10 E. Roman 4. The man became an outlaw, and the woman a wave, that is, abandoned to the mercy of everyone and unable to claim the protection of justice. The author of Fleda expresses with terrible force the condition of persons so punished. They have wolves' heads which may be cut off with impunity. For she is a wave whom no one will own, and it is equivalent to outlawry so far as penal consequences go. An outlaw and a wave bear wolves, 258 heads, which may be cut off by anyone with impunity, for deservedly ought they to perish without law who would refuse to live according to law. The outlaw lost all his property and rights. All the contracts to which he was a party fell void. He was no longer bound to anyone nor anybody bound to him. His goods were forfeit. The chattels of an outlaw shall belong to our lord the king. If he had lands, the king kept the usufruct for a year and a day, at the end of which he restored them to the chief lord, capitalis dominus. There were also hard legal rules on this subject. A man accused of murder and acquitted suffered confiscation nevertheless, if he had fled, fearing justice. Listen to the magistrate. If a man be acquitted of manslaughter and of assent and help, the justices shall thereupon ask the jury if the prisoner took to flight. If they say no, let him go quits. If yes, the king shall have his chattels. It may be 259, readily believed that the draconian severity of such regulations was not calculated to lessen the audacity of those whom they concerned, and that the excessive rigor of these penalties would often transform the fugitive of a day, who had doubted the clear-sightedness of the judge, into a professional brigand and highway robber. Besides people of this kind, there were the rovers, who, without being threatened with outlawry, had fled the village or the farm to which they belonged. The villain who, without special license, left his master's domain, could resume his previous life and intercourse with his kin, only by placing himself at his lord's mercy, or, which was less risky, after having passed a year and a day in a free town without leaving it, and without the lord, often unaware of the place, having interrupted the prescription. In this latter case, he became a free man, and the ties which bound him to the soil were broken. But if he confined himself to wandering from place to place, he might be retaken any day that he reappeared at his own door. An example of this may be seen in a characteristic lawsuit of the time of Edward I, a report of which has come down to us. A presents a writ of imprisonment against B. Higham, counsel for B, says, "It is not for us to defend ourselves, as our villain, his writ cannot take effect against us." This is verified. It is found that it is the son of a villain of B, that he ran away, and several years afterwards returned home, to his nest, where he was taken as a villain. The judge declares that this seizure was legal, that a villain might wander about during 6, 7 years or more, but if at the end he were found in his own nest, and at his hearth, he might be seized as continuing to be his lord's lawful property. The fact of his return put him into the condition he was 260 in before his departure. On hearing this decision, the delighted counsel appropriately cites the scripture, "He fell into the pit which he hath digged." At that period, a villain could still be sold as chattel, given away as a present, donated to a convent for the benefit of one's soul. I, Hugo de Ringesden, gave and conceded, to God and blessed Mary and the abbot and convent of Sulby, for the salvation of my soul and that of my ancestors and successors, in perpetual Frank Almagny, Robert son of Juliana de Walton, with all his sequel and all his chattels, nothing remaining of any bond with me or my successors forever. Or again, be it known to all, now and hereafter, that I, John, son of Thomas, have sold, to Hugo abbot of St. Edmunds, Serval, son of William of Wortham with all his sequel, and all the tenement which he held from me, for 16 shillings of silver which the said abbot gave me. If the actual sale of a man, sold as such, was infrequent, the transfer of a tenement, tenant included, 261, was of constant occurrence. The man and his kin changed hands as the plot of land to which he was bound. The monastery of Moe, near Beverley, having claimed, against the abbot of St. Mary of York, the right to fish in the Watsend and Hornsey meres, and no satisfactory proof being available on either side, recourse was had by the two religious disputants to judicial duel. The combat was severe. It took place at York and lasted from morning to evening, our champion, says the Moe chronicler, slowly succumbing. Before complete defeat, however, the duel was interrupted by the cleverness of a certain judge, Roger de Thurkelby, a friend of ours. Moe yielded the fishing rights to York, but York granted us one toft, with a man holding that toft in villanage and his sequel. The change in customs made the separate sale of the man himself practically impossible in the 14th century, but the adscriptio glebbi remained imperative, and every means was taken to prevent the villeins from uprooting themselves and ceasing to be, like their own trees, fixtures liable to change masters with the trees. The villeins' highest desire was of course manumission and complete independence, a dream so ambitious that most of them scarcely dared to form it up to the time of the peasants' revolt, when it became general, 262, and was realized for a day. Second to that, he wanted the commutation for a cash payment of the harassing personal labor due by him to his lord, a change which went on increasingly in the course of the 14th century. When neither was possible and the burden became unbearable, he would, happen what may, try to escape and live elsewhere unknown and masterless. The villain, when in this mood, had two great temptations, the cities with their franchise, which even his master did not dare infringe, and the forest where he was out of reach. Noblemen sometimes allowed their villeins to become merchants and go from city to city. They were very near freedom, but not quite free. They had to pay chevage to their master as a sign of subjection, and if these serfs ceased to pay, the mere fact made them runaways, just like domestic serfs, Red Deer, says Bracton, indulging in an, even then, antiquated pun. They can be run after and captured like any domestic animal. 263. Scarcely less tempting was the forest. Escaped peasants provided the wandering class with its most numerous recruits. In England, several causes, the chief of which was the Great Plague of 1349, had in the 14th century upset the relations of the working classes with the rich, and the proportions between the rate of wages and the cost of necessaries. Confronted with a longing for emancipation which arose on all sides, Parliament, the House of Commons, as willingly as the King, passed stern laws for the maintenance of the statu quo ante pestum. Thence came among the various sorts of peasants, both the villeins bound to their plot of land, theirs with the understanding they should perform the customary services due to the lord, and the landless laborers free to hire themselves out for wages, an immense desire to move about and see other parts. In their own hamlet, they found nothing was to be got but the same obligations and the same wages as before the plague. But in such another county, they heard or supposed, there were better pay and less exacting masters. Besides, why not mingle with the class of free laborers? It was numerous and increased, 264, unceasingly, in spite of the law. All did not succeed in concealing their past, and when the danger of being put into stocks and sent back to their masters became great, they fled again, changed county, and became roamers. Others, discontented with or without cause, only quitted their place to become straightway homeless vagabonds of the most dangerous kind. Thus, in the precincts of Westminster, the chapter house of the abbey where the Commons sat, resounded with ever-new complaints against the increasing lawlessness of peasants and laborers of all sorts. The Commons, who, generally speaking, represented the landowners of the country, and a trading bourgeoisie with somewhat aristocratic tendencies, rose with force against the wishes for freedom of a class of workers whom they in no way represented. They were for the re-establishment of all the old laws and customs and the strict rejection of new demands. But the current was too strong, and it swept by the laws, ever renewed and ever inefficient. The plague was still raging. Parliament could not meet. The thinning of the ranks of the workers by death, and the excessive wage demands, or refusals to work at all, of the survivors who preferred to live on alms, created such a dangerous state of confusion that the king issued, on his own authority and that of his council in June 1349, an ordinance which formed the basis of the famous Statute of Laborers of 1351 and of all the subsequent ones. 265. The most striking of its dispositions aimed at an outright conscription of labor, something like what we have seen of late, under the pressure of necessity, on the occasion of what has been for the world an even greater calamity. Any man or woman in our realm of England, of whatever condition, either free or servile, sound in body and under the age of 60 years, living not by merchandise nor practicing a definite craft, nor having personally wherewith to live, nor possessing land which he would cultivate, nor being somebody else's servant, if he is requested to serve in a service congruent to his status, shall be bound to serve the one that shall thus request him. He is moreover forbidden to receive any wages or compensations different from those of the 20th year of the king's reign, that is, those which were barely sufficient before the plague and were entirely inadequate now. Later in the year, a new ordinance forbade anyone to leave the desolated realm, unless he were a merchant, a notary, or an undoubted messenger. The commons could not imagine that, for mere villeins, there might be such a thing as necessity, and they uniformly attributed the new requests to the malice of servants, who exacted both higher wages and other terms of engagement than before. They would not work without taking hire that was too outrageous. 266. Formerly they hired themselves for a year. Now they wanted to remain their own masters and to hire themselves by the day. The statute forbids them to do so. 3 years later, the complaints are renewed. The value of corn is very low and laborers refuse to receive it as payment. They persist also in desiring day hire. All these doings are condemned once more. The quarrel continues and grows embittered. In the 34th year of his reign, Edward Roman III threatens to have the guilty branded on the forehead with an F, as a sign of foxine, falsehood. In 1372, Parliament declares that laborers and servants flee from one county to another. Some go to the great towns and become artificers, some into strange districts to work, on account of the excessive wages, none remaining for certain in any place, whereby the statute cannot be put in execution against them. Illustration 50. Reaping time. From the Ms. 2b Roman 7, 14th century. We ha the pain and travel, rain and wind in the feldes. John Ball's speech in Berners Froissart. The Commons of the Good Parliament of 1376 secured the confirmation of all the previous statutes. Prohibitions were renewed against any going out of their own district, pays proper, whether they were villeins proper or laborers and artificers and other servants. The economic changes that had taken place had rendered possible, however, what was not so formerly. Laborers were wanted, and it was not rare to find landowners who employed them in spite of the laws, even by the day, and at other wages than those of the tariff. The parliamentary petitions declare that they are so willingly, 269, received in strange places suddenly into service, that this reception gives example and comfort to all servants, as soon as they are displeased with anything, to run from master to master into strange places, as is aforesaid. And this would not go on, observe the Commons, if when they offered their services in this fashion they were taken and put in the stocks. True, indeed, but the landowners who needed help, and whose crops were waiting on the ground, were too happy to meet with servants coureurs, runaway, whoever they might be, and instead of taking them to the nearest jail, to pay and use them. The laborers knew it, and their traditional masters had to show less severity. For on some unreasonable demand or overstrong reprimand, instead of submitting as formerly, or venturing a protest, the workmen said nothing but, par grand malice, went away. As soon as their masters challenged them with bad service, or offered to pay them for their service according to the form of the said statutes, they flee and run away suddenly out of their service and out of their own district, from county to county, from hundred to hundred, from town to town, in strange places unknown to their said masters. Worse still, and inevitable, many among them, unable or unwilling to work, took up begging or robbing as a profession. These wandering laborers become mere beggars in order to lead an idle life, and betake themselves out of their district commonly to the cities, boroughs, and other good towns to beg, and they are able-bodied and might well ease the community if they would serve. 270. So much for the beggars, now for the robbers. And the greater part of the said wandering servants commonly become strong robbers, and their robberies and felonies increase from one day to another on all sides, acting in small bands of 2, 3, or 4 together, and plundering simple villages. Energetic measures must be taken. Let it be prohibited to give alms to this sort of people, and let their bodies be put in the stocks or taken to the next jail, to be sent afterwards to where they belong. Edward Roman III had already condemned to prison, by his ordinance of 1349, those who, under color of charity, sub color pietatis vel elemosin, came to the aid of sturdy beggars, those vagabonds who went through the country, giving themselves to idleness and vice, and sometimes to theft and other abominations. The same complaints recur in the time of Richard Roman II. Hardly is he on the throne, than they are repeated from year to year. 1377, 1378, 1379, revealing to us the existence of early unions and federations of villeins and laborers, who, advised by men better informed than themselves, lures counsellors, maintainers et abettors, defend their assumed freedom sometimes by force, menacent les ministers de leurs seigneurs de viet de member, sometimes by law, invoking written texts and exemplifications whose value they have learnt, and swear to remain confederated and to help each other at all cost against their masters. 271. Statutes multiplied to no purpose. The king had to recognize in his ordinance of 1383 that the faitors, idlers, and vagrants overran the country more abundantly than they were formerly accustomed. In 1388, he renewed all the orders of his predecessors, reenacting for rustics rules similar to those of the inscription maritime still applied today in France, for what concerns seafaring to the seaside population. Anyone who reached the age of 12 without having done anything else than working at the plow and cart or other labor or service of husbandry will have to continue in this state his life long, without being allowed to learn a trade or handicraft. And if one is found to be a party to a contract of apprenticeship, the contract shall be void. The king reminds, at the same time, the mayors, bailiffs, stewards, and constables of their duties, and asks them in particular to repair their stocks, and keep them always ready for wanderers to cease in them their wanderings. No vain threats nor light penalties. The prisons of those days little resembled the well-washed buildings now to be seen in most English towns, at York for instance, where the guilty ones are apt to find more cleanliness and comfort than they ever knew before. They were mostly fetid dungeons, where the damp of the walls and the stationary position compelled by the irons corrupted the blood and engendered hideous maladies. Many a wandering workman, accustomed to an active life and the open air, came thus, thanks to the incessant 272 ordinances of king and parliament, to repent in the dark for his boldness, and during days and nights all alike to regret his liberty, his family, and his nest. The effect of such a treatment on the physical constitution of the victims may be guessed or imagined, but without any imagining the reports of justice show it only too clearly. A roll of the time of Henry Roman III reads, for instance, as follows. Assizes held at Ludingland. The jury present that William Le Sauvage took 2 men, aliens, and 1 woman, and imprisoned them at Thorliston, and detained them in prison until one of them died in prison, and the other lost 1 foot, and the woman lost either foot by putrefaction. Afterwards he took them to the court of the Lord the King at Ludingland to try them by the same court. And when the court saw them, it was loth to try them, because they were not attached for any robbery or misdeed for which they could suffer judgment. And so they were permitted to depart. Illustration 51, in the stocks. From the Ms. 10 E. Roman 4. How in such a condition the poor creatures could depart, and what became of them, the assize rolls do not say. Certain it is that no sort of indemnity was given, 273, to help them out of trouble in their horrible condition. The justice of our fathers did not stop at trifles. The stocks, which according to the laws of Richard Roman II were always to be kept in good condition ready for use, consisted of 2 beams placed one on the other. At proper intervals round holes were cut, the upper beam was raised, and the legs of the prisoners were passed through the holes. Sometimes there was a 3rd beam, in the openings of which the wrists of the wretches were also caught. The body sometimes rested on a stool, sometimes on the ground. In certain places the stocks were pretty high. The sufferer's legs were placed in them, and he remained thus, his body stretched on the ground in the damp, his head lower than his feet. But this refinement of cruelty was not habitual. Stocks are still to be seen in many places in England. For instance, in the picturesque village of Abinger, where they stand on the green, near the churchyard. Others in a very good state of preservation are in existence at Shalford, near Guildford. They have not long ceased to be used in England. Vagabonds and drunkards were seen in them within the memory of men who were not old when the present book was written. According to their remembrance, people, when released, felt so benumbed that they were scarcely able to stand, and experienced great difficulty in getting away. Illustration 52. The stocks at Shalford, Guildford. Present state. But the threat of prisons so unhealthy and of stocks so unpleasant did not hold back the laborers more and more weary of being tied to the soil. Every pretext for leaving their place was welcome. They even dared to use that of a devotional journey. They set out, staff in hand, under color of going far on a pilgrimage, and 274 never returned. But a new restraint was to be applied to tame this turbulent spirit, the obligation for everyone to furnish himself with a kind of letter of travel or passport, in order to move from one county to another. None might leave his village if he did not carry a letter patent stating the cause of his going and the date of his return if he were to return. In other words, even with the right to go and settle definitively elsewhere, a permit for moving had to be procured. These letters would be sealed by a good man, prodhom, assigned in each hundred, city, or borough by the justices of the peace, and special seals were to be expressly made, said the statute, bearing the king's arms in the center, the name of the county around, and that of the hundred, city, or borough across. Even the case of fabricating false letters was foreseen, which shows how well was realized the ardent desire of many men of this class to 275 leave the place where they were tied. Every individual surprised without regular papers would be sent to jail. Illustration 53. A cripple and other beggars. From the Ms. 10 E. Roman 4. Beggars were treated as servants who had no testimonial letters. What was wanted was to impose immobility upon as many people as possible, and thus hinder the disquieting peregrinations of so many rovers. As for beggars incapable of work, they must nevertheless cease frequenting the highroads, and must end their days in the cities where they chanced to be at the time of the proclamation, or at most in some town near the spot where they were born. They shall be taken there within 40 days, to stay for the rest of their lives. What is stranger and lacking other proofs would show to what class students then belonged, is that they are included in the same category. They were accustomed, on returning to their homes, or on making pilgrimages or going to the university, to hold out a hand for the charity of passers-by and to knock at the door of possible givers. They were ranked with the beggars and put in irons if they lacked the regulation letter. This document was to be given them by the chancellor, and that 276 was the only difference, and that the scholars of the universities that go so begging have letters testimonial of their chancellor upon the same pane. Again, in the following year, 1389, a new statute reproves the custom of artificers, laborers, servants, etc., who keep for their own use harriers and other dogs, and on feast days, when good Christians are at church hearing divine service, get into the parks and warrens of the nobility and destroy the game. Much more, they avail themselves of these occasions when they meet together armed, without fear of being disturbed, to hold their assemblies, conversations, and conspiracies, to rise against and disobey their allegiance. The thickets of the seigneurial forests must have sheltered many a meeting of this kind during church services on the eve of the great revolt of 1381. In such retreats, no doubt were brought forth some of the living and stirring ideas which, transported from place to place by the wanderers, made the people of different counties understand that they were the same people, suffering from a variety of abuses, longing for relief. In a revolt like this, the part played by the wandering class is considerable, and the historian should not neglect it. If we do not take this element into account, it is hard to explain the extent and importance of a movement which came near having consequences comparable to those of the French Revolution. "I had lost my heritage and the kingdom of England," said Richard Roman II, 277, on the evening of the day when his presence of mind had saved him, and he was right. Why was the French Jacquerie a commonplace, powerless rising compared to the English revolt? The reasons are manifold, but one of the chief was the absence of a class of wayfarers as strong, active, and numerous as that of England. This class served to unite all the people. By its means, those of the South learnt the ideas of those of the North, what each suffered and desired. The sufferings and wishes were not always identical, but it was enough to know that all had reforms to demand. Thus, when the news came that the revolt had begun, the people rose on all sides, and while it was apparent that the desires of each were not absolutely similar, yet the basis of the contention being the same, and all wishing for more independence, they went forth together without being otherwise acquainted than by the intermediary of the wayfarers. The kings of England, indeed, had perceived the danger, and on different occasions had promulgated statutes bearing especially on the talk indulged in by these wanderers about the nobles, prelates, judges, and all the depositaries of public power. Edward I had said in one of his laws, "Forasmuch as there have been oftentimes found in the country devisers of tales, whereby discord, or occasion of discord, hath many times arisen between the king and his people, or great men of this realm. For the damage that hath and may thereof ensue, it is commanded, that from henceforth none be so hardy to tell or publish any false news or tales, whereby discord, or occasion of discord, or slander may grow between the king and his people, or the great men of the realm. And he that doth so shall be taken and kept in prison, until he hath brought him into the court who was the first author of the tale." The danger of such speeches, which touch the acts, 278, and even the thoughts of the great men of the kingdom, became menacing anew under Richard Roman II. And in the first years of his reign, the following statute was enacted, reinforcing that of 1275. Item of devisers of false news and reporters of horrible and false lies, concerning prelates, dukes, earls, barons, and other nobles and great men of the realm, and also concerning the chancellor, treasurer, clerk of the privy seal, steward of the king's house, justices of the one bench or of the other, and of other great officers of the realm about things which by the said prelates, lords, nobles, and officers aforesaid were never spoken, done, nor thought. Whereby debates and discords might arise betwixt the said lords or between the lords and the commons, which God forbid, and whereof great peril and mischief might come to all the realm, and quick subversion and destruction of the said realm, if due remedy be not provided. It is straitly defended upon grievous pain, for to eschew the said damages and perils, that from henceforth none be so hardy to devise, speak, or to tell any false news, lies, or other such false things, of prelates, lords, and of other aforesaid, whereof discord or any slander might rise within the same realm. And he that doth the same shall incur and have the pain another time ordained thereof by the statute of Westminster the first. In vain, 2 years later broke out the revolt of the peasants, and the depositions of the rebels when brought before the judge leave no doubt as to the part played by wayfarers in the carrying of political news from one county to another. The mason John Cole of Lewes in the parish of Maidstone, Kent, turns informer, betrays 27 of his companions, giving their names, some proved innocent, and saving his own head. Their plan was to make the otherwise unpopular John of Gaunt, King of England, 279 on the mere report that he had freed his natives. The rebels had decided to send to him in order to ascertain, and if the news proved true, to depose his nephew young Richard Roman II. The report had been brought to the city of Canterbury by pilgrims, peregrini, arriving from the north, obviously to worship at the shrine of St. Thomas. In medieval France during the endless wars and the brief intervals between them, the roads were held by plundering brigands, laborers or knights by birth. Soldiers, the dregs of the lowest or highest classes, considered the rest of society as their devoted prey. The highway resounded with the noise of arms. The peasant fled. Troops originally equipped for the defense of the land attacked without scruple all whom they thought less strong than themselves and worth robbing. Such people turned French, as Froissart puts it, and turned English according to the interest of the moment. The vagrants threatened with the stocks by the English law were of another kind, and whatever the number of brigands among them, these were not the majority. The peasants mostly sympathized with instead of fearing them. Thus the English revolt was not a desperate enterprise. It was conducted with extraordinary coolness and practical sense. The insurgents showed a calm, 280 consciousness of their strength which strikes us, and struck much more the anxious knights in London. They went with their eyes open, and, if they destroyed much, they wished also to reform. It was possible to treat and come to an understanding with them. Truth to say, the word and pledge given them will be broken, and the prison, the rope and the block will quickly put an end to the revolt. But whatever the lords and commons sitting at Westminster may say, the new bonds will not have the tenacity of the old ones, and a great step towards freedom, one with which the continent has nothing comparable, will have been made. In France, the beast of burden, ill-nourished, ill-treated, fretted by the harness, trudged wearily along with shaking head, one eye and a halting gait. His sudden bolts only caused new loads to be added to his fardel, and that was all. Centuries were to pass before the day of accounting came, and in blood too, the account would be settled. 281. Part 3. Religious Wayfarers. 283. Illustration 54. A Friar on a Journey, Chaucer's Friar. From the Ellesmere Ms. Chapter 1. Wandering Preachers and Friars. While the inward consciousness of common wants and longings for better days spread everywhere, by means of that crowd of work-people whom we find in England ceaselessly on the move in spite of statutes, the guiding ideas were sown broadcast by another kind of roamer, the preachers. Sprung also from the people they had studied. As we have seen, it was not necessary to be rich in order to go through the course at Oxford. The villeins even sent their children there, and the commons, of scant liberalism as we know, protested against this emancipation of another kind, this advancement by means of learning, avancement par clergy. Preventive measures, they thought, were indispensable to save the honor of the freemen of the realm, by which they meant privilege. Ideas of honor have changed. But even then, it was going too far, and the king, who had after all learnt a lesson in 1381, rebuked the commons with a Le Roi à Savasura, which, 284, was then, and is today, the form of royal refusal. These clerks knew what was the condition of the people. They knew the miseries of the poor, which were those of their father and mother, and of themselves. The intellectual culture they had received enabled them to transform into precise conceptions the general aspirations of the tillers of the soil. The former are not less necessary than the latter to every important social movement. If both are indispensable to the making of the tool, handle, and blade, it is these definite views which form the blade. The roaming preachers knew how to sharpen it, and they were numerous. Those whom Wycliffe sent to popularize his doctrines, his simple priests, or poor priests, did just what others had done before them. They imitated their forerunners, and no more confined themselves to expounding the difficult and not always democratic theories of their master than the mendicant friars, or monks, or secular priests, friends of the Revolution, strictly kept to the precepts of the gospel. Their sympathies were with the people, and they showed it in their discourses. Wycliffe contributed to the increase of these wanderers. His people came from the same stock as the others. If it was easy for him to find clerks ready to act as his missionaries, the reason was that many in the kingdom were already prepared for such a task, and only awaited their opportunity. The revolutionary 285 leader John Ball was a secular priest, and so was the well-known Lollard, William Thorpe. All, in fact, did the same kind of work. For different motives and with different aims, they led to the same results: the belief that the state, the church, the government, the court, the rule of the masters, whether spiritual or temporal, were not what they should be, and that a change must come. Doubts and discontents always help each other. Whoever strikes at the tree shakes the tree. Wycliffe's theory, both before and after the Rising, was that temporal lords had a right to their property, but that churchmen had no right to theirs. His teachings helped, however, to spread doubts as to the legitimacy of both. Though it had nothing to do with Lollard tenets, The diffusion thereof was facilitated by the papal schism of 1378, another great tree that was shaken. Men able to address a crowd scoured the country, drawing together the poor and attracting them by harangues filled with what people who suffer always like to hear. The statute passed just after the revolt clearly shows how much the influence of the wandering preachers was feared. Their dress, even, and manner of speech are described. These malcontents have an austere aspect. They go from county to county, and from town to town in certain habits under dissimulation of great holiness. They dispense, of course, with the ecclesiastical papers which regular preachers ought to carry. They are without the license of our Holy Father the Pope, or of the ordinaries of the 286 places, or other sufficient authority. They make themselves heard, and their successors to this day have never ceased to follow suit, not only in churches and churchyards, but also in markets, fairs, and other open places where a great congregation of people is. Their real subject is not dogma, but the social question. On their lips the religious sermon becomes a political harangue. Which persons, the statute says, do also preach divers matters of slander, to engender discord and dissension betwixt divers estates of the said realm, as well spiritual as temporal, in exciting of the people, to the great peril of all the realm. They are cited to appear before the ecclesiastic authority, the ordinaries, but refuse to obey to their summons and commandments. Let the sheriffs and others of the king's officers henceforth watch with care these wandering orators, and send to prison those unable to show proper certificates. We may gain an idea of their speeches by recalling the celebrated harangue of the priest John Ball, the most stirring of these traveling orators. Certainly, in the Latin phrase of the Chronicle of England, his thoughts are given too solemn and too correct a form, but all that we know of the circumstances matches so well his undoubted purports that his actual speech cannot have differed, in its trend at least, from what the chronicler has transmitted to us. The popular saying quoted before serves as his text, and he develops it in this manner. At the beginning we were all created equal. It is the tyranny of perverse men which has caused servitude to arise, in spite of God's law. If God had willed that there should be serfs, he would have said at the beginning, 289 of the world, who should be serf and who should be lord. Illustration 55, when Adam delved and Eve span. The motto of John Ball's speech, illustrated from the Ms. 2b Romans 7, 14th century. What made Ball powerful was that he found his best weapons in the Bible. Quoting it, he appealed to the good sentiments of the lowly, to their virtue, their reason. He showed that the divine word accorded with their interest. They would be like the good father of a family who cultivates his field and plucks up the weeds. The same ideas are attributed to him by almost all the chroniclers. Froissart uses to describe his doings almost the same words as the statute already quoted. He represents him when he found a congregation of people, especially on Sundays after Mass, preaching in the open-air sermons similar to that in the Chronican Angliae. This priest, says Froissart, used oftentimes on the Sundays after Mass, when the people were goinged out of the minster, to go into the cloister and preche, and made the people to assemble about him, and wold say thus: A ye good people, the matters goth nat well to pass in England, nor shall nat do till everything be common, and that there be no villains nor gentlemen. What have we deserved, or why shoulda we be kept thus in servage? We be all come fro one father and one mother, Adam and Eve. Whereby can they say or shew that they be greater lords than we be, savage by that they cause us to win and labor for that they dispend. They dwell in fair houses, and we have the pain and travel, rain and wind in the feldes, and by that cometh of our labors they keep and maintain their estates. Let us go to the king, he is yonge, and shewn him what servage we be in. Thus Johann said on Sundays when the people issued out of the churches in the villages, and so they wold murmur one with another in the feldes, and in the ways as 290, they went togiter, affirming how Johann Ball said trouth. So the enthusiastic multitude promised to make him archbishop and chancellor of that kingdom, in which he dreamed there should be equal liberty, equal rank, equal power for all. But he was taken, drawn, hanged, beheaded, and quartered, and his dream remained a dream. Meanwhile, politics apart, there might yet be found in the 14th century some of God's elect who, alarmed by the crimes of the world and the state of sin in which men lived, left their cells or the paternal roof to go about among villages and towns and preach conversion. There remained some, but they were rare. Contrary to others, these did not speak of public affairs, but of eternal interests. They had not always received sacred orders. They acted as volunteers to the celestial army. Of this sort was the before-mentioned Richard Rolle, of Hampel, whose life was partly that of a hermit, partly of a wandering preacher. He was neither monk, nor doctor, nor priest. When young, he had abandoned his father's house to go and lead a contemplative life in solitude. There he meditated, prayed, and mortified himself. Crowds came to his cell to listen to his exhortations. He had ecstatic trances. His friends took off his ragged cloak, mended it, and put it back on his shoulders without his perceiving it. He later left his retreat, and for a long time traveled over the north of England, becoming a wanderer, changing place continually, preaching to lead men to salvation. He finally settled at Hampel, where he ended his life in seclusion, writing incessantly, and edifying the neighborhood by his devotion. He died the year of the Great Plague, 1349. Scarcely was he dead than his tomb attracted pilgrims. Pious people brought offerings there, miracles were performed. In the 291 nuns' convent at Hampel, which drew from the vicinity of his tomb great honor and profit, an office of Saint Richard the Hermit was composed, as we have seen, to be sung when he should be canonized. But the office of the old hermit and itinerant preacher has never had occasion to be sung down to the present day. The wandering preachers met with in the villages were not always Lollards sent by Wycliffe, nor inspired men who, like Rolle of Hampel, held their mission from their conscience and from God. They were often members of an immense and powerful caste subdivided into several orders, that of the mendicant friars. The two principal branches were the Dominicans, preachers or black friars, and the Franciscans, friars minor or gray friars, both established in England in the 13th century. "The men of this that most wide walk in," said Langland. The immortal satires of Chaucer should not blind us to the initial merit of these orders, nor cause us to see in the members thereof, at all times, nothing but impudent and idle vagabonds, at once impious, superstitious, and greedy. A friar there was, a wanton and a murier. Full well beloved and familiar was he, 292, with Frankeline's overall in his cunter, and eke with worthy woman of the town. Full sweetly heard he confession, and pleasant was his absolution. He was an essy man to yev penance, there as he wist to han a good pittance, for unto a pover order for to give is seen that a man is well I shrieve. He knew well the taverns in every town, and every ostler or gay tapster. Illustration 56, a worldly ecclesiastic. From the Ms. 10 e Roman 4. In Chaucer's days, such friars were many, but some better ones could also be met. Not only those, rare indeed in the 14th century, who continued the traditions of their founder, living among the poor, poor as they, and withal wise, devout, and compassionate. Chaucer's friar was of a different sort. He avoided acquaintance with a lazer or a beggar, unwilling to deal with such poorel. But even among those who lived careless of the rule, some were at work whose thoughts, dangerous, 293 as they might be, were not so base, those friars namely who, when the moment came, could be confounded with the simple priests of their enemy Wycliffe, and who were certainly comprised along with them in the statute of 1382. Certain it is that many friars in their roaming career preached in the marketplace, just like John Ball, the new doctrines of emancipation. Hence they alone among the clergy, at the hour of the great revolt, still preserved a certain popularity among the lowly. And the monastic chroniclers, their natural enemies, complacently paraded in their narratives this new grievance against these detested orders. Langland, who cursed the revolt, cursed also the friars for having a share of responsibility in it. Envy has whispered into their ears and said, "Study logic, law, and the hollow dreams of philosophers, and go from village to village proving that all property ought to be in common, the very teaching of John Ball. And proven hit by Seneca that a lething under heaven, out to beo in commune." Always armed with good sense, Langland plainly declares that the author of these subversive theories lies. The Bible says, "Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's goods." Formerly the life of the friars was exemplary, charity dwelt among them. This was in the days of the great saint of Assisi, the friend of men, the friend of birds, the friend of all that had been created and could suffer. 294. And indeed, what a holy mission their founder had given them. Coarsely dressed, barefoot, Getting only such food as was freely offered them, they were to go into the towns and visit the poorest, most densely populated and unhealthiest suburbs to seek out the lost. "And all the brothers," said Francis in his rule, "are to be clad in mean habits, and may blessedly mend them with sacks and other pieces, whom I admonish and exhort, that they do not despise or censure such men as they see clad in curious and gay garments, and using delicate meats and drinks, but rather let every one judge and despise himself. They must never quarrel, but be meek, peaceable, modest, mild, and humble. And they are not to ride unless some manifest necessity or infirmity oblige them. Whatsoever house they go into, they shall first say, Peace be unto this house. And, according to the gospel, it shall be lawful for them to eat of all meats that are set before them. They must beg in order to get the necessaries of life, but they must receive them in kind, never in money. The brothers shall not make anything their own, neither house nor place, nor any other thing. And they shall go confidently to beg alms like pilgrims and strangers in this world, serving our Lord in poverty and humility. All the miseries, all the hideous blemishes of humanity, every kind of outcasts, the physical or moral lepers, were to have their sympathy, and the lower classes in return would love and venerate them and grow morally better, owing to their word and example. Eccleston relates that a friar minor once put on his sandals without permission to go to matins. He dreamt afterwards that he was arrested by robbers, who cried out, "Kill him, kill him." "But I am a friar minor," said he, sure of being respected. 295. "Thou least, for thou art not barefoot." The first of their duties was to remain poor, in order to be able, having nothing to lose, fearlessly to use firm language to the rich and powerful of the world. When on his deathbed, in 1253, wise and courageous Robert Grosseteste, Bishop of Lincoln, a great friend of theirs, and because a friend of theirs reminded them of their rule, appropriately quoting a line of Juvenal S. Cantabit vacus coram latron viator. The friars were to be like the traveler without money, whose peace of mind is never disturbed by meeting robbers. St. Francis had not wished his friars to be men of learning and study. He was afraid especially of those subtle theological and metaphysical researches which uselessly absorbed the life of so many great clerics. Others enough, he thought, would devote themselves to such speculations. He wanted to fill a gap, and in this line there was no gap. His rule was so strict that the famous Roger Bacon, who belonged to his order, had to apply to the Pope to be permitted to use ink and parchment. What the saint desired was to send throughout the world an army of missionaries who would devote themselves materially and morally to the welfare, body and soul, of all the weary, the derelict, the dregs of humanity. Thus practiced, with no room left for the pride of knowledge, disinterestedness was the more absolute, servitude the 296 more voluntary, and the effect on the masses the greater. The subtlety of teachers was not necessary for the fulfilling of this task, and the striking example of the poverty of the consoler, heedless of his own troubles, was the best of consolations. Above all, the vanity of the apostle must be killed, the greatness of his merit must be apparent to God only. With a heart so purified, he would necessarily have a sufficient comprehension of the problems of life and of the high moral aims accessible even to the lowest to be naturally eloquent. The study of the summi, in repute, was useless. But too many dangers surrounded the sublime foundation, and the first was knowledge itself. The Emperor Charles, Roland, and Oliver, once said the saint, and all the paladins and all strong men have pursued the infidel in battle till death, and with great pains and labor have won their memorable victories. The holy martyrs died struggling for the faith of Christ, but in our days there are people who seek glory and honor among men simply by the narration of the deeds of heroes. In like manner, there are some among you who take more pleasure in writing and preaching on the merits of the saints than in imitating their works. This reply St. Francis made to a novice who wished to have a psalter. He humorously added, "When you have a psalter, you will wish to have a breviary, and when you have a breviary, you will sit in a chair like a great prelate, and will say to your brother, 'Brother, fetch me my breviary.'" The popularity of the friars had soon become immense, 297, and it was found that they had monopolized in England everything that concerned religion. By a quite human contradiction, let Brutus be Caesar, their poverty had invited riches and their self-denial power. The hovels where they lodged at first had become sumptuous monasteries with chapels as large as cathedrals. The rich wanted to be buried there, in tombs chiseled with the latest refinements of the florid Gothic. Their apologists of the 15th century relate with admiration that in their fine library at London, for in spite of the rule they had a fine library, there was a tomb adorned with 4 cherubims. That their church, begun in 1306, was 300 feet long, 95 wide, and 64 feet high, with the columns all of marble as well as the pavement. Kings and princes had enriched the building. Some had given the altars, others the stalls, Edward Roman III, for the repose of the soul of the most illustrious Queen Isabella, buried in the choir, who had ended her immoral life in the habit of the Santa Clara nuns, repaired the great middle window, blown down by the wind. In the same church was preserved the heart of Queen Eleanor, mother of Edward I, relating that it was there. Rishanger, a monk of St. Albans and a contemporary, made thereupon a remark, which Walsingham, also a monk of St. Albans, gleefully reproduced in his Historia Anglicana. Her body was buried in the monastery of Ambersbury, but her heart in London, in the Church of the Minorites, who, like all friars of every order, claim for themselves something of the bodies of any powerful persons dying, after the manner of the dogs assembling, 298 round corpses, where each one greedily awaits his portion to devour. Gilbert de Clare, Earl of Gloucester, had given for the same building 20 trees from his forest of Tunbridge. Rich merchants, the mayor, the aldermen, followed suit. The names of the donors were inscribed on the windows, and Langland was indignant and recalled the precept, "Let not thy left hand know what thy right hand doeth." We learn thus that the third window on the west had been given by Walter Morden, Stoke fishmonger, and mayor of London. The second window on the south was due to John of Charlton, knight, and his wife, whose arms figured in it, the fourth to Walter de Gorst, fellmonger of London, the fifth to the Earl of Lancaster, the fourth on the west to various collections, and thus it does not bear a name. One of the donors is styled the special father and friend of the friars minor. It could be but a delight for the Wycliffites to reproach the friars with all these mundane splendors. Wycliffe revels in it. Freres bilden money gret churchis and costly wastehouses, and cloisters as hit were castles, and that without need. Gret houses make not men holy, and only by holiness is God well served. Those convents are cames castellis. Illustration 57. Psalm singing, the interior of a friar's church. From the Ms. Dommett, A. Roman 17, in the British Museum. Interminable lists, too, of cardinals, bishops, and kings who have belonged to the order are drawn up, not forgetting even certain persons of importance in the world, the very antithesis of their founders' intent. Finally, they enumerate the dead who at the last moment assumed the habit of the friars. Brother Sir Roger, 301, born, knight, buried at Norwich in the friar's habit, 1334. The pride and riches of the Dominicans are just as great. The author of Pierce the Ploughman's Creed, towards the end of the 14th century, accurately describes one of their monasteries, the splendid columns to be seen there, the sculptures, paintings, and gildings that adorn the chapter house, so beautiful that it obviously reminds the author of the one at Westminster, or of the painted chamber, La Chamber paint, where at times Parliament sat. As a parliament whose, why painted about? The magnificent stained glass windows ornamented with the arms of the nobles, or the mark of the merchants who have given them, merks of marchants, and lovely ladies, their bronze figures lying on the slabs, in many gay garments, the imposing tombs of knights heightened with gold. The proportions are reversed, as great as the modesty required by the holy founder was now the pride. The false Chaucer reproaches them with creeping among them. They become interested, greedy, coarse men of the world. The necessity for them to live among the laity had been one of their chief dangers. They were to save the laity, but were instead corrupted by it. They caught the plague that they were to cure. Before even the middle of the 302, 13th century, one of them had had a revelation that demons celebrated every year a council against the order, and had found 3 means to pervert it. That is, intercourse with women, the receiving of useless persons, and the handling of money. Mendicity is now their trade, which some practice well, others better. Miracles of self-denial were demanded of them, and behold, on the contrary, prodigies of selfishness. It is no longer religion, it is their order which must be promoted. They preach not on behalf of Christ, but on behalf of their convent. The reversal is complete. All borrow largely from the treasure of good works amassed by their first apostles and spend it madly. The respect of the multitude lessens, their renown for holiness declines. They cast into the other scale of the balance so many faults and disorders that it overweighs. And what remains henceforth? Superstition replaces devotion. Some, in spite of the rule, have studied metaphysics and sciences, the trivium, the quadrivium. For a larger number, however, it is not learning but a gross materialism that veils the superhuman ideal of Francis of Assisi. Contact with their habit is equivalent to a good deed. If the dress is assumed on the deathbed, the demons will take flight. Numberless visions have revealed to them these articles of a new faith. They tekken lordies and namely ladies, says Wycliffe, that if they dine in Francie's habit, they shall never come in hell for virtue thereof. 303. And so it came to pass that, not only poets like Chaucer and Langland, not only reformers like Wycliffe, but also the universities and the monks of the old established orders, waged open war against the friars. To which the monks were moved partly, it is true, by jealousy, when they saw these newly created brotherhoods rising in importance, in numbers, and in wealth, but partly also by the sight of undeniable abuses and worldliness. In such an authoritative work as the English History, written in St. Albans Abbey by Chaucer's contemporary, Thomas Walsingham, the present state and behavior of the friars is thus described. The friars, unmindful of their profession, have even forgotten to what end their orders were instituted. For the holy men, their lawgivers desired them to be poor and free of all kind of temporal possessions, that they should not have anything which they might fear to lose on account of saying the truth. But now they are envious of possessors, approve the crimes of the great, induce the commonalty into error, and praise the sins of both. And with the intent of acquiring possessions, they who had renounced possessions, with the intent of gathering money, they who had sworn to persevere in poverty, call good evil and evil good, leading astray princes by adulation, the people by lies, and drawing both with themselves out of the straight. 304 path. Walsingham adds that a familiar proverb in his time was, "He is a friar, therefore a liar." Illustration 58, sprinkling diners with holy water. From the Ms. 10 Roman 4. The sanctity of the institution and the unworthiness of many of its members caused it to be at once venerated and detested. However contemptible be the man, what if, after all, the keys of heaven were in his hand? Respect mingled with fear in the feeling for him. Thus poets laughed at the friars, popular storytellers scouted them, distrust, doubt, contempt spread, extending from the lowly friar to the reverend bishop himself. Churchmen were caricatured on the very stalls upon which they sat. Master Reynard was represented delivering a sermon while wearing episcopal insignia, and neither the miniaturist, charged with illuminating an imposing volume of decretals, nor those who had entrusted him with the work, found anything improper in his satirizing on the margin the whole ecclesiastical hierarchy, from bishops to monks or clerks. One of the latter is shown forgetting in the kitchen his sprinkler and bucket of holy water. 305, then remembering what he has come for and going to sprinkle the masters at table, then returning to the kitchen maid. In the same ironical spirit, the author of a popular song of the 14th century wrote, "Prest ni monk ni yit chanon, ni no man of religion, jifen hem so to devotion as done these holy fras. For some jiven ham to chivalry, some to riot and ribadary, bought Ephra's jiven ham to gret study and to gret prayers." Several stanzas follow which cannot be quoted. The people, therefore, fitfully saw in the friars their protectors and allies in case of revolt, while at other times they pursued them in the streets with stones, struck them and lacerated their garments, angels or else devils. They were not sure. At the same time, the preaching friars took to flight because they feared to be maltreated and ruined, because the commonalty bore with them very reluctantly, on account of their proud behavior, for they did not behave as friars ought. "Know ye," says the king, "that we have understood that some persons of our kingdom of England, by the instigation of the evil spirit, do and daily strive to do harm and scandal to our beloved in Christ, the religious men, friars of the order of minors, openly and secretly stirring up our people against them to destroy the houses of the said friars, tearing their habits from them, striking some, and ill-treating them against our peace." From another point of view, that of public safety, the 306 commons were indignant at the number of foreigners among the friars, whom they considered a permanent danger to the state. They requested that all the alien friars, of whatever habit they might be, should void the realm before the feast of St. Michael, and if they remained beyond the said feast, they should be held as out of the common law, that is, outlawed. The friars kept their assurance. They were blessed in the days of their good deeds. Now they speak loud and make themselves feared. To the Pope alone they are amenable. They carry their heads high, their power is independent, they have become a church within the church. Along with the priest who preaches and confesses in his parish is to be seen the wandering friar, who preaches and confesses everywhere. His universal presence and power are sources of conflict. The parish priest finds himself abandoned. The religious wayfarer brings the unknown, the extraordinary, and everybody runs to him. He lays down his staff and wallet and begins to talk. His language is that of the people, the whole parish is present. He busies himself with their eternal welfare and also with their earthly interests, for lay life is familiar to him and he can give appropriate advice. But his teaching is sometimes suspicious. These false prophets, says not Wycliffe, but the Council of Salzburg in 1386, by their sermons full of fables often lead astray the souls of their hearers. They make game of the authority of the parish priests. To stop their progress proved impossible. The tide rose and swept away the embankments. The excellent had become the worst, corruptio optimi pessima, and the old adage was verified to the letter. In spite of grievances, protests, derisive songs and stories, they were met everywhere, in the hut and in the castle, begging from the rich 307 and knocking also at the door of the poor. They sat at the board of the noble, who treated them with consideration. With him they played the part of the fashionable man of religion. They interested, they pleased. Wycliffe shows them creeping into familiarity with the great, liking to speak by four lordies and sit at though meet with home, also to be confessors of lordies and ladies. Langland, in Piers Plowman, is equally severe on friar flatterer. In a Wycliffite treatise of the same period we read, "They getten hem worldly offies in lordies' courties, and some to ben consailors and ruleris of Waris, and also to ben chamberlains to lords and ladies." Courting popularity among all people, they were different men and acted differently in the villages where they made their rounds. To their wallet they added store of thread, needles, ointments, with which they traded. They become in pedlars, buringe knives, purses, pinnies and girdlies and spices and silk and precious pelor and foraris for women, and their two smale gentle hondies dogs, to get love of hem. They were more and more the subject of song and cause of mirth, but they did not mind, being the better advertised thereby. Tie wandrin here and there, and dealy with divers marcery right as tie pedlars were. Tie dealy with purses, pins, and knives, with geodles, gloves for wenches and wives. 308. The anonymous author, a contemporary of Chaucer, adds, "I was a freer full many a day, therefore the soth I wait no. But when I saw that tire living ackwarded not to tire preching, of I cast my for clothing, and witly went my gait, my way." Between the skepticism of the century and blind credulity, superstition flourished. The friars pretended they could sell the merits of their order at retail. They were so numerous and prayed so devoutly that they had a surplus of payers in store. Why not distribute this superfluous wealth to men of faith and goodwill? They did so, for cash of course. It was an exchange of wealth, like will to like. The friars went about the country discounting these invisible riches and selling to pious souls, under the name of letters of fraternity, drafts upon heaven. What is the use of these parchments? They were asked. They give a share in the merits of the whole order of St. Francis. What are they good for? Wycliffe was asked. By sich resounds thinken many men that these lettres might do good for to cover mostard potties. Discredited as they were at the end of the century, the friars had not, however, lost all hold over the people. Henry Roman IV usurped the throne and soon found that he must reckon with the friars. A good many among them were indignant at his enterprise, and some preached here and there, during the first years of his reign, that Richard Roman II was still living and was the true king, and this was one more case, and a very important one, of political ideas vulgarized by wayfarers throughout the country. Henry Roman IV sent them to jail. One who was brought before him, 309, reproached him violently for the deposition of Richard. "But I have not usurped the crown, I have been elected," said the king. The election is null if the legitimate king is living. If he is dead by thy means. If he was killed by thee, thou canst have any title to the throne. By my head, cried the prince, I will have thine cut off. The accused were advised to throw themselves on the king's mercy. They refused, and requested to be regularly tried by a jury. Neither in the city nor in Holborn could anyone be found to sit on that jury. Inhabitants of Highgate and Islington had to be fetched for the purpose. These men declared the friars guilty. The poor wretches were drawn to Tyburn, hanged, then beheaded, and their heads were placed on London Bridge, 1402. The convent was permitted to gather their remains and bury them in holy ground. The Islington and Highgate jurors came weeping to the Franciscans to implore their pardon for a verdict of which they repented. For several years, in spite of these punishments, friars continued to preach about the country in favor of Richard Roman II, maintaining that he still lived, although Henry Roman IV had taken care to have a public exhibition in London of the corpse of his assassinated predecessor. In the 15th century, the reputation of the friars only grew worse. The abuses of which they were the living personification were among those which best served, 310, to draw later adherents to Luther. If there remained in their ranks men who knew how to die, like that unfortunate Friar Forrest, who was hung alive by chains above a wood fire and slowly roasted, while Bishop Latimer, himself to be burnt later, addressed the dying man, with pious exhortations, to repentance, the mass of them remained the object of universal contempt. This was one of the few points on which it sometimes happened that Catholics and Protestants agreed. Sir Thomas More, beheaded for the Catholic faith, spoke of the friars in the same strain as his adversary Tyndale, strangled for the Protestant faith. In his eyes they were but dangerous vagabonds. He relates in his Utopia the dispute between a friar and a fool on the question of pauperism. You will never, said the friar, get rid of beggars unless you also make an edict against us friars. Well, said the fool, it is already made. The cardinal passed a very good law against you when he decreed that all vagabonds should be seized and made to work, for you are the greatest vagabonds that can be. When this was said, and all eyes being turned on the cardinal, they saw he did not disown it. Everyone, not unwillingly, began to smile, except the friar. A class, as historians have observed, which no longer justifies its privileges by its services, is in imminent danger. If it reforms in time, it may be saved. If it does not, it is doomed. In England, the friars were doomed. But nothing is ever entirely lost, and while for centuries, Chaucer's merriment made people merry at the expense of the begging orders, it is only fair, before parting with them, to recall such an unprejudiced testimony as that of 311 Bacon, in his Essay of Love. There is in man's nature a secret inclination and motion towards love of others, which, if it be not spent upon someone or a few, doth naturally spread itself towards many, and maketh men become humane and charitable. As it is seen sometime in friars. 312. Illustration 59. A game of fox and geese. From the Ms. 10 E. Roman 4. Chapter 2. The Pardoners. Indulgence was at first simply a commutation of penance. The punishments inflicted for sins were of long duration. Fasting and mortification had to be carried on for months and years. The faithful were permitted to transform these interminable chastisements into shorter expiation. Thus a clerk might exchange a year of penance against 300 lashes, reciting a psalm at each 100. Tables of such exchanges were drawn up by competent prelates. The learned and autocratic Theodore, born at Tarsus, Cilicia, an encyclopedic mind and a strong disciplinarian, Archbishop of Canterbury from 669 to 690, who left on the British Church a permanent mark, had published a tariff allowing people to be excused of a month's penance on bread and water if they sang instead 1,200 psalms with bended knees. For a year's penance the singing was increased, and each course of psalter singing was accompanied with 300 strokes in the palm of the hand pomatee. But it was possible to compensate 313, a year's penance, and escape at the same time the psalms, fasts, and strokes by paying 100 shillings in alms. In another such table, drawn up in the 9th century by Hallet Garius, Bishop of Cambrai, is found this additional facility, that if the sinner, sentenced to a month's penance on bread and water, chooses rather the singing of psalms, he may be allowed not to kneel while he sings. But then instead of 1200, he will have to sing 1580 psalms. He may in the same manner be excused of more than 1 month, up to 12, in which last case, if he chooses not to kneel, he will have to sing no less than 20,160 psalms. Laymen, who had their choice, frequently preferred a payment in money, the rich having to pay more than the poor, and the sums thus obtained were usually well employed. We have seen them serve for the support of roads and bridges. They were also applied in reconstructing churches, in helping the sick of a hospital, and in covering the expenses of numerous public enterprises. The entirety of punishments was taken off by a plenary indulgence. Thus the French Pope, Urban Roman II, at the Council of Clermont, in 1095, granted one to all those who, through pure devotion and not to acquire booty or glory, should go to Jerusalem to fight the infidel. And this was the First Crusade. Little by little the idea of an actual commutation vanished and was replaced by a different system, known as the theory of the treasury. It had indeed become obvious as the use of indulgences spread, and they were more and more easily gained, that they could no longer be justified as offering to the sinner only his choice between 314 several sorts of even penances. They were something else. A short, well-selected prayer, a small gift in money, would now exempt devout people from the greatest penalties and from numberless years of a possible purgatory. The one could scarcely be considered as the equivalent of the other. How was the equilibrium established between the two scales? The answer was that the deficiency was made up by the application to the sinner of merits, not indeed his own, but of Christ, the Virgin, and the saints, of which there was an inexhaustible treasury, the dispensation of which rested with the Pope and the clergy. This theory was acted upon long before being put forth in express words. It does not appear to have been more than vaguely alluded to before the 14th century, when Pope Clement Roman VI, the Doctor Doctorum, gave a perfectly clear definition and exposition of the treasury system. In a bull of the year 1350, he explains that the merits of Christ are infinite, and those of the Virgin and the saints superabundant. This excess of unemployed merit has been constituted into a treasury, not one that is deposited in a strong room or concealed in a field, but which is to be usefully distributed to the faithful, through the blessed Peter, keeper of heaven's gate, and his successors. However largely employed, there ought to be no fear of an absorption or a diminution of this treasury, first on account of the infinite merits of Christ, as has been said before, then because the more numerous are the people reclaimed through the use of its contents, the more it is augmented by the addition of their merits. The treasury had therefore no chance of ever being found empty, since the more was drawn from it, the more it grew. Such is in all its simplicity the theory of the treasury, which has ever since been maintained, with no change in the theory but much in the practice. 315. With so much to distribute among the faithful, the Church had recourse, for ensuring its repartition, to certain people who went about, supplied with official letters, and who offered to good Christians a particle of the heavenly wealth placed at the disposal of the successors of Peter. They expected in return some portion of the earthly riches their hearers might be possessed of, and which could be applied to more tangible uses than the treasury. The men entrusted with this mission were called sometimes questors, on account of what they asked, and sometimes pardoners, on account of what they gave. Many a man lives in our remembrance owing to his portrait. If his image had not been preserved by an artist of genius, his memory would have been abolished. Who would remember, but for her tomb at Lucca, lovely Ilaria del Corretto? Many among us would not suspect that the long-vanished pardoner ever existed if the master painter, Chaucer, had not drawn from life his unlovely portrait. Lordings, says the one in the Canterbury Tales. Lordings, quod he, in churches wan I preach, I pain me to have an hot in spech, and ring it out as loud as doth a bell, for I can al by rote which that I tell. My team is alway un, and ever was, radix omnium malorum est cupiditas. In the pulpit he leans to the right, to the left, he gesticulates, wanders in his talk. His arms move as much as his tongue. It is a wonder to see and hear him. I stand like a clerk in my pulpit, and when the lewd people is down I set, I preach so as ye have heard before, and tell hem an hundred japes more. 316. Then pain I me to streck forth my neck and est and west upon the people I beck, as doth a dowf pigeon, sitting on a burn, min Hans and my tange goons so yearn, that it is joy to see my business. I pretend no thing but of covetise, therefore my team is yit, and ever was, radix omnium malorum est cupiditas. The description may seem today improbable and exaggerated, but it is not. A verifying from authentic sources and a search for documents only shows once more Chaucer's marvelous exactness, not a trait in his picture that may not be justified by letters from papal or episcopal chanceries. These quaestors, or quaestori as they were officially called, were, says Boniface Roman 9, speaking at the very time that the poet wrote his tales, sometimes secular clerics and sometimes friars, most of them extremely impudent. They dispensed with ecclesiastic licenses and went from place to place delivering speeches, showing their relics and selling their pardons. It was a lucrative trade, and the competition was great. The success of authorized partners had caused a crowd of self-appointed ones to issue from the school or the priory, or from mere nothingness, greedy, with glittering eyes as in the Canterbury Tales. Such glaring eyegen had he as an hare. True vagabonds, infestors of the highroads, who having, as they thought, nothing to fear, boldly carried on their impostors' traffic. They overawed their listeners, spoke loud, and unbound upon earth without scruple all that might be bound in heaven. Much profit arose therefrom. Chaucer's partner got 100 marks a year, which was easy enough for him, since, having received no authority from anyone, to no one did he render any accounts, but kept all the gains for 317 himself. In his measured language, the Pope tells us as much as the poet, and it seems as though he would duplicate, line by line, the portrait drawn by the storyteller, his contemporary. First, says the pontifical letter, these partners swear that they were sent by the court of Rome. Certain religious, who even belong to one or the other of the mendicant orders, and some secular clerks, even endowed with privileged benefices, affirm that they are sent by us or by the legates or the nuncios of the apostolic see, and that they have received a mission to treat of certain affairs, to receive money for us and the Roman Church, and they go about the country under these pretexts. From Rome also comes Chaucer's personage. He moves about the country, and in exchange for his pardons tirelessly asks for goods and money, which certainly will not go to Rome. A gentle pardoner, that straight was commend from the court of Rome. His walet lay bifern him in his lap, bret full of pardon come from Rome al hoot. What, trow ye, whiles that I may preche and win gold and silver for I tesh that I will live and povert wilfully. For I wall preche and beg in sundry lawns, I will not do no labor with min Hans. I wall noon of th'apostles counterfeit, I wall have money, wool, cheese, and wheat. Thus, continues the Pope, they proclaim to the faithful and simple people, the lewd people, says Chaucer's man, the real or pretended authorizations which they have received, and irreverently abusing those which are real, in pursuit of infamous and hateful 318 gain, they carry further their impudence by mendaciously attributing to themselves false and pretended authorizations of this kind. What does the poet say? That the charlatan has ever fine things to show, that he knows how to dazzle the simple, that he has his bag full of parchments with awe-inspiring seals, maybe genuine, maybe not, that the people look on and admire, and the parson gets angry but holds his tongue. First I pronounce whens that I come, and than my bulls shew I a le and some. Were liege lord's seal upon my patent that shew I first my body to wear't, that no man be so hardy, pressed knee clerk, me to disturb of Christ's holy work. And after that then tell I forth my tales, bulls of popes and of cardinals, of patriarchs and of bishops, I shew, and in Latin speak I words few to savor with my predication, and for to steer men to devotion. As for that turpum et infamum quistum, branded by the pontiff, it is the ever-occurring burden of the unholy discourse. Now, good men, God forgive yow your trespass, and where yow fro the sin of avarice. Min holy pardon may you alle weris redeem, so that ye offren noblies or starlings, or else silver spawns, brooches, or ringes, boweth your heeds under this holy bull. 319. Illustration 60. Reading in Canterbury Cathedral of a fabricated papal bull, A.D. 1399. From the Mizharl, 1319. 321. The effect of solemn parchments and large seals displayed from the pulpit rarely failed upon the crowd. and in some circumstances of more importance than the retail selling of the merits of saints in heaven, recourse was had to such exhibitions. When Henry of Lancaster came to turn his cousin Richard Roman II out of the English throne, the first thing he did, according to Creighton, was to have a pretended papal bull, granting a plenary indulgence, read from the pulpit of Canterbury Cathedral and commented by Archbishop Arundel, whose brother, the Earl, King Richard had caused to be summarily executed. As Creighton was not present when this scene, which he describes only on hearsay, took place, the speech he gives is the more interesting, for it may be considered an average speech, such a one as was usual and likely to have been pronounced on the occasion. "My good people," the Archbishop is supposed to have said, "hearken all of you here. You well know how the king most wrongfully and without reason has banished your Lord Henry. I have therefore obtained of the Holy Father, who is our patron, that those who shall forthwith bring aid this day, shall every one of them have remission of all sins, whereby from the hour of their baptism they have been defiled. Behold the sealed bull that the Pope of renowned Rome hath sent me, my good friends, in behalf of you all. Agree then to help him to subdue his enemies, and you shall for this be placed after death with those who are in paradise." Then, continues the narrator, describing the effect of the speech, might you have beheld young and old, the feeble and the strong, make a clamor, and regarding neither right or wrong, stir themselves up with one accord, thinking that what was told them was true, for such as they have little sense or knowledge. The Archbishop invented this device. 322. The burst of eloquence of Chaucer's partner is a caricature, but not an unrecognizable one, of the grave discourses of this sort. The Pope has still more to say. For some insignificant sum of money, they extend the veil of a lying absolution not over penitents, but over men of a hardened conscience who persist in their iniquity, remitting, to use their own words, horrible crimes without there having been any contrition nor fulfillment of any of the prescribed forms. It almost seems as if the Pope himself had listened in disguise, on the road to Canterbury, to Chaucer's man saying, "I yow a soil by min hay power, if ye waln offer, as clean and eke as clear as ye were born. I read that or re host shall bigen, for he is most involaped in sin. Come forth, sire ost, and offer first anoon, and thou shalt kiss the reliquies ever attune, ye for a groat, unbockle anon thy purse." Boccaccio, in one of the tales which he represents himself as telling under the name of Dionio, pictures, he too, an ecclesiastic of great resemblance, moral and physical, to Chaucer's man. He was called Fra Cipolla, and was accustomed to visit Certaldo, Boccaccio's village on the hilltop, still very much now as it was then, with the writer's house conspicuous in the main street. This Fra Cipolla was little of person, red-haired. Chaucer's partner had here as yelwy as wex, and merry of countenance, the jolliest rascal in the world, and to boot, for all he was no scholar, he was so fine a talker and so ready of wit that those who knew him not would not only have esteemed him a great rhetorician, but had 323 avouched him to be Tully himself, or maybe Quintilian, and he was gossip or friend or well-wisher to well-nigh every one in the country. If his hearers gave him a little money or corn or anything, he would show them the most wonderful relics, and besides they would enjoy the special protection of the patron saint of his order, Saint Anthony. Gentlemen and ladies, it is, as you know, your usance to send every year to the poor of our Lord Baron Saint Anthony of your corn and of your oats, this little and that much, according to his means and his devoutness, to the intent that the blessed Saint Anthony may keep watch over your beeves and asses and swine and sheep. And beside this, you used to pay, especially such of you as are inscribed into our company, that small due which is payable once a year. Such people had few scruples and knew how to profit by those of others. They released their customers from all possible vows and remitted any penance for money. They were a living encouragement to sin, making it so easy to atone for. The more prohibitions, obstacles, or penances were imposed, the more their affairs prospered. They passed their lives undoing what the real clergy did, the richer for it, and the clergy the poorer. The Pope again tells us, for a small compensation they remit vows of chastity, of abstinence, of pilgrimage beyond the sea to SDS, Peter and Paul of Rome, or to St. James of Compostela, and any other vows. They allow heretics to re-enter the bosom of the Church, illegitimate children to receive the sacred orders, they remove excommunications and interdicts. In short, as their power comes from themselves alone, they see no reason to restrain it, and they use it to the full and without stint. Lastly, they affirm that it is in the name of the apostolic chamber that they take all this money, and yet they are never known, 324, to give an account of it to anyone. Horit et merito indignator animus talia reminisc. They went yet further. They had formed regular associations for systematically speculating on public credulity. Thus Boniface Roman 9 orders in 1390 that bishops should make an inquiry into everything that concerns these religious or secular clerics, their people, their accomplices, and their associations, that they should imprison them without other form of law, de pleno ac sine strepitu et figura judicia, should make them render accounts, confiscate their receipts, and if their papers be not in order, hold them under good keeping, and refer the matter to the sovereign pontiff. There were indeed authorized pardoners who paid the produce of their receipts into the treasury of the Roman court. The learned Richard d'Angerville, otherwise de Barry, Bishop of Durham, called by Petrarch, whom he had met at Avignon in 1330, Ver Ardentes Ingenii, speaks, in a circular of December 8, 1340, of apostolic or diocesan letters, subject to a rigorous visa, with which the regular pardoners had to be furnished. But many did without them, and the bishop notices one by one the same abuses as the Pope and as Chaucer. Strong complaints have come to our ears that the questors of this kind, not without great and rash boldness of their own authority, and to the great danger of the souls who are confided to us, openly setting at naught our jurisdiction, distribute indulgences to the people, dispense with the execution of vows, absolve the perjured, homicides, usurers, and other sinners who confess to them, and, for a little money paid, grant remission for ill-atoned crimes, and are given to a multitude of other abuses. Henceforward all curates, vicars and chaplains must refuse to admit these pardoners to preach or to bestow indulgences. 325, whether in the churches or anywhere else, if they be not provided with letters or a special license from the bishop himself. And this was a most proper injunction, for with these bulls brought from far-off lands, adorned with unknown seals of popes and of cardinals, of patriarchs and of bishops, it was easy to make people believe that all was in order. Meanwhile, let all those who are now wandering round the country be stripped of what they have taken, and let the money and any other articles collected by them or on their behalf be seized. The common people not being always possessed of actual cash, Chaucer's pardoner contented himself with silver spawns, brooches, or ringes. One more allusion is to be noticed in this text to those associations of pardoners which must have been so harmful. They employed, in fact, inferior agents. The general credulity and the widespread wish to get rid of religious trammels which men had imposed on themselves, in the shape of vows or otherwise, or which had been imposed on them on account of their sins, were a mine for the perverse band, the veins of which they carefully worked. By means of these subordinate representatives of their fanciful power, they easily extended the field of their operations, and the complicated threads of their webs covered the whole kingdom, sometimes too strong to be broken, sometimes too fine to be perceived. Occasionally, too, the bad example came from very high quarters. All had not the Bishop of Durham's virtue. Walsingham relates with indignation the behavior of a cardinal who made a stay in England when the marriage between Richard Roman II and the emperor's sister, Anne of Bohemia, was being negotiated. For money, this prelate, just like the common pardoners, removed excommunications, dispensed people of pilgrimages to St. Peter, St. James, or Jerusalem, and had the sum that would have been spent on the journey duly computed and given, 326, to him. And it is much to be regretted from every point of view that the curious tariff of the expenses of a journey thus estimated has not come down to us. The list of the misdeeds of pardoners was in truth enormous, and it is found even larger on exploring the authentic ecclesiastical documents than in the work of Chaucer himself. Thus, in a bull of Pope Urban V, dated 1369, mention is made of practices apparently untried by the otherwise experienced, gentle pardoner of Rounceville. These doings were customary with those employed by the Hospitallers of St. John of Jerusalem in England. Helped by the connivance of the very priors of the order, they pretended to be privileged and exempted from the formality of showing apostolic letters before they were allowed to proceed with their preachings, and to offer to the people their negotia quaestuaria. The parish rectors and curates naturally enough objected to such pretensions, but their complaints were ill-received, and the partners, to get rid of them, sued them before some distant authority for contempt of their cloth and privileges. While the suit was being determined, they remained free to act as they liked. Sometimes they were so lucky as to secure sentence against the priest who had tried to do his duty, and even succeeded in having him excommunicated, which could, of course, but be a cause of great merriment among the unholy tribe. Very often also, adds Pope Urban, when they mean to hurt a rector or his curate, they go to his church on some feast day, especially at such time as the people are accustomed to come and make their offerings. They 327 begin then to make their own collections or to read the name of their brotherhood or fraternity, and continue until such an hour as it is not possible to celebrate Mass conveniently that day. Thus they manage perversely to deprive these rectors and vicars of the offerings which accrue to them at such Masses. They have, on the other hand, divine service performed in polluted or interdicted places, and there also bury the dead. They use, as helps to their trade, simple and almost illiterate subordinates, who spread errors and fables among people as ignorant as themselves. Such abuses and many others, constantly pointed out by councils, popes, and bishops, moved the University of Oxford to recommend, in the year 1414, the entire suppression of pardoners, as being men of loose life and lying speeches, spending their profits with the prodigal son, remitting to sinners their sins as well as their penances, encouraging vice by the ease of their absolutions, and drawing the souls of uneducated people to Tartarus. But this request was not listened to, and pardoners continued to prosper for the moment. At the same time that they sold indulgences, the pardoners showed relics. They had been on pilgrimage and had brought back pieces of bone and fragments of all kinds, of holy origin, they said. But although the credulous were not lacking among the multitude, the disabused among the better sort were numerous, and they scoffed without mercy. The pardoners of Chaucer and Boccaccio, and in the 16th century of Heywood and Lindsay, exhibited the most unexpected trophies. The Chaucerian one, who possessed a piece of the sail of St. 328 Peter's boat, is surpassed by Frate Cipolla, who had brought back much better from Jerusalem. "I will, as an especial favor, show you," said he, "a very holy and goodly relic, which I myself brought aforetime from the holy lands beyond seas, and that is one of the angel Gabriel's feathers, which remained in the Virgin Mary's chamber, ween as he came to announce to her in Nazareth. The feather, which was from the tail of a parrot, through some joke played upon him, was replaced in the holy man's box by a few coals. When he perceived the metamorphosis, he showed no embarrassment, but began the narrative of his long voyages, and explained how, instead of the feather, the coals on which St. Lawrence was grilled would be seen in his coffer. He had received them from my Lord Blamenot Anatplesiu, the worthy patriarch of Jerusalem, who also showed him a finger of the Holy Ghost as whole and sound as ever it was, and one of the nails of the cherubim, divers rays of the star that appeared to the 3 wise men in the east, and a vial of the sweat of St. Michael weenas he fought with the devil. He possessed also somewhat of the sound of the bells of Solomon's temple in a vial. Poets' jests, but less exaggerated than might be thought. Was there not shown to the pilgrims at Exeter a bit of the candle which the angel of the Lord lit in Christ's tomb? This was one of the relics brought together in the venerable cathedral by Athelstan, the most glorious and victorious king, who had sent emissaries at great expense on to the continent to gather these precious spoils. The list of their treasure troves, which has been preserved in a missal of the 11th century, comprises also a little of the bush in which the Lord spoke to Moses, and a lot of other curiosities. Some 329 of the Virgin's milk was, as all know, venerated at Walsingham and in various other places. Matthew Paris relates that, in his time, the friar preachers gave to Henry Roman III a piece of white marble on which there was the trace of a human foot. Nothing less, according to the testimony of the inhabitants of the Holy Land, than the mark of one of the Saviour's feet, left by him as a souvenir to his apostles after his ascension. Our Lord the King had this marble placed in the Church of Westminster, to which he had already lately offered some of the blood of Christ. In the 14th century, kings continued to set the example to the common people, and to collect relics of undemonstrable authenticity. In the accounts of the expenses of Edward Roman III, in the 36th year of his reign, 100 shillings are put down for a messenger who had brought him a vest of St. Peter's. In France, at the same period, King Charles V. Le Sage had one day the curiosity to visit the cupboard at the Sainte-Chapelle, where the relics of the Passion were kept. He found there a phial with a Latin and Greek inscription, indicating that it contained some of the blood of Jesus Christ. Then, relates Christine de Pizan, that wise king, because some doctors have said that, on the day that our Lord rose, nothing was left on earth of his worthy body that was not all returned into him, would hereupon know and inquire by learned men, natural philosophers, and theologians, whether it could be true that upon earth there were some of the real pure blood of Jesus Christ. Examination was made by the said learned men assembled about this matter. The said phial was seen and visited with great reverence and solemnity of lights, in which when it was hung or lowered could, 330, be clearly seen the fluid of the red blood flow as freshly as though it had been shed but 3 or 4 days since. Which thing is no small marvel, considering the Passion was so long ago. And these things I know for certain, by the relation of my father who was present at that examination, as philosophically officer and counselor of the said prince. After this examination made by great solemnity of lights, the doctors declared themselves for the authenticity of the miracle, which was not in reality more surprising than that at the cathedral at Naples, where the blood of the patron saint of the town may still be seen to liquefy several times a year, and for several days each time. In every country of Europe the pardoners enjoyed, not to say endured, the same reputation and acted in the same manner. Be it France, Germany, Italy, or Spain, they were found living, so long as there remained any, as Chaucer's pardoner did. In France, Rabelais has the cheaters cheated by his beloved Panurge. The clever Vaurian used to place his penny in their plate so skillfully that it seemed to be a silver piece, for which he made bold to take change, leaving only a farthing. And I did the same, said he, in all the churches where we have been. Yea, but, said I, you are a thief and commit sacrilege. True, said he, as it seems to you, but it does not seem so to me. For the pardoners give it me as a gift when they say, in offering me the relics to kiss. Centuplum accipes, that is, that for 1 penny I take 100. For accipes is spoken by them according to the manner of the Hebrews, who use the future tense instead of the imperative, as you have in the book, Diliges Dominum, D.Est, Dilige. 331. Pardoners, of course, never appear on the boards of the old French theatre, but to be derided. Pardoner, I mean to show you the comb of the cock that crowed at Pilate, S, and half a plank of Noah's great ark. Look, gentlemen, here is a feather of one of the seraphs near God. Don't think it is a joke, here it is for you to see. Triaclure, Gog's blood, tease the quill from a goose he has eaten at his dinner, and so on. The same in Spain. Lazarillo de Tormes, the page of many masters, happens, at one time, to be in the service of a pardoner. The very same individual Chaucer had described 200 years before. He, too, knows how to use Latin when profitable. He would always be informed before he came, which were learned and which not. When he came to those which he understood were learned, he would be sure never to speak word of Latin, for fear of stumbling, but used in such places a gentle kind of Castilian Spanish, his tongue always at liberty. And contrariwise, whensoever he was informed of the reverend domines, I mean such as are made priests more for money than for learning and good behavior, to hear him speak among such men you would say it were St. Thomas, for he would then 2 hours together talk Latin, at least which seemed to be, though it was not. A trick which, as is well known, Escanerel, many years after, did not disdain to use when put upon his last shifts as the médecin malgré lui. Pardoners lived merrily. Certain it is that after a busy day they must have been cheerful companions at the inn. The thought of the multitude of sins they had pardoned, of excommunications they had removed, 332 of penalties they had remitted, themselves mere vagabonds threatened with the jail or gallows, the knowledge of their impunity, the strangeness of their existence, the triumphant success of the mad harangues in which they attributed to themselves the keys of heaven, must have made their hearts swell with uncontrollable merriment. Their heads were filled with anecdotes, sacred or profane native coarseness and assumed devotion, the real and the artificial man, jostled each other to the sound of jugs and vessels clattering on the table. See in the margin of an old psalter the lean figure of Master Reynard. A crozier between his paws, a mitre on his head, He is preaching a sermon to the wondering crowd of ducks and geese of the poultry yard. The gesture is full of unction, but the eye shaded by the tawny hair has a cruel glitter, which ought to give warning of the peroration. But no, the poultry yard clucks devoutly and fears nothing. Woe to the ducks when the mitre has fallen. And thou, Lord, shalt laugh at them, says the psalmist on the same page. A singular knowledge of the human heart those individuals must have had, going through such strange experiences day by day. Never were more unworthy beings supposedly clothed with greater supernatural powers. The deformed monster, squatting on the apse of the cathedral, laughs and grimaces hideously on his airy pedestal. And up to the clouds rise the fretted spires. The chiseled pinnacles detach themselves like lace upon the sky. The saints pray their eternal prayer under the porch. The bells send forth their peals into space, and souls are seized with a thrill, with that mysterious awe caused by the sublime. The monster laughs. Hearts believe themselves purified, but he has seen their ugly sores. A sinister hand will touch them and prevent their cure. The edge, 333 of the roof, reaches the clouds. But his look goes through the dormer window. He detects a cracking beam, worm-eaten boards giving way, and a host of obscure creatures slowly pursuing under the wooden shafts their secular labor of destruction. He laughs and grimaces hideously. On the tavern bench the pardoner is still seated. There come Chaucer, the knight, the squire, the friar, the host, old acquaintances. We are by ourselves, no one need be afraid to speak. The foaming ale renders hearts expansive, and the unseen coils of that tortuous soul unfold to view. He gives the summary of a whole life, the theory of his existence, the key to his secrets. What matters his frankness? He knows that it cannot hurt him. Time and again has the bishop brought his practices to light, but the crowd always troops around him. And who knows if his companions, who knows if his more enlightened companions, to whom he shows the concealed springs of the automaton, will tomorrow believe it lifeless? Their memory, their reason will tell them so, yet still their heart will doubt. If custom is the half of belief, theirs is well rooted, how much more that of the multitude? And the pardoner himself, do you suppose that he always sees clearly what he is? Do you think that his skepticism is absolute? He for whom nothing is holy, whose very existence is a perpetual mockery of sacred things, he also has his hours of doubt and terror. He trembles before that formidable power which he said he held in his hands, and of which he has made a toy. He does not possess it, but others may, and he stands aghast. The monster looks upon himself and is afraid. Very easy it was to lead the popular belief into the channel of the marvelous. Decrees had been deemed necessary to prevent the conjuring up of specters or ghosts in those long watches passed with the dead. Disobedience, 334, was attempted. People believed they succeeded. In presence of the horrible, a strange reaction of the heart would take place. A wind of madness passed, predisposing men to see and believe anything. A nervous and demoniacal merriment seized upon all, and dances and lascivious games were started. Dancing went on in the cemeteries during the solemn vigils of religious feasts. There was dancing also during the watch for the dead. The Council of London in 1342 prohibited the superstitious customs which cause prayer to be neglected, and unlawful and indecent meetings held in such places. The Council of York in 1367 also forbade those guilty games and follies and all those perverse customs, which transform a house of tears and prayers into a house of laughing and excess. The Palmers' Guild of Ludlow allowed its members to go to night watches of the dead, provided that they abstained from raising apparitions and from indecent games. As to professional sorcerers, the belief in them was so profound that they were sent to the stake, as happened to Petronilla of Meath, convicted of having manufactured powders with spiders and black worms like scorpions, mingling with them a certain herb called milfoil and other detestable herbs and worms. She had also made such incantations that the faces of certain women seemed horned like the heads of goats. 335, therefore she had her due punishment, and was burnt before an immense multitude of people with all the accustomed ceremonial. Such facts explain the existence of the pardoner. Let us add that the search for the philosopher's stone was the constant occupation of many renowned doctors. Everyone had not that clear good sense, good humor and penetrating spirit which permitted Chaucer to smilingly unravel before us the mysteries of the alchemist, shaking the alembics and retorts, and in the odd-shaped apparatus which frightened the imagination, showing not the newly created ingot of pure metal, but the mixture prepared beforehand by the impostor. Not a plant or a stone without supernatural virtues, the vain beliefs inherited from the ancients had been rejuvenated and expanded. People thirsted for such pretended learning. Gower thinks he does well to insert in a love poem all he believes he knows on the constitution of the world and the virtues of things. Even with professionally learned men, the mass of fabulous statements fills volumes. Bartholomew the Englishman, whose work is an encyclopedia of scientific knowledge in the 13th century, is positive that the diamond destroys the effect of venom and of magic incantations, and that it reveals its wearer's fear, that the topaz prevents sudden death, etc. A pleasure it is, and like a whiff of fresh air when emerging from a damp cellar, to remember that in an age not totally exempt from these weaknesses, no one condemned them with more eloquence than our Molière. Without speaking of other things, said he, I have, 336, never been able to conceive how even the smallest peculiarities of the fortune of the least man could be found written in the skies. What relation, what intercourse, what correspondence can there be between us and worlds separated from our earth by so frightful a distance? And whence can this fine science have come to men? What God has revealed it? Or what experience can have shaped it from the observation of that great number of stars which have not been seen twice in the same arrangement? Illustration 61. A Pardner, Chaucer's Pardner. From the Ellesmere, Ms. Trouble and eloquence lost, there will always be a Timocles to observe with a wise air. I am incredulous enough as to a great many things, but for astrology there is nothing more certain and more constant than the success of the horoscopes which it draws. So vanished into smoke the tempests which Chaucer, Langland, and Wycliffe raised against the hypocritical Pardners of their day. They lingered on till the 337, 16th century, and then were entirely suppressed in the 21st session of the Ecumenical Council of Trent, July 16, 1562, Pius Roman IV being pope. It is stated in the 9th chapter of the Decree of Reform, published in that session, that since no further hope can be entertained of amending the questors of alms, eleemosinarum quaestors, otherwise pardners, the use of them and their name are entirely abolished henceforth in all Christendom. The first of old-time wayfarers to entirely disappear. 338. Illustration 62. A pilgrimage town, Rocamatter, in Guyenne. Present state. Chapter 3. Pilgrims and Pilgrimages. 1.